going on in the world, obviously. But before we get to the news coverage that you are in here for, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. In between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And that's right, there's some good news, there's some bad news. There's some weird news. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Last night I ended the broadcast after playing a little bit of Spooderman after I splooged everywhere. I had some dinner, some din-din. Weird first, please. Okay, we'll do all of that. Kaya updates are that she's getting onto off-leash training. She's doing off-leash training as well. But yeah, Kaya is a good girl. She is the best girl, and I miss her. I miss her deeply. I miss her every day of my life. I miss her so fucking much. But also, aside from Kaya updates, what else did I do? Not really much. Oh, I started watching Gen V. Started watching Gen V, folks. Gen V is, for those of you who do not know, is an offshoot of The Boys. It was Hideo Kojima approved, which is part of the reason why I watched it, because I was like, damn, if my GOAT, Hideo Kojima-sama, if he actually appreciates this, then, you know, it might be good. So I started watching it. It's pretty good. It's got like the same Boys seasoning to it, you know. Just crazy amounts of hyper realistic violence, and, you know, making fun of like fake pandering and identity politics, things of that nature. It's very good. So Kojima-sama liked it, and therefore I like it too, because I do not think for myself. I think when Kojima-sama says jump, I say how high, Kojima-sama. That's how it works. You are our Kojima? Yeah. Don't call him Kojima-sama. It's very impolite. Wait, why? Cool TikTok with the XI, I remember. What do you think of the non-binary character? They're great. It's cool. I mean, I don't know. Sorry that you and Ethan broke up. Me and Ethan did not break up. I don't know why people are... Okay, let me just address this really quickly. Normally, at this time, I'd be doing leftovers, right? And we're not doing it this week. We have stopped leftovers before for one reason or another. Like, I was in Vegas last week, so I couldn't do leftovers, right? And I know that a lot of people are drama perverts, but I don't know if you guys know this, but 1, Ethan and I are friends. 2, Ethan and I talk all the time. 3, Ethan lost his best friend, Shredder. Okay? It's a very traumatic moment for him. On top of that, his wife is pregnant. He's got kids. He's going, he's going through it all. He's got like fucking, I mean, you can see it on his face. He's going through it. Okay? We want to take a break from covering anything related to Israel and Palestine, and also news in general. This does not change the trajectory of our content or our friendship. He's been getting a shit ton of hate as well. I think people need to fucking dial it back. People are ridiculous. People are crazy. And also on top of that, then why does he keep talking about it in his other pods though? I don't know. I don't care. He wants to talk about it. It's his own show. What the fuck? What the fuck do you want? Like, what do you want? What do you want? You want a guy who's like, you want a guy who his family members live in Israel saying that like Netanyahu is a monster, the IDF has done horrible things, that like, this is completely unacceptable. Like that's your enemy? Okay. Yeah. All right. Well then, yeah, go after him, dude. Good job. Like there are way more productive members of society with a massive amount of influence that legitimately say horrifying shit and see this as a one-sided affair. Anyway, it's misplaced anger always. And it's also like, I think people are just looking for drama. I don't really care. So regardless, Leftovers is not canceled. It's just Ethan wanted to take a break from discussing these matters, which is perfectly valid. It's not like I have stopped covering the news. You know what I mean? So you're saying Ethan is a human with real emotions and chat can't recognize that he's going through a super stressful time and going through it? Yes, I don't think chat can recognize it. Because we are just playthings for our community. That's the reality of the matter. We are playthings for our community, our communities, and even other communities. And, the worst part about it, of course, is that, like, the people that fucking make the most, like, bottom of the barrel, despicable content, those are the ones who fucking eat so good in moments like this. But what are you going to do, Anyway. So, where were we? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I love Leftovers. I love Ethan. But this way, I don't leave my house. I get to work out on Thursdays, and I also don't have to drive anywhere. So, it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? So yeah, no leftovers today. Like after a holiday, your family members don't really like come over, but you made too much food, so you put it in the fridge and eat later. What are you saying? Anyway, you going to the movie premiere tonight? What's the fucking movie premiere? There's a movie premiere tonight? I don't probably not. Do I strike you as the type of dude who goes to movie theaters? Because let me tell you, most likely not. Where was I? So yeah. Big Five Nights at Freddy's fan, I can tell. Dude, I have no idea what that is. I joked about it yesterday where I was like, didn't Markiplier invent Five Nights at Freddy's? And everyone was like, yeah. And then some people were like, no. That's crazy. Why could you say that? And it's like, why would you say that? And it's like, I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't know shit about fucking FNAF, bitch. All right. Oh my God, your beard is gray, biggest of bros. Yeah, I've had gray parts of this beard come in for years now. The creator is a Christian nationalist. Oh, fuck yeah, that's awesome. I have not seen Killers of the Flower Moon either. I do want to watch that one. Big time fan of movies. I'm a big movie guy sometimes. I like movies. And I'm excited for the latest Martin Scorsese flick. Will you do the mustache for November? Probably not. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I worked out this morning, and that's pretty much it. I've been like talking to my financial people, trying to figure stuff out. Like registration, things of that nature. And that's it. That's what I've been doing this morning. That's why I'm a little bit late. And, reading and learning. A fight broke out at one of FNAF premieres last night.
I feel so bad for the
That's pretty funny. At least they waited till the end of the movie to beat the shit out of each other. You know what I mean? I respect that. Like, that's how you know these are movie appreciators, okay? That's how you know these are movie appreciators. They waited until the movie was done to fuck each other up. And I respect that. Anyway, where were we? There's some cool videos to watch. Halloween fit. I think I am going to have someone who does like actual Halloween costumes, or not Halloween costumes, like a cosplay person to help me with it on the night of Halloween. So I'm going to do that on the night of Halloween. But beyond that, like, I don't fucking know. I don't know what to do about Halloween. Did you hear about the shooting in Maine and how the guy's still on the run? Yes, I did. I am an 18-year-old who has grown up in a society where I genuinely have to fear mass shootings. I can't even go to school or the store without worrying about it. Shit sucks, bro. How do we move past this? I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question. That's a tough question that has no good answer. I think like the only thing that you can do is just basically learn to live with it and just kind of not be scared after a while. Make amends with your creator. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it, Move to a place where there's no guns, like different country. Thoughts on the growing campaign on the left and not vote for Biden in the coming election? I see people talking about third-party candidates, and it's concerning seeing so many leftists break from the Democratic Party on the ballot, giving opportunity for a Republican candidate to win. Yeah, you're right. I think what people should say a year out from an election is that they're going to unconditionally vote for Joe Biden so he can keep doing the exact same things that Trump would be doing on foreign policy, for example. I think that's the smart thing to do. I like that a year out and DNC hacks and bots are already fucking freaking out and like gearing up for an inevitable Joe Biden loss. And this, once again, will still be the fault of the left. Why will it be the fault of the left? Well, let me tell you. It's not because the DNC and the Democratic Party and all of their fucking media flags decided to prop up a 800-year-old fossilized fuel into this position, and even though they knew full well that he would be 804 years old by the time that he would run again, and that would basically make him a horrible candidate. They also decided to make sure that the person that possibly could replace this individual was a charisma black hole, like a just a complete black hole of charisma, where like all charisma goes to die, right? Who the administration themselves actually sent on like the silliest side quests overall as a big fuck you, to make sure that there was no alternative, right? So that, like, all of those things are not the problem. The problem is that people are saying, understandably, hey, I'm making a demand of you. If you want my vote, you should do this thing. And what is that thing? That thing is don't allow an ethnic cleansing campaign to continue with our tax dollars in Israel and in Gaza. So don't do that. That we don't like that, and that is literally the same as like what Trump would do anyway. Okay, and that's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny situation to just like look at that and go, yeah, I think you should just immediately say, you're voting for Joe Biden while he's in the news being like, look alive, Jack. Unless you're Palestinian, maybe Palestinians are lying, conniving demons that lie about their dead. You know, we shouldn't be believing their deaths so easily. You know, it's cool. So yeah, third party hopefuls could put Donald Trump back in the White House. And you should be worried about it. And if you're fucking worried about it, you should get the DNC to hear it out. And you should get the Democratic Party to worry about it and start making concessions to anyone and everyone that says they're going to vote for them. What are your criticisms on Cornell? I mean, it's just like not a serious thing. Third party candidacies are usually just not very serious. Okay? It's not. I mean, I don't even think the presidential race is all that serious at the end of the day. I'm a big time advocate for voting, as you guys already know. But overall, I mean, here, let's just blast off and we'll get into it. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. We're going to start talking about the Maine mass shooting and more. But it is pretty funny that people are just like losing their fucking minds. Okay. Brandon numbers dip. Who's the new speaker? Mass shooting in Maine. Oh, they're saying he's FBI? Oh, what else is new? Oh, the mass shooter is FBI and it's a psyop? Yeah, definitely. You know, in a country where mass shootings happen pretty much every single day, it's always a false flag. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's basically like saying, if you drive through a fucking red light, there's a likelihood that you might get into a car accident. That's what the average person would understand, and that's what the average person knows that is the likely outcome of that scenario. Except, when that car crash inevitably happens, and it happens every fucking day, dumb motherfuckers still go, that's a psyop. That's a psyop. Yeah, dude, it's a psyop. It's always a false flag, dude. I stepped on a Lego this morning. It must have been a psyop. Or Hamas. Who knows? Many such cases, Brandon numbers dip. Who's the new speaker? Mass shooting in Maine. Yeah, what's more likely? Another mass shooter that is possibly someone who is severely mentally ill, that has also been radicalized by right-wing nonsensical bullshit that is readily available everywhere, that ends up snapping and then doing a mass shooting because guns are readily available for every single person and there's no red flag laws that can prevent some things like that. And it happens literally weekly. What's more likely in your mind? That or it's a fucking psyop? Anyway, Brandon numbers dip. Who's the new speaker? Mass shooting in Maine. Updates from Gaza. UAW Ford contract slated to end. And more. mom was talking about going to New York and said she was scared because Hamas was protesting and we could get hurt. I know there are like, dude. American Zionists in general, and this is a broad umbrella of like evangelical Christians and some American Jews as well, have often been like way more, like they've been way less reactionary than the British community, right? Like, and I think this last like October 7th, I think changed that a little bit. You know? So there's a lot of information about Robert Card, I guess is the name potentially, but there's a lot of misinformation flying around too. Palestine Health Ministry released the name and IDs of every one of the 7,000 killed. It's grim. Yeah, I mean the notion that like the Palestinian Health Ministry, like the Gaza Health Ministry, is actually lying about their numbers is a really gross, really gross fucking thing to say. Would you get that shirt? I want one. It's my shirt. It hasn't come out yet. You can get one when it comes out. So we'll do all of that. We'll look at the mass shooter in a second. Let me just finish this fucking stupid ass blast off real quick. I love the way that people immediately have been like, well, what about third party spoilers? I mean, holy shit. Biden's approval rating is dipping. I wonder what that is about. I wonder why it's dipping. Who knows? It says no value without labor. In the back has a fucking cool graphic as well. Hospital still saying the names and IDs are fake. Yeah, it's gross. It's disgusting. Like, if people turned around and said, what about the 1,400 casualty number in Israel? Have we seen verification for that? That would be gross. It would be. Okay? Like, fucking ridiculous. But it's so readily available to say that about Palestinians because they're not human. They're not seen as human. Anyway. Have you seen Columbia Uni's doxing truck that they've been using to out pro-Palestinian students? Yeah, they're fucking insane. They're insane. The American trolling operation in defense of Israel is like just so unhinged, dude. It's completely unacceptable. It defies reason. Do you have a Rolex? No. I have a Rolex hat that I got for free. So true. My coworkers all say Israel can/should blast them out the sky. These motherfuckers are country bumpkins from North Carolina. Yes, because they look at Palestinians as enemy combatants. Here we go. We're blasting off. What is happening? Am I being fucking suppressed? 176 likes? What the fuck's going on? I don't understand. Weird. Maybe I just fell off. Reddit is full of Palestinians are actually Nazis takes today. I don't know what's up. Dude, please just stop going on Reddit then. I don't know what to tell you, okay? I don't know what to tell you. Just stop getting your news from Reddit. That's it. Or keep fighting the good fight, I guess. Try to advocate for the truth. But can you help me with how to respond to the health ministry is run by Hamas? Yes, everything is run by Hamas. Hamas is the fucking governing body there. There's a distinction between Al-Qassam and Hamas and the Islamic Jihad and all these other fucking factions, okay? Palestinians are not a monolith. And even fucking the governing body is not a monolith either. It's like saying, sorry, I don't believe the American casualty numbers that the CDC is releasing about fucking COVID because the Defense Department is doing ruthless slaughter in the Middle East, okay? You understand that that would be a ridiculous thing to say. Like, you have doctors, you know what I mean? You have politicians, you have doctors, you have people, you have teachers. Like, it's fucking ridiculous to just be like, yeah, no, this doctor actually also wants to kill everybody. Like, he's Hamas, he wants to kill everybody. That's his goal. Like, hey, come on. Finally, brother, finally? What do you mean? Finally? I've said this already. Like, you're looking at a bunch of dudes who have put their lives on the line to just patch up like little children who have been bombed into oblivion. And you're looking at the assessments, the casualty assessments they're delivering, okay? In the heat of a ethnic cleansing campaign, and you go, oh man, I mean, that's just probably, like, it could be incorrect due to the fact that, you know, they're getting fucking bombed relentlessly, okay? And sometimes it might be incorrect. But to say that it's indecently and cynically say that it's like indecently lied about, these numbers, I mean, fuck. I mean, that's insane. It's actually fucking really sad that is even a narrative, and it's gross that it was pushed by Joseph Robin and Biden too. Can we trust the casualty figures in the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry? Israel and Joe Biden have questioned the accuracy of the rising death toll, but others point to historical reliability of data. Yeah, I'll say this much. It has never been there's never been a situation where they've lied. Okay? Despite Biden's skepticism about the Gaza Health Ministry death toll numbers, the State Department was citing them just a few months ago. The reality is that they are infinitely more trustworthy. The Gaza Health Ministry is infinitely more trustworthy than the Israeli Defense Forces is propaganda for what targets they're bombing. I will say that. Okay? Yes, the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry is infinitely more trustworthy. This does not mean that you're going to trust everything that the Al-Qassam Brigade say. This does not mean that you're going to trust everything that, like, Hamas leaders say, okay? But the notion that, like, the health ministry in Gaza is lying about numbers is fucking psychotic, especially when their numbers have always been consistently backed by third-party verification, by the UN, by the American State Department. These estimates have always been used normally and also verified after the fact as well when the rubble clears. And the crazy part about it is that, like, this started with the Al Ahli Hospital, where people were just like, yeah, we don't believe it anymore. We don't believe anything anymore. And I think it's very indecent and very silly that everything we know about the circumstance so far shows, everything we know so far from the Al Ahli Hospital shows that, like, the Israeli and the American intelligence community and their assessment of the situation has been falsified. And not falsified just by me or fucking Os and Andes or whatever, falsified by the New York Times. It is really, really, really fucking gross. It's also insane because, like, if anything, the death numbers are shockingly low. You know what I mean? Israel has dropped the damn near equivalent of an atomic bomb on this tiny fucking sliver of land that is densely packed, and the numbers are at 7,000. There are still thousands under the rubble that have not been counted for yet. Like, the fact that it's only 7,000 should shock you. The idea that like this estimate is like inflated is insane. It's not like Israel's hiding how hard they're bombing Gaza. They're openly saying it. They flexed on it. Yeah. Quote from the article in the AP today. U.S. President Joe Biden said he had no confidence in the accuracy of the ministry's reporting. However, the U.S. government's annual human rights assessment from the region frequently cite the Gazan ministry. Of course. The Palestinian Health Ministry just produced a full list of names of each person killed in Israel's war on Gaza, their ages and their ID numbers. Any journalist can verify the authenticity of this list going through UNRWA or Israel's own population registry of Palestinians. This is readily available information. Okay? The fact that this all of a sudden is now being called into question is psychotic, especially because it's like it's happening in the midst of an ethnic cleansing campaign. And for some weird reason, all of these like uppity ass liberals who are hoity-toity and act like they're fucking peace-loving doves are literally doing the polite version of genocide denial. It is so disgusting. It is so gross. Okay? It's crazy. Please. I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war. I love that he also like neatly wraps it up by saying innocents are, of course they're being killed, but that's just the cost of doing business. It's like, you're a fucking asshole, dude. You are a gigantic piece of shit. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you. It is just pure genocide denial, and they're going with it. I'm not gonna, dude. We are losing our grip of power in the world, and we're fucking flinging around wildly on this one last huzzah. Okay, like I'm not like a BRICS guy by any means. Okay, I'm not a big like, oh, BRICS is coming. But the reality is that there are other regional players now, and America recognizes that. And America recognizes that it doesn't have the same level of fucking control that it did for like that brief moment, that interim period from the 90s to like 2020, okay? Where they had just like complete domination. And no, just stop saying like BRICS is coming and dumb shit like that, okay? One of the fucking major power players in BRICS, like, as Yanis Varoufakis aptly put, even the BRICS acronym is made up by Americans. Like, they added South Africa into the equation so that it could sound easier to say. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Stop. All of these countries still operate on the dollar. And also, these countries are in contest with one another, in war with one another. They have border conflicts like India and China. The fuck are you talking about, BRICS? But the reality is, the reality is that America is losing its grip on power, and on its way, as it loses grip on power, as it loses its like way of controlling, its means of controlling the rest of the nations, they're fucking flinging around like monsters, animals. What arguments do you have against liberals who are afraid of a one-state solution due to anti-Semitism in the area? Anti-Semitism historically for Arab nations is significantly less than anti-Semitism in Europe. Okay? Anti-Semitism sparked as a consequence of the Israeli nation state calling itself a Jewish nation state for all Jews. Okay? Historically speaking, Arab countries or Muslim nations overall have been safe havens for Jewish people who are being cast out of their home countries in Europe oftentimes and in Russia as well due to the anti-Semitic blood libel backed pogroms that were happening. Okay? Ridiculous. Anyway, so yeah, death throes. Exactly. That is what the term is, and that's what's going on with America. The White House spokesman says Gaza's
The Ministry of Health is just a front for Hamas. It's run by Hamas, a terrorist organization. I've said it myself up here. We can't take anything coming out.
This is why the terrorist designation is so important. This is why it's so important. It's like, oh yeah, dude. Well, many people don't even fucking know, for example, that that Hamas also is like the actual governing body of Gaza, right? They don't know that. So when you don't know that and you find out that that there's a distinction, okay, and that these are, these are like separate entities, you immediately go, oh, well, they're all terrorists. These are terrorist doctors, actually. And that actually works. That works in favor of Israel engaging in its ethnic cleansing campaign, because why are they doing it? They're doing it because everyone that they kill is technically Hamas. They're Hamas affiliated. These are terrorist doctors. These are terrorist health professionals. These are terrorist babies. Okay? Yeah.
Out of Hamas, including the so-called Ministry of Health, at face value.
Okay. And secondly, the president's talking more about humanitarian pause and reviving.
Like, that's crazy to me that you can just like openly state this. Bro, this is genocide denial, okay? This is like no different than being like, oh, I don't know about the Holocaust. I don't know how many people died in the Holocaust. Like, it's the same shit. Except it's like actively happening right now, and we have all the power to stop it. Would you say it's the equivalent of calling someone a federal worker in the U.S.? Yeah, it's like fucking looking at the CDC and being like, well, America does war overseas, so I can't trust the CDC. Like, shut the fuck up. These are totally and entirely different people. Like, what's wrong with you? Wrong with your fucking brain? You think that like all Palestinians are monolithic? They're operating with the same one frame mindset where they just want to be like barbaric terrorists? Is that what you think? Fucking insane.
The Israeli-Palestinian peace process. What's prompting this tone shift?
So, two thoughts here, Steve. For one, the president has never backed away or never stopped affirming the need for a two-state solution. Since coming into office, we've been working on that very hard. And I know.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You haven't been working on shit. Suck my dick, dude.
Oh, it's a lofty goal, and it's taken a lot of people a long time to try to get there, and we haven't gotten there. But he's not stopped working towards that goal, and he still believes, as he said yesterday, that when this conflict is over, that still has to be the goal we're driving to.
Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. We want a two-state solution. Think about how fucking stupid that statement is, okay? He's like, he literally just said, everyone in Gaza is a terrorist. Everyone in Gaza is Hamas. Including the health ministry, they're Hamas. They're Hamas-backed, and therefore they're terrorists, okay? And you can't believe their death numbers as Israel is doing the most gruesome, relentless bombing campaign in the Gaza Strip, okay? Like, open your fucking eyes and you will see that those numbers are probably the most conservative estimate you can get to. And then he goes, oh, we want a two-state solution. We're working on a two-state solution. That's how you know. It's the biggest lie of all time. They're not fucking working on a two-state solution at all. Okay? The two-state solution is just peacefully ethnic cleansing as many Palestinians as possible and engaging in ethnic displacement while simultaneously fucking lying and doing genocide denial, like active genocide denial as you champion it. Okay? What an incredible two-state solution this is. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Fucking ridiculous. It's so awful. So you want a two-state solution with a terrorist then? What are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? No. I want a one-state solution, okay? I want a one-state solution. A secular. Oh, that's what I would ask him, not you. Oh, okay. A secular, singular, solitary state. I don't give a fuck what you call it. Okay? For equal rights and equal representation for all people living in that area where Jews have a right to return, and so do Palestinians. Of course, the moment that you bring that up, people go, well, then they will just do the Holocaust if they take their homes back. Then they'll do the Holocaust. It's like, no, they won't. It's just pure projection. Anyway, new satellite photo of what our government is outright denying and championing. The Israeli aggression on Gaza continues on its 20th consecutive day on October 26th. Yeah. Wow, dude. Seems like it's fake. The numbers are probably fake, right? It's absolutely unimaginable. And it's like, it's just, yeah, I mean, I covered this. He doesn't say Hamas. He says Palestinian people, and then refers to them as horrible, inhuman animals. And is like shocked that people even think that, the question is like, why do even people care about the Palestinians? That's this question. Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Here it is. Here, I'll run it again.
About something else he said in his speech, which
we watched this yesterday.
The collective punishment, as he put it, of the Palestinian people. And I want to talk about that in the context of the blockade and keeping fuel out of Gaza. I just wonder if you think that that is really necessary.
You know, I'm very puzzled by the constant concern which the world and also Britain, I must say, Mark, is showing for the Palestinian people, and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocities that this century has seen, and the worst atrocities that Jews have suffered since the Holocaust. I mean, you know, when the United States reacted to 9/11, I don't remember people shedding tears for the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. Your country, Mark, actually, Britain, actually joined them and even sent your royals to fight in Afghanistan. When the Ukrainians reacted to Russia's invasion, I don't remember people worrying about the poor Russian soldiers and whether they had enough food. All of a sudden, when it comes to Israel, everybody is becoming a great humanitarian, totally forgetting what happened 2.5 weeks ago, which is unforgettable and unforgiven.
Sorry. Great reaction this is. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm a 32-year-old goddamn adult with a lot of shit going on in the background, okay? I'm sorry that I can't fucking literally be at your beck and call every fucking moment of the goddamn day, okay? There's a chaotic situation unfolding in my house currently. Dumbass. Anyway, this is a video that we watched yesterday as well, so I already know what the fuck is going on. Okay, listen. Fuck. I'm sorry for snapping. It's just that things are exploding in my house right now. We're working on building the podcast studio. Anyway. Anyway, let's continue.
A state for Palestinians that they can live in peace and security and justice. That is a strategic long-term goal. In a tactical sense, as Secretary Blinken said, we do think that there should be consideration made right now for humanitarian pauses. These are localized, temporary, specific pauses on the battlefield so that humanitarian assistance can get in to people that need it, or the people can get out of that area in relative safety. That's what.
Yeah, totally, dude. You definitely want that. The American regional spokesman struggled to provide a satisfactory explanation for the false information published by the United States regarding Hamas allegedly stealing humanitarian aid.
في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أدلة جازمة.
Says, do you in the United States of America have conclusive evidence
على سرقة حماس للأموال المدنية أو أموال المساعدات الإنسانية والمساعدات الإنسانية التي تذهب للشعب الفلسطيني
Palestinian people? Do you have conclusive evidence in this context?
حماس تقدم هذه الدلائل كل يوم في كل صاروخ.
He says Hamas submits evidence every day in the form of missiles that is launched from the Gaza Strip. Bro, the humanitarian aid does not magically materialize into missiles. What the fuck are you saying? The missiles are coming in through the tunnel structure by way of Iran. You can literally, you know what the manufacturing parts look like. You know who has that capability. You know who's sending the fucking missiles in. There is no, like, you can't turn a bread into a missile, okay? You can't turn grain into missiles. Shut the fuck up. People, dude, a lot of people just refuse to exercise, like, their brain a little bit, just a fucking minuscule amount when discussing things like this, right? When they say stuff like this, when they're like, oh, dude, humanitarian aid, it turns into, they take all the money and they turn it into missiles. It's like, you can't do that. Do you think that it's just people dropping bags of cash onto Gaza and then, like, Hamas goes in and, like, takes all that cash and is like, well, it's time for our missile purchasing operation? No, when humanitarian aid goes into fucking Gaza, it is going into Gaza in the form of buckets of food, bags of grain, bags of flour. It's not going in with, like, you know, briefcases full of cash. Shut the fuck up. There is no, like, missile shop. And do missiles actually get into Gaza? Of course they do. They get in through Iran. The trucks aren't filled with money. Okay? It's filled with humanitarian supplies. And the craziest part is that Israel controls everything that goes in through those trucks too. They literally look at everything. There was a point in time when pasta was not allowed in Gaza. Israel controls it to such a degree that they call it putting the Palestinians on a diet. Okay? Aren't you afraid if your controversial takes and activism will cause danger to your personal safety now that your reach is as great as it is? What do you mean? It's been my life for the past 10 years, man. I've been getting death threats for the past 10 years. If I die, I fucking die. You know what I mean?
التي تشنها من قطاع غزة.
يا سام أنت ترد على نقطة أخرى.
Sam, you're responding to another point. Hamas stealing the humanitarian aid or the civil fund?
تأخذها لنفسها. هل لديكم
You
أدلة
have
جازمة على
conclusive
هذا
evidence.
الأمر؟
إذا نريد أن نرجع.
He goes, so getting back to the question about the two-state solution. Yeah. Anyway. That mentality will only encourage these cunts to go after you. Okay, man. Thank you. Yeah, no, if I get fucking murdered, it's actually my fault because I said if I die, I die. There's nothing I can do about it. Thank you. It's not the murderer who's at fault here in this hypothetical scenario. It's still me, okay? What do you want me to do? I like that I haven't been murdered yet, and some dumb motherfucker in the chat is still being like, yeah, if it did happen in that hypothetical, it would still be your fault, by the way. I would find a way to say it's your fault. Victim blaming me for a hypothetical murder in the future. I love that. Anyway, the numbers being fake is a ridiculous and horrifyingly racist way of denying an ethnic cleansing that is happening in Gaza. And many people will believe it. I have no confidence in the number that Palestinians are using, he said. On Thursday, the ministry said the Israeli bombing of Gaza had killed 7,028 Palestinians, including 2,913 children, in the nearly 3 weeks since Hamas killed about 1,400 Israelis and abducted more than 200 in its cross-border attack. In a move to head off allegations of fabrication, the ministry has issued a 212-page list of the names and identity numbers of every Palestinian it says has been killed in the Israeli bombardment. The Council on American-Islamic Relations called on Biden to apologize for his shocking and dehumanizing remarks. Of course, it's not going to happen because they are shocking and dehumanizing. They're animals, okay? Joseph Robinette Biden and the American government, the American State Department are fucking animals. They're disgusting, monstrous pieces of shit. I don't know how else to describe it to people, okay? And they're still doing it. John Kirby went on and in a press briefing earlier today said, yeah, they're Hamas. They're run by terrorists. These are terrorist doctors in the fucking Gaza Health Ministry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but once again, they've done this already. This is just the West being the West. The American British press also shared a widespread mistrust of Jewish eyewitnesses. Although the Anglophone press reported on stories released by the Soviets or smuggled reports from Jews trapped in Eastern Europe, these stories were not worthy of complete trust because Jews were interested parties. As late as January 1945, an official from the Refugee Department of British Foreign Office wrote, sources of information are nearly always Jewish, whose accounts are only sometimes reliable and not seldom highly colored. One notable tendency in Jewish reports on this problem is to exaggerate the numbers of deportations and deaths. In November 1943, W.H. Lawrence of the New York Times traveled to Kyiv for an inspection of Babi Yar, the major massacre that occurred there, okay, after the Soviets had retaken the city, and filed a skeptical story about the massacre. The article includes phrases such as, it is the contention of the authorities, and when referring to eyewitnesses who said they participated or the story was told by, Lawrence visited the ravine personally, but still found it difficult to accept the Soviet version of events. He states that he only saw a bone or two, a handbag, some hair, and that there's little evidence for this ravine to prove or disprove the story. What is this? He therefore concludes that on the basis of what we saw, it is impossible for this correspondent to judge the truth or falsity of the story told us. Alexander Worth notes in his book about his experiences with the Red Army, Russia at War, that the BBC turned down his report on Majdanek because they could not believe that Nazi Germany had taken its racial policies so far. Interesting. I said this yesterday. If you are unfamiliar with the reality on the ground, with the Palestinian plight, with how Palestinians are mistreated, both in the West Bank and also absolutely horrifyingly, brutally slaughtered in Gaza, okay, you might believe that it is too far-fetched. Why? After all, how could Israel do such a thing? They are our allies. Okay? That makes no sense. Well, guess what? It is happening, and people had said the same things about Jews being slaughtered here in the United States of America and in the West. People thought the exact same things. They were like, dude, the Nazis can't be that brutal at the time. Guess what? They fucking were. Okay? When you look at stuff like this, that's when you realize the most formative, the most important Holocaust historians, okay, and the most important genocide scholars in general are not only Jewish, but also have the perspective that they do against Israel. You might be wondering, like, how does that happen? Except, because they're the most well-read and they are recognizing exactly what the fuck is happening, unfolding in front of their eyes. Something that they've studied their entire fucking lives. Anyway. Worth also quotes the response of the New York Herald Tribune to the report of Majdanek. Maybe we should wait for further corroboration of the horror story that comes from Lublin. Even on top of all, we have been taught of maniacal Nazi ruthlessness. This example sounds inconceivable. Although such skepticism of individual witnesses could be in part due to the journalistic caution practiced in Anglophone newspapers, the pattern of skepticism continued even after visits to Babi Yar and Majdanek, and therefore also seems the result both of a combination of an unwillingness to accept the mass murder of civilians and of a bias against Jewish, Polish, and Soviet reports. Here's why Washington Post explains why journalists, the UN, and even the U.S. State Department itself rely on health ministry statistics, because they're the most accurate. It is genocide denial. What Biden is doing is genocide denial, okay? It's ethnic cleansing denial. These are arguments that you use when you want to deny ethnic cleansing. That's why the Western world used these arguments to deny the ethnic cleansing that Jews withstood in the hands of Nazi Germany. It's the same motherfuckers and their grandpappies who said the same fucking shit. The victims are different this time around, but the attitude from the West is still the same. Why news outlets in the UN rely on Gaza's Health Ministry for death tolls? The Gaza Health Ministry releases updates on death tolls, which the Post cites. The Post also cites official Israeli figures for Israel's death toll in the conflict. In conflict coverage, official numbers often provide the only view of casualty levels. In the war in Ukraine, the Post reports death tolls issued by the official Ukrainian and Russian sources. International organizations, including the United Nations, usually rely on these same figures as they are seen as the best available. Everyone uses these figures from the Gaza Health Ministry because those are generally proven to be reliable, said Omar Shakir, Israel and Palestine director at Human Rights Watch. In the times in which we have done our own verification of numbers for particular strikes, I'm not aware of any time which there's been some major discrepancy. Shakir said Human Rights Watch would not use figures provided by parties with a propensity to misrepresent information, except they do still, trust the IDF, even though the IDF lies all the time, but that's fine. There's not really much you can do about it. That's not the health ministry of Israel, though. That's different. We know that a health ministry is going to base death tolls on assessments coming from hospitals, morgues, etc., he said. They have an ability to collect that in a way that other sources not there can't do. When the reality is too difficult to stomach, Israel and its allies preferred to deny it, Omar Shakir said. They create a fog of war which provides cover for this to continue to have 100 plus Palestinian children killed every day. Denying genocide is a part of committing it, by the way. Ethan says Hamas runs the health ministry in Palestine. Is that true? I don't want to misinterpret. Please help. Okay, listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. When Joe Biden says that, I get angry. But when you hear that from normal people, okay, they're repeating what they have heard in the fucking news. Do you understand? This is why I yell about the news all the fucking time. Please, I'm giving you why it is absolutely ridiculous to say that the Gaza Health Ministry has a tendency to lie when the American State Department uses their numbers in the past until they wanted to fucking deny the ethnic cleansing that's currently happening. This has nothing to do with Ethan. Please, this has nothing to do with your favorite content creator in general. Just stop trying to also make this seem like it's as significant by being like, well, he's just casually spreading misinformation. No, you're just saying that because you want to fucking have me argue with Ethan and talk about Ethan. Ethan is not the only person who has made statements that I can disagree with. He has disagreed with my statements. There are plenty of other content creators that you haven't even heard of that have made infinitely worse fucking takes. The reason why you come in here and bring up Ethan is because he's my co-host and my friend, okay? The reason why you want to make this seem like it's more significant is because you want to continue drama instead of having a fucking normal conversation about what's going on in front of your eyes, because you have no other way of comprehending the news that is not through the framework of like this character that I watch on television versus this other character that I watch on television duking it out, okay? There is a reason why I get so fucking mad about Joe Biden repeating this gross lie. There's a reason why I get so fucking mad about John Kirby repeating this gross lie. There's a reason why I get so fucking mad at journalists who are now clarifying, luckily, but sometimes taking what the IDF says and immediately repeating it as though it's conclusive and proven to be true when that institution has lied time and time again to the Western press and to their own press as well. So the reason for why I get mad at that is because that has a secondary and very obvious impact, okay? That secondary and very obvious impact of just fucking saying insane things like this is that people like Ethan are going to believe it, and they're going to go along with it. That's the real problem. The real problem is those who know better willingly misinforming people, not those who have been misinformed, okay? And Ethan is one person. There are infinitely larger forms of misinformation happening right now. The only reason why you care about Ethan is because you want there to be drama between me and Ethan. Okay? That's it. That's the only reason why you are coming in here and trying to justify why you are constantly asking me about, like, well, Ethan said this. Can you address that? Ethan said this. Can you address that? I do not care. Okay? Please. All right. We've spoken about the exodus of Jews from the Arab Peninsula in the context of the current conflict and individuals using the same Muslim nations that ethnically cleansed Jews for years. Yes, those people are misinformed. Okay? Pogroms did occur in Arab countries as a consequence of Arab post-colonial Arab nationalism, and also due to the Israeli nation state and its development project being ruthless to the Palestinians that already existed on that land before mass migration occurred at the hands of a colonial power like England, like Britain, okay? Historically, however, Muslim nations, Arab nations in general, were infinitely kinder throughout the longest time in history. Arab nations were seen as safe havens for Jews. That's why there were so many Arab Jews. Now they all live in Israel, okay? Like the notion, it's a really gross way to cover this because you know what? It's Europeans that were infinitely more anti-Semitic to Jews, engaging in pogroms. Okay? The reason why there are Jewish people, or there were Jewish people in all of these Arab nations, specifically under the banner of the Ottoman Empire especially, was because the Ottoman Empire was a safe haven for Jews. There was no There was no anti-Semitism in the same way that it existed in like Spain or Russia or many other places, Tsarist Russia, and many other places. Okay? The West was infinitely more anti-Semitic. After all, holy fuck, World War II happened. Think about that. The Holocaust happened, you know? Mistake. Don't think Turks are considered Arabic. No, but the Ottoman Empire spanned across Arabic nations as well. Okay? So what changed? What changed? What changed? Israel and its development was horrifying. The Nakba was horrifying. And even before the Nakba, mass immigration was occurring at the behest of a colonial power. Okay? So Arab nationalism paired up with their own personal post-colonial efforts created a tense environment as they saw mass migration happening at the behest of Western powers that they were trying to rid themselves of after they had rid themselves of the Ottoman colonial power, well, the Ottoman Empire, rather, an imperial power. And in that time of conflict, they engaged in pogroms. Okay? Now, this was very beneficial to the Israeli nation state and their interest in general because they wanted to ensure that people would leave their lands willingly and voluntarily and come to Israel anyway. Okay? So much so that despite the fact that Iraqi Jews had peacefully coexisted for a very long time, even though there were also anti-Semitic attacks happening against the Iraqi Jews at the time, that there is at least reports from Jewish Israeli scholars that showed that Mossad was engaging in bombing campaigns in Iraq in synagogues in an effort to accelerate the mass migration of Jews leaving Iraq. Now, at this point in time, if you wanted to bring, if you said to the Mizrahi Jews living in Israel, like, hey, you can go back to fucking Syria, you can go back to Iraq, you can go back to Morocco, I don't think that they would want to take that offer anyway. Wait, actual false flags? There's only one indication. It doesn't matter. This does not wash away the rest of the rest of the purges that occurred. I just want you to understand, historically, Arab nations were not anti-Semitic at all. As a matter of fact, it was the exact opposite. And Europeans love to whitewash their own fucking gross anti-Semitic actions and utilize the post-Nakba formation and attitudes towards Jewish people and attitudes towards Israel in general as a way to say, look, they are the real anti-Semites, not us. It's like, I haven't forgotten. I know many Jews have not forgotten what the Europeans did, okay? And they shouldn't. That's the whole basis of never forget. There's one very important component there. See, we were never anti-Semitic here in Europe. We even gave Jews their own state in the Middle East. What the fuck? Exactly. That's the attitude. That is the attitude that you hear from Germans and from everyone else. They're like, hey, guys, come on. Don't say we're anti-Semitic. We love Israel, please. So hatred from Arabs towards Jews originated in 1948? No, I told you. It accelerated greatly after 1948, but hatred from Arabs towards their Jewish neighbors was a post-colonial, Western colonial endeavor. Before then, like, just think about it. Why were there so many Jews living in Morocco, for example? Why were there Jews living in all of these Arab countries for a very long time? How did that happen? Just think. How could that have happened? Why were there Jews living in the Ottoman Empire? How could that have happened? Let's think about it. Where were they leaving? because they were forcibly expelled and escaped pogroms. That's why they came to these countries, because these countries were literally safe havens. Think. Yeah, why were there so many Jews in Spain before the Inquisition? Where did they go? What happened to population numbers? Let's think about that. Anyway. Dude, I was telling this to someone and they literally said, "You're so stupid." That's not true. I know, because this lack of information from the Western world plays a very plays a formative role in their understanding. Okay, if you talk about the Islamic Golden Age, for example, they'll lose their goddamn minds. They'll be like, "What are you even saying right now?" That never happened, because they never learned about it, and they don't need to learn about it, because if they learn about it, then they have to like come to terms with the reality that like a lot of history was advanced in this time frame by Muslim nations. Okay, at a time when Europe was not so great. Yeah. Ask them how fucking what algebra is. It's rewind time. A Jewish museum guide working in the Jewish Museum in Berlin was fired yesterday for calling the situation in the West Bank apartheid. Germany in 2023. This is what I'm saying. Okay? Dude, these guys are going crazy with it, okay? Like, I think something broke in the minds of a lot of Zionists, non-Jewish Zionists, who think I write for Israel, so fuck you. You're a fake Jew. I'm a real Jew. Like, they literally think that they are like, they think that they know better and can just get so comfortable saying anti-Semitic and shit and doing anti-Semitic things to Jewish people. Because they're like, well, we ride for Israel. Fuck you. Fuck you mean. Richie Torres is doing this shit too. Look. Over 1,000 Israelis die from a wave of terrorism known as the Second Intifada. Globalized, the Intifada is an incitement of violence against Jews across the globe. Anyone who utters these words, hate, of hate or inciting hate and violence, bro, look at the group. Like, you got the classic, was it Narutai? Like the Orthodox Jews against Israel at the front, and this motherfucker is literally like, he's looking at this footage. Okay, a lot of these protests are Neturai Karta, okay? And you're looking at a situation like this and going, nah, those are fake Jews. Me, on the other hand, I'm a real Jew. It's like, bro, what are you saying? You're a fucking congressman in the Bronx. You're not Jewish. Shut the fuck up. And like, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to be Jewish to defend Israel or criticize Israel, right? Like, but it's so ridiculous that you think like you think you could just like say unhinged shit like this. Always get so mad when I hear German media and politicians talk about imported anti-Semitism from Muslim migrants. Motherfucker, my dad didn't do the Holocaust. Yours did. Yeah. But that is in many respects a way to just cope. Okay. That's what it is. It's the barbarian Muslims that, you know, those are the guys who are anti-Semitic, not us. It's like, bitch, what do you mean? Your fucking great grandfather was there. You know what I mean? And he either turned a blind eye to it or directly participated in it. Suck my dick right now. What the fuck? It's nuts. Christians see Jews as the one that killed their Messiah Jesus. They never forgave Jews. Islam is an Abrahamic religion. They didn't have conflict between them until Christians started their manipulating game for the second day coming. How racism was invented in the Middle Ages. This seems like a sick ass video. I like this. The problem is this racism directed at Arabs through import and anti-Semitism works together in motion with a current political right-wing shift. Yeah. It's the same energy as like homophobic ass another Jewish congressperson in the news too. George Santos. Fucking Christ. Stop. Dude, he's Jew-ish, okay? George Santos is apparently still telling tall tales, Chinese Communist Kidnapping Edition. He's Jew-ish, okay? He never said he's Jewish. He said he's Jew-ish. Which is a very, like, I've said this already. He is the most canonically Jewish congressperson because this is a Larry David character. Like, everything he has done is basically concocted by Larry David himself, okay? He is the most Larry David congressperson out there. Down to him saying he is Jew-ish. He literally said his niece got kidnapped by the CCP. I love that. Okay, we're not doing this. I'm not going to go into fucking this idiotic nonsense right now. I think I've adequately addressed why it's fucking ridiculous to say that these health ministry numbers are fake. In my mind, it is no different than like thinking that the American institutions like the CDC are giving fake COVID numbers. But of course, because this is done at the behest of Israel and defending Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, and the victims are Palestinians and Muslims and Arabs, so you don't really see them as human beings. Like, that's perfectly valid and perfectly acceptable to promote, even though these very same liberals, would have straight up lost their minds not that long ago when Republican hogs were saying similar things. But it's important. It's important to say this because then you can at least like act as though you are politely allowing genocide to happen. You have to make you have to destroy all distinctions, okay? All of this works as a collaborative effort to tie every single Palestinian to Hamas and to say Hamas is terrorists, they're terrorists, they want to kill all the Jews, and every single Palestinian wants to kill all the Jews, which is why the Jews, which again is anti-Semitic, I just want to say, okay? The notion that like all Jews are responsible for Israel's actions is an anti-Semitic one, okay? I make this distinction all the fucking time. But then that's the reason why Israel, which is defending the legacy of all Jews, has to kill all the Palestinians. They have to do a preemptive genocide in an effort to stop a potential hypothetical genocide in the future. Okay? A bunch of people on here and in Hoscord are saying they're not going to vote for Genocide Joe. If you fucking come in here and ask me questions about Hoscord one more goddamn time, I'm going to fucking nuke you first into orbit, okay? Oh my God. Love that you have to preface that this is anti-Semitic. Well, of course I have to preface it. I want to make sure that people don't misunderstand me at all. It is anti-Semitic to say that Israel it's anti-Semitic to say that Jews are a monolith. It's anti-Semitic to say that all Jews care about Israel and that Israel's interests represent the interests of Jews all around the world. Yeah, I saw this. A TikTok creator with 2.9 million followers was just offered 5,000 to go live with his account and pledge his support to Israel.
When I was just offered to pledge my support to Israel. This Zionist organization emailed me this morning and they said, "We have been following your content on TikTok and appreciate your passion for the Middle East. Our organization, which seeks to help understanding, would like to offer you a sponsorship opportunity. We have noticed your support for the Palestinian cause and we respect your dedication to important issues. However, we believe that there may be some misunderstanding."
I don't believe anything that I see on TikTok. Especially because this says, and you have fallen for the lies of rabid dogs. Like, I don't believe that any fucking, any company would say that. I just don't believe that.
Talk about.
This is pretty horrible. Hasan just produced the recording of the interview and the documents he provided to the reporter showing that the New Yorker totally smeared him. They absolutely should not stand by the story. Here's their official statement. I stand by the story and encourage the people to read it in full. What? Oh, he made a video? Oh, shit. Coke dropped BLM support for it? Oh, wow. That's crazy. Have you addressed people claiming that the dead of Hamas is reporting Israel has killed, that they are all listed as civilians and no Hamas fighters, which lends to the argument that Hamas is exaggerating the number of civilians killed? I don't agree with this, but wondering if you addressed it. I mean, there's a pretty simple answer for this. Okay? There's a 300-mile tunnel network under Gaza where, like, a lot of the militants in the Al-Qassam brigades and the Islamic Jihad and every other part of the actual Palestinian militancy exists. They live there, okay? So guess what? Guess who doesn't live there? Regular Gazan civilians that live above the tunnel network in fucking residential buildings. Okay? Do you think Israel doesn't know that? Of course they know that. So before you ask this question, you should probably ask, how many Palestinian fighters has Israel killed? Apparently it's around 20. Like it's a laughable number. Okay? The thing is, the Gaza Health Ministry will reveal these numbers regularly, okay? And then these numbers also are in the hands of the Israeli registry as well. Because Israel, even though they don't do anything in Gaza, if you ask Ben Shapiro, has the information of every single Palestinian living in Gaza. The IDF itself, I think, claimed that it was 13. How would Israel even have a clue, though? Because, one, Hamas will openly state when their fighters get killed, okay? They take ownership over it. I believe Israel has said 13 officials, not 13 fighters. Quit sharing misinformation chatters. Okay. 13 officials have been killed from Hamas thus far. Their goal, I mean, in the past at least, when someone who is a Hamas militant is killed, or an Islamic Jihad militant is killed, they will turn around and recognize that in their own networks, in their own Telegram channels. Okay? They came up with this shit and all those numbers are fake, and why would they believe terrorists on numbers? Yeah. At a certain point, I'm going to have to start banning people if you're simply just going to come in here and not genuinely be curious or interested in understanding how this works. And you're just in here to be like, it's all fake. It's additionally irresponsible and also disgusting, in my opinion, to say such a thing when it's pretty, the numbers are maybe unbelievable in the other direction, specifically in the direction of it being an undercount. Why do I say this? Well, because if you fucking look at the actual situation on the ground, you can see the situation. It's look at Israel's own admissions. There are satellite photos of Gaza that is readily available. Here. Look at that. What does that look like to you? Entire city blocks full of residential apartments completely wiped out. This is the Isbat Beit Hanun in Gaza. This is near the Al-Shati refugee camp. Leveled. 51%. The majority of structures in Gaza are no longer usable, either completely destroyed, or impossible to stand inside of without like severe repairs. This is genocide. A lot of people always ask, like, how could this have happened? When you look at pivotal turning points, hinge points throughout history, they say, how could this have happened? How could people just turn a blind eye to it? Okay? Well, this is a pretty good opportunity for you to understand exactly how people turn a blind eye to it. This is how. Because there is an ethnic cleansing campaign currently occurring in Gaza, and people are not even necessarily turning a blind eye to it, but instead championing it and pushing for more of it, like openly saying this is great. A varying degree of support. This is a textbook case of genocide. Israel has been explicit about what it's carrying out in Gaza. Why isn't the world listening? And that's true. You don't need to listen to anyone other than Israeli officials to understand that they are very open about the ethnic cleansing campaign that they are currently conducting. Okay? Look at that. How can you look at all of this and say, I do not see the genocide here. I do not see the ethnic cleansing here, and I don't believe the numbers. Gross. The Palestine double standard from Hala Alian, a Palestinian American writer, clinical psychology professor in New York City. It's because they don't see us Palestinians as human beings, at least not as human as Israelis. No, they just don't see any Arabs or any Muslims or any Palestinians as human beings. They only see their children as enemy combatants, as collateral damage, as a casualty that just simply is unfortunately a casualty that must happen, a casualty that occurred. Al Jazeera host burst into tears as he announces the news of the tragic murder of the son, daughter, and wife of several grandchildren of his colleague Wael al-Dahdoun, or Dahdouh, in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Yeah, that was really fucking horrifying. By the way, Israel's doing that deliberately. They've killed 22 journalists so far. They also want to tone down the Al Jazeera coverage. They've tried to ban Al Jazeera from Israel as well. And there's a reason for that. They don't like the coverage. They don't like that there is at least one outlet out there that is legitimately... Oh, really? Holy shit. That was quick. What's OP Gladio? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. There we go. Transcribe with English subtitles. Breaking. Israeli official admits that they targeted the Al Jazeera journalist. Oh, I saw this. I saw this last night. I heard about this last night. Here it is. Can someone who speaks Hebrew confirm whether this is correct or not? Because I heard about this yesterday and I was like, there's no way they're so callous that they would fucking say that their families were targeted deliberately. I don't know. Does anyone? No, this is channel 13. It's an Israeli channel. And there's Arabic here as well, but I want to know if the Hebrew in the channel is like correctly translated. צבי, בניגוד לכל מיני שמועות שדיברו על פגיעה באחד מראשי חמאס, באחד מבכירי חמאס, בתקיפה המשמעותית הזאת בעזה היום, כרגע אנחנו לא יודעים על דבר. אז נכון לרגע זה צריך לשלול... We already know that Hamas may not know either. אבל יכול להיות שרמת ההרס, וזה אנחנו כבר יודעים, שגם חמאס אולי לא יודע, יכול להיות שהייתה פגיעה, והם עדיין לא יודעים מה קרה, ואין להם גם יכולת לגשת ולפנות. זה נכון להרבה מקומות ברצועת עזה. בדרך כלל אנחנו יודעים את המטרה. לדוגמה, היום הייתה מטרה, משפחתו של כתב אל-ג'זירה. אבל בדרך כלל אנחנו יודעים. במקומות שלא יודעים, אז אנחנו מחכים להודעות של חמאס. All right. I'm untiming you out. Applesauce Z. I don't know if you listened or not. So watch this live, but yeah, this is just a TV commentator. Super callous. He's saying that at the top of the every hour. Fuck you. Yeah, he said that. He just straight up, the translation is correct, that he said, contrary to all kinds of rumors, one of the top Hamas officials in this significant attack right now, and they still don't know what happened and can go on and contact them. This is true for many places. For example, today the target was the family of Khatab Al Jazeera. Yeah, fuck that chatter who fucking debated me in the midst of this, okay? But also, I got, okay? I'll have to admit it. So here it is. The top of the hour ad break is upon us. Fuck you, chatter. The translation is very loose, but he does mention knowing the reporters' families at the location. I mean, this guy is just a fucking... Listen, this guy's just some fucking random dickhead on TV. I don't think that this is like an official pronouncement, right? An official declaration. But there have been plenty of official declarations from actual Israeli officials that have said over and over again that they are, they do not have any care or consideration for Palestinian lives, and they want to fucking destroy the entirety of Gaza. So, yeah, no shot that would be OD even for Israel, but holy shit. No, that's not that shocking, I don't think.
I know that
motherfucker wrote a whole ass essay on responding to the New Yorker, which is crazy to me. Anyway. What is this? Have you seen this? This is an old video. What the fuck? This is a very old video. I mean, I don't. This is an old ass video. I'm pretty sure, and not only that, yeah, there are. It probably isn't anti-Zionist. The Orthodox are overwhelmingly Zionist. That's not true. You're wrong. The Orthodox Jewish community goes in either direction. Okay. Some of the Orthodox Jews in America are hyper Zionist, ultra Zionist, but there are, of course, still Orthodox Jews living in Israel that go in either direction as well. They're either ultra-Zionist or anti-Zionist. Why'd you switch off that clip before the drop? The Orthodox in Israel are Zionists? No, the Neturei Karta are the only anti-Zionists. I'm Jewish, man. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but there are still anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews as well, as you also recognize, as you also said. What do you mean? It's not like a 50-50 split, if that's what you think I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. Torah Judaism shows the anti-Zionist the anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews all the time, but there's a reason why I don't cover that all too much, because overall it's just like, there is still a larger, way more vocal community of Orthodox Jews that are ultra Zionists. So I don't know if those guys are actually, just anti-Bibi Netanyahu or anti-Israeli government for the apartheid or for other reasons. But again, the Neturei Karta have very interesting perspectives overall. I'm not like, I don't. It's not good to just like use them as an example. Also very, like, some of them are very, very conservative. Anyway, I am literally an anti-Zionist and was raised an Orthodox Jew. These people don't know what they're talking about. There's a split in the Neturei Karta between those who are anti-Zionist just for religious reasons, which imply that before the Messiah comes, that Jews should be nationless, stateless, that they're not supposed to have a state. That's what their assessment of the Torah is, that Jews are not supposed to have a state until they get it magically. And then I guess there's some Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist because they don't like the treatment of Palestinians. Anyway. So, President Biden should watch some of these videos and ask himself if the crushed children being dragged out of the rooms of their family homes are a fabrication or an acceptable price of war. They are neither, said the council's director, CARE's director. Luke Baker, a former Reuters bureau chief in Jerusalem, is among those calling on news organizations to show skepticism. It seems obvious that any self-respecting news organization would make clear that Hamas's health ministry is run by Hamas. Hamas is a clear propaganda incentive to inflate civilian casualties as much as possible. Like, how can you say that when, I mean, this is no different than like looking at the fucking ovens running, okay, in Auschwitz and like noticing that there's fucking ash flying everywhere and going, dude, these guys are just inflating the fucking numbers. Like, it's physically something you can see with your own eyes, okay? It's like the Israeli government is flexing that they have done this. Israeli government officials are saying that they are interested in doing this, while simultaneously, weirdly enough, although there are satellite images, you have respectable journalists in the West going, I don't believe the numbers. Others say the ministry has a track record of reliable casualty figures, and it has fallen victim to the propaganda war as Israel seeks to minimize the consequences of its hundreds of bombings raids on Gaza. In the past, the U.S. State Department's annual human rights report indirectly relied on the same ministry's casualty figures, quoting UN statistics drawn from Palestinian data. I'm confused about the relationship between Hamas and Fatah and who was actually funded by the Israeli government. They both are. What do you mean? Fatah is the secular party, and it is what comprises the Palestinian Authority. Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood cutout that originally started as a charity in 1988, even though their founding charter had some very anti-Semitic things in it, which they have updated in 2017. But Hamas is the government of Gaza now, or at least since 2006, and especially after the failed coup that America tried to implement. Fatah was once a secular front for armed resistance. Now it's a comprador government. Israel funded Hamas when the PLO was still around. Yes. No, but Israel continued to fund Hamas even after the PLO was neutered. Like, there are reports of Benjamin Netanyahu begging people to ensure that by way of Qatar, Hamas can get additional funds. Benjamin Netanyahu has also personally said that he will only deal with Hamas because Hamas is the only way. Propping up Hamas is the best possible way to ensure that there's never a Palestinian nation state effort, that it can always be thwarted. Why? Because you can just say they're terrorists and fucking get everyone on board and say, well, we can't have a terrorist nation state. That'd be crazy. It also works perfectly side by fucking side. It works perfectly side by side with the same shit that you're hearing right now. Because Hamas are terrorists and because they're brutal, barbarian, ruthless terrorists, that you can't trust the Gaza Health Ministry. Because why? Because, well, that's the civilian arm, the civilian government of Hamas. And Hamas are terrorists, right? It's a active way. It's a way to actively justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign that's occurring. You know what I mean? What is this information here? Israel rejected peace with Hamas on 5 occasions. Yes, we have. I mean, this is from Zachary Foster, who literally was on the broadcast. He talked about this. Yeah. Hamas history success saw the truce with Israel in 1988, 2006, 2008, 2012, and 2017. Anyway, I wanted to cover all of this. I wanted to just give you an update because it's fucking gross to do, genocide denial, especially when it's occurring right in front of our eyes. And I hope you guys understand why I think it's gross to do such a thing. But now we're going to move on to American news. That's right. 18 have been killed in Maine in a mass shooting rampage. The killer, the mass shooter, is still at large.
Senseless mass shooting after a gunman in Lewiston, Maine, opened fire on a youth night at the town's bowling alley, and then...
What is this? The Israeli government airs out genocide on live TV. The Israel supporting ignorant right-wingers literally just can't understand Hebrew. Israel airs out its genocide on live TV daily. It's infuriating to see people people don't believe it's going on when it's legit on TV in Hebrew, usually, so they can censor it. It is infuriating. Yeah.
In a restaurant.
At least 16 people are dead and dozens more were injured. There is an active manhunt right now for the person of interest. He is considered armed and very dangerous. As we come on the air, the shelter-in-place order has expanded, and people are urged to stay inside and lock their doors. Schools in the area are closed this morning.
The gunman stormed a place where families took their children to have fun. He did not stop there, making his way to a second location, the worst mass shooting of the year. Townspeople hid for their lives. Parents shielded their children. Families fled the scene. Some of them got out to reunite with their loved ones. We will hear from survivors this morning. Our team is tracking the latest developments on this tragedy. We begin with Whit Johnson on the scene in Lewiston, Maine. Good morning, Whit.
George, good morning to you. Sadly, we've become all too familiar with these types of tragedies, and here we are again at the scene of what is expected to be the deadliest shooting so far of 2023. At least 16 people killed, and behind me is that crime scene, the street blocked off. And if you go halfway down the street, that's where the bowling alley is that was hosting a youth night for children. That's where this suspect began his killing spree. And now an entire community on edge as that killer, considered armed and dangerous, is still on the run.
2 active shooter locations, all available units.
This morning, a massive manhunt underway for an armed and dangerous killer after a mass shooting in Maine's second largest city.
We have an active shooter. We have multiple injuries.
The first 911 call coming in around 7 p.m. from a local bowling alley hosting a youth night for kids bowling league. Authorities releasing these surveillance images showing the suspected gunman armed with a rifle where he began his killing spree.
Well, we were inside and just normal night of bowling, and out of nowhere he just came in and there was a loud pop. Thought it was a balloon. I had my back turned to the door, and as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, he was holding a weapon, I just booked it down the lane and I slid basically into where the pins are and climbed up in the machine and was on top of the machines for about 10 minutes until the cops got there.
The suspect then traveling about 4 miles to the second shooting scene at a local bar and restaurant.
There are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with.
At least 16 people killed and dozens injured.
It's all ages. It was all ages.
Police have identified 40-year-old Robert Card as the person of interest. Sources telling ABC News he has a history of military service and is a firearms instructor, and was treated at a mental health facility over the summer after allegedly...
Nice, man. Yeah. It's just like, it just doesn't matter, right? I mean, this shit happens every fucking day, right? And it must be, of course, as always, it must be a psyop. It must be.
Saying he was hearing voices and threatened to shoot up a National Guard facility in Saco, Maine.
If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
Authorities discovering the suspect's white Subaru around 11:30 p.m., 8 miles from the Lewiston crime scenes. The car seen with the door open and lights on. With the suspected killer on the run, the community placed on lockdown, people told to shelter in place. Overnight, we spoke with Megan Hutchinson and her 10-year-old daughter, Zoe, who were at the bowling alley.
When I turned around, I saw the shooter right behind me. He had just come in the door. I don't know if that was just a warning shot or if he actually shot somebody with that one. But between the lanes, there's some swinging doors, like where they keep all the mechanical stuff out back. So we kind of all just ran that way. We barricaded in there, and another parent was in the room with me. She had a phone. She called 911.
Zoe's leg grazed by a bullet. The young girl now unable to comprehend the horrific crime scene she witnessed.
It's just shocking. It's something that you'd think would never happen. I never thought I'd grow up and get a bullet in my leg. Why? Why do people do this? I was more worried about, am I going to live? Am I going to make it out of here? What's going to happen? Are the cops going to come?
Questions no child should ever have to ask. This community here gripped by fear right now. That lockdown is in place in Lewiston and surrounding communities. People told to stay indoors, lock their doors. Businesses and schools are closed as more than 100 investigators comb the area looking for that suspect. We've also learned that President Biden was briefed on that situation overnight. In fact, he was removed from a state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister so that he could get on the phone and make calls to local officials here in Maine.
We're back in it. We're back in it, dude. Yeah, also this dude was a big Cat Turd fan as shown by his Twitter likes. So here's Cat Turd's response. That's cool, man. Yeah, shall not be infringed as in this guy who is literally, even by Republican standards, a guy that shouldn't have a gun. Cat Turd thinks is perfectly valid to keep arming and not taking his guns away. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, I fucking chills, dude. I have chills. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, I live 30 minutes away. We're sheltering in place and everyone's closed except fucking Trader Joe's, which opened with no regards to their employees' safety. I talked about this before. I tweeted about it earlier this morning as well, where it's like we treat gun violence and mass shootings as a naturally occurring phenomena, okay? And you have to do that. You have to do that because there's just no fucking way. There's no other way to view it. Because we're not going to get anything done. We're never going to pass legislation, even though gun violence is a perfectly preventable problem. Okay? It is a perfectly preventable problem. It's just that Americans believe that the Constitution is our fucking Bible, and they cannot see anything beyond the relatively modern interpretation of the Second Amendment. You know? And it's perfectly tied to the interests of the gun lobby, the gun manufacturers. And it's perfectly tied to Americans utilizing their consumption as their cultural signifier. In this circumstance, their consumption is guns, you know? And becoming single-issue voters that will do everything to ensure that they can continue having their toys. By the way, it's harder to buy Sudafed in Maine than it is to buy an AR-15. Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Well, we're going to continue our coverage of the mass shooting in Maine. We just heard a press conference, and you heard from Vlad a lot of the details that were revealed in that press conference. Robert Card, a 40-year-old man, has gone from a person of interest to a suspect facing murder charges. We know that there were 2 locations that the shootings occurred at, and we got a little more detail about when the shootings happened. The initial 911 calls came in at just 6:56 last night at the Just-in-Time Recreational Center in Lewiston. There, 7 people were killed, 6 men and 1 woman. And then just 7:08, really not long after the first series of 911 calls, another location, a Smenji's, which is, they called it a Smenji's Billiards. It's sort of like a restaurant as well. 8 men killed, 1 inside, and the rest of them one outside rather, and the rest of them inside the facility. 3 other people, well, several people were transported to hospital, but 3 people died at the hospital, bringing the total number of dead to 18. 13 injured. The police would not talk about the ages. They weren't prepared to give out that information, but they have released information about Robert Card earlier today. A little bit of misinformation about his level of training in terms of firearms. He is not a firearms instructor, but he is part of the Army Reserve, and he's described as a petroleum expert. So our Elaine Keano has been covering this story on the ground for us, and we want to take you there. We also have Charles Marino standing by. He's a former Homeland Security Department advisor and agent. But I'm going to start with you, Elaine. This is something that can rock any community, but particularly in Maine, where they don't have a lot of homicides.
That's exactly right. And I spoke with one resident this morning who basically, when I asked him, have you ever had anything comparable like this happen here? He said, absolutely not. This is just a quiet.
Yeah, no red flag laws. Pretty easy to buy fucking guns. This guy was institutionalized numerous times, it seems. It's great. Cool stuff overall. People like to treat this person like it's an anomaly, but freaks like this are all too common in the state. Everyone knows someone like this in their area who's an arsenal in their closet could snap at any moment, and the state has no protections against people like this owning firearms. Yeah, guns are incredibly easy to acquire. They are readily available, readily accessible. We have no structure that helps people with undergoing severe mental health complications. As conditions worsen and everybody hyper focuses on their toys and the things that they purchase, and that thing being guns, they become more rabid in their defense of maintaining their guns and maintaining their arsenal. And there is no interest at all in moderating any of this, in regulating any of this. So what the fuck do we think is going to happen? What do we think is going to happen? What is slated to happen? By the way, I want to update you, but that guy who said, if Zvi Yehez Kali is speaking the truth and not speaking as usual just out of hatred for Arabs, then this is something very serious. Marking entire families, women and children as legitimate targets is something dark regimes and murderous organizations do. Just a quick update on that front as well from Alon Lee Green, who I will be having on the broadcast soon as well. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, the guy is a full-blown far-right nutso. Here is his account. Here are all of his likes from his account. CCTV idiots, Elon Musk, fucking Fox News, Kevin McCarthy, cat turd, big cat turd guy. Now, obviously, they wiped it. They wiped all of his accounts, but before they wiped it, you could see his greatest hits. He had a Twitter account. A lot of these guys have Twitter accounts. A lot of these guys get radicalized by watching television. A lot of these guys go crazy. Okay? This is not the first time this has happened. It's not even the first time this happened this week. This past week, you saw an Islamophobic hate crime occur in Chicago where a landlord stabbed to death a 6-year-old Palestinian kid. Okay? And stabbed the mother as well. Luckily, she survived so she could tell the tale. And what we found out from the landlord, who is now in custody, and his family members, is that over the course of many, many years, he has become increasingly radicalized through talk radio. Yeah. For years and years, I have, and many others have, talked about the radicalization that occurs with far-right, anti-government extremists, okay? White supremacy is nefarious. It's also incredibly common. And it's not going to go away unless we address at least the underlying material conditions that are causing people to snap, or even address the misinformation campaign that is readily available everywhere you turn on the media. Everyone immediately, before the shit was purged, looked through their Twitter history, even though Elon bleached it. Trump Train, Jim Jordan, Elon Musk, Cat Turd, End Wokeness, McCarthy, Babylon Bee, the who's who of right-wing Christian fascist ideology. Ben Shapiro also makes appearances as well. I don't know if this is him, by the way, the Robert Card donos, giving money to candidates and stuff. But yeah, they recorded all of his fucking likes. You can be an anti-government radical without being far-right? Yes, but far-right anti-government extremism is the proper designation that is a broader umbrella that is responsible for almost 90% of domestic terror. That's why I use that specific terminology. Far-right anti-government extremism is the terminology used by professionals in the Department of Homeland Security, by professionals in general that look at acts of terrorism, domestic terrorism. Okay? Oh. Why isn't he being labeled as a terrorist by the media? Does he have to be bearded and Arab? What did he achieve? Killing civilians in terror? Yes, this is an active stochastic terror, but because stochastic terror, specifically white supremacist or far-right stochastic terror, or a far-right guy snapping, okay, a far-right guy snapping and like going and doing a fucking random mass shooting is expected. Now, I want to explain something to you. Okay? I want to explain something to you. Like, this, as far as I understand, is not like a hate crime that this person engaged in. He just went on a fucking murder spree. Okay? He happens to be a far-right freak who went on a murder spree. Okay? But it does seem like this is one of those instances where he just fucking snapped, okay? So obviously, the snapping, the snapping is more so a byproduct of not having adequate protective measures in place, okay? Yeah, he was a paranoid schizophrenic who's also an alt-right extremist. Reading that shit is like gasoline for psychosis. True. Maine has massive gun and mental health issue with yellow flag laws. They are the highest suicide rate via firearm by wide margin, and he also killed more people than the total in 2021.
Peaceful rural community. He kind of described it as a big, small town. Folks kind of know each other here, or they know of each other.
Lewiston is known for having a large immigrant population, especially Somali refugees. I wouldn't be surprised if this is part of why he went there. I live nearby. Some black activists on the ground have also apparently reported this guy before to law enforcement, saying that they were being harassed by him. But so we'll see. Most sites like 4chan and the deep far-right Reddits actively have people trying to trigger schizophrenic people's delusions. I've literally seen them say it. Yeah.
Each other, and so you can only imagine just how quickly the news of this has spread and the devastation for the families of the victims.
Listen, I'm not willing to make this assessment yet, okay? This is nearby. His sister said he might have been targeting an ex based on location. I've been watching this. This broke yesterday. I'm not willing to make an assessment at this point, but I will show you what he believes in, okay? But I want to make sure that you understand. I'm not stating that this is like this instance is absolutely like a hate crime. I don't think there's enough evidence yet on that matter. I think these are two separate things, okay? You only make assessments if Hamas says so, right? Dude, literally fucking the things I want to say to you, I think you know, okay? I think you know the things I want to say to you. I just can't fucking say it out loud, okay? Listen, take the IDF dick out of your fucking mouth. It's been lodged into your brain so fucking hard that it's stopping you. It's disrupting you from thinking clearly, okay? Like, it's almost been 10 days, okay? We're on the 10th day of the El Ahli hospital, and since then, thousands more Israel has bombed, and since then, the New York Times issued a report saying that everything that the Israeli officials and the American officials said about who was responsible for the bombing was a lie. even some of my fucking biggest haters have at least had the decency to shut the fuck up about that and just like kind of hand wave it away. But you're still in here. Oh. Honestly, bro, I don't think there's a way to tell the idea of cock gobblers from the General Hasan haters because they all say the same shit. Yeah, I know, because the General Hasan haters do not have any political positions that they just go, oh, Hasan said it, so it must be wrong. I hate him. Anyway, like I said, thank you, Protasium. I agree with you. It's too indiscriminate to be a hate crime, at least thus far. We do not know. The X theory is probably the best motive I've heard so far. So this guy is crazy. Okay, it's crazy. He definitely, like, it seems like another moment of like someone quote unquote going postal rather than someone who is like deliberately and trying to do right-wing terrorism. Okay, he might be a right-wing psychopath on top of that, but it seems like his indiscriminate slaughter here is not directly associated with his right-wing values. He just seems incredibly mentally ill. Now, did right-wing radicalization probably feature or play a role in his like insanity? Probably, you know, certainly, but I don't think that it's the responsible. It's the major responsible cause here.
Victims, so much pain, and yet the search is ongoing. So even as this community begins to deal with coming to terms with what happened, there is an active search underway. And we heard in that news conference just a short time ago that this individual, now a suspect, as you said, Robert Card, is considered armed and dangerous, not to be approached, obviously, at all. And so that, as you can only imagine, is only adding to the absolute level of fear and anxiety as this manhunt continues.
And so are people still being instructed to shelter in place? What are they hearing from police there?
So they are, but you'll see that every so often there are cars that are going by behind me here. That's because this is sort of a main artery, a lot of truck traffic. A lot of vehicles have been going back and forth. However, if you kind of go just beyond this main road, you'll see that there really isn't anything open. Empty parking lots of businesses, empty parking lots of restaurants. It is the middle of the day, a time when you might expect to see businesses with their doors open, welcoming customers. That is not the case here in Lewiston right now. So there is a very palpable sense of fear and anxiety. As I said, some folks here saying, you know, they are still really, frankly, in disbelief that something like this could happen here.
And I'm just sort of looking quickly, Elaine, at the president's statement. And of course, the president says, once again, our nation is mourning after yet another senseless and tragic mass shooting. Today, Jill and I are praying for the Americans who have lost their lives, for those still in critical care, and for their families, survivors, and community members enduring shock and grief. He goes on further down in the statement to say, while we had made progress on gun safety through the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the 24 executive actions I've taken and the establishment of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, it is simply not enough. And Elaine, it sort of brings me to the gun laws in Maine. And during the press briefing, a couple of reporters asked, how does somebody dealing with mental health issues get their hands on a gun? But the truth of the matter is, in Maine, in terms there's not a lot restricting you from getting your hands on a gun.
Yeah, that's right. And so you heard the officials say there, basically, they're looking at all those questions. And this is an issue that we should note is not unique to this community, right? Mm-hmm. How many times have we talked about these kinds of issues in other incidents? So it is certainly not something that is unique. Something that, though, is always scrutinized in these kinds of situations. What are those laws surrounding firearms? What laws could have prevented this? It is certainly something that we always hear debated in, unfortunately, what has become an all too common event in this country.
Definitely. So, listen, Charles, let me pivot over to you because you know what police are going through right now. They are looking for this man, Robert Card. Initially, they had released information about him being a firearms instructor. It turns out that's not the case, but he is in the reserves. He's got an active military ID. And from the way he looks like he's holding...
What are you saying? I am willing... Because yesterday, 4 schizophrenic people were standing in the middle of the street in my hood. They stood there for 35 minutes, like something stopped them. Those people don't talk, as my brother told me. What are you saying right now, Chatter? Are you okay? I feel like people are losing their minds a little bit here. Like, what do you think? There's like an activation code that happened that hit every schizophrenic person in a fucking 100-mile radius or something? Like, what's going on? Emergency activation. Dude, I'm so... Is the Israel war about the Holy Land? So tired.
The gun. It looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, there's an obvious familiarity and comfort with weapon handling. You can tell that by the photo that's been released. What I can tell you is I expected to hear what we heard in the press conference. The state police are now very clearly identified as the lead agency, working with the Lewiston police and being augmented by federal agencies and other local police in the area. Updates on victims. Unfortunately, those that have been injured, some may continue to pass. So we'll expect continuous updates on that. And the fact that Mr. Card is now a identified suspect going from a person of interest now that the arrest warrant's been issued. What I can tell you, though, based on the fact that this is a rapid and ongoing investigation, there is information about the individual that they're just not going to want to release or that they don't know. And I think you heard that transparently during the press conference, that this is so rapidly evolving that they are conducting the investigation, not just in Maine, but across other states to get as much information on the background of this individual as possible. And finally, they will issue a BOLO, a be on the lookout, for any type of vehicle mode of transport associated and available to this suspect.
Why won't you state your position on the current scandal between the University of Michigan and spying on signs? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Just fucking chill out, dude. I don't give a fuck about college football, dude. Are you out of your mind? Jesus Christ, sports fans. Take a second off.
Right? They're going to cast as wide a net as they can and make sure that local authorities have that information. Technology is put in place, like license plate readers, to capture that in the event that he's on the run in a vehicle.
Yeah, you know, well, we point out that we had gotten some information yesterday. They had to issue a correction. So I'm sure moving forward, they want to be really careful about what they say about this investigation. But some of the details that they gave us yesterday that they sort of didn't want to really dive too much into during the press briefing was about his mental health status. That, according to police, there had been mental health issues, including hearing voices, and had possibly threatened to shoot up a military installation.
Someone in the chat also brought this up, but like schizophrenic people are infinitely more likely to be victims of violence rather than those who perpetrate violent acts. So that's an important distinction to make here, okay? the idea that like every schizophrenic person is scary and violent is most often portrayed in the media, and it's just like it's not how this works in the real world. Now, however, having said that, do I believe that if you're a schizophrenic, you should not have access to a weapon? Absolutely. And it's not just schizophrenia either. If you have chronic depression, you should not have access to a weapon either. And that's not because I think that you're going to go out and do a mass shooting. That's because I think you're going to kill yourself. And as a matter of fact, many do. As part of the reason why America has such high suicide rates for men. Men oftentimes use guns as a very easy method to commit suicide. So this is something to also consider. Gun violence is massive in the United States of America, and a big part of that gun violence is actually suicides by gun. So, you know, these are all things to understand. These are all things to consider. I am absolutely the most ableist motherfucker you've ever heard in your entire life. If you think that I think that you should have a gun, despite having like severe mental illnesses, you're out of your fucking mind. You must be out of your goddamn mind, okay? No. It's for your own good and your own safety, okay? Anyway, let's continue.
In southern Maine, what are some of the factors that influence the way this search will unfold?
Do you see it normal that no Twitch streamers dare to even say a word in the Palestinian cause? It's fucking humanity, for fuck's sake. Brother, don't be ridiculous, okay? If I was like a normie, I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, especially considering that like mainstream media is so gung-ho on talking about how like Israel are the real victims of this ethnic cleansing campaign that they're conducting in Gaza, and that people are so fucking riled up about this issue. I wouldn't touch this with a 100-foot pole if I was a regular Twitch streamer. Even Palestinian and Muslim Twitch streamers who have friends who are Palestinian haven't really said too much. And there's a lot of Arab and Palestinian Twitch streamers out there. They haven't even fucking said anything because they're scared. They're scared that the Hasbara trolls are going to come fucking dox them and come after them and say that they're like anti-Semitic. There's also a real fear of like saying something that will be misconstrued. Okay? People should chill with the ableist card. I can't own a gun due to anxiety in my country due to legal reasons. It's perfectly fine. Who gives a shit? Exactly. I mean, I think that my haters over the course of the past decade of me both covering this and many other issues have basically, conditioned me into being ready to be able to talk about stuff like this without legitimate fear, because like they can't really do anything to me that hasn't been done to me by others and is still being done to me for the crime of having a political position that they do not agree with. So, that is the reality. That's why most people don't want to say anything, because they're fucking terrified. If you see college students get doxxed, okay, what do you think the purpose of that is? Do you think it's so that like those college students get killed? No, it's to say, shut the fuck up. You better not say a single goddamn thing about Palestinians or even Israel, okay? Just shut the fuck up. The only permissible position is to say you stand with Israel. If you say anything outside of that, who knows? Okay. Kai took 5 seconds out of his stream to recognize the dead babies in hospitals, and his whole chat told him to shut the fuck up. Yeah, because they're probably worried for Kai too. They have a parasocial interest in like ensuring that he doesn't get in trouble. That's what it is. My college gems made a pro-Palestinian announcement, and our president, who literally has family in Israel, was called a fake Jew and got death threats. Yeah. He said free Palestine. His friends got.
You're from Palestine? What's up, my Palestinian? Free Palestine! Free them boys in the chat. What? Free Palestine. What's funny? I don't know what's funny. Fuck, don't be laughing. Wait, can I say it too? Yeah, you can say it. Are you sure? Yes, free Palestine. What is it? All right, free Palestine. It's Palestine. Palestine. Free Palestine, bro. It's not a joke. It's not? No. Can you say it? What is wrong with free Palestine? No, there's nothing, but it's just laughing at myself. Like, they're literally like, I think they're like trapped or something, bro.
He said, I think they're like trapped or something, bro. Yo. This is an old ass video. God, we are fucking the dumbest nation on the planet. We've gotten progressively dumber over the years. I swear to God. Palestinian boy talk to speed.
Where you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Are you from Free you! Free you!
I know, free Palestine!
Free you! Free your daddy! Free your mama!
I'm watching your stream.
Free you, man! Free you, dog!
Oh, you're the best streamer out there.
Thank you, bro. Are you in jail right now?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. In the end of the day, Twitch streamers are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. XQC silence is not deafening here. I'm just happy that I Show Speed is on the right side of history on this issue at least. And I think you're wrong. I think for kids, like having someone that they look up to like I Show Speed, it works in either direction. When he says like weird, stupid shit that is like homophobic or whatever, then that has a impact on children who will also repeat that, thinking it's fun and cool. But it goes in the other direction as well. When he says like free Palestine, it might come across like it's a little thing, but not. I think that how much you want to bet Trainwreck's got some horrific takes on Israel Palestine? I don't think so. I think he has like probably a very centrist take. You'd be wrong. I think a lot of people forget how many Muslims and Arabs are Twitch streamers, especially in Train's orbit as well. Like, listen, we might have disagreements on gambling and whatever, but if there's one thing, I think a lot of people forget how diverse the Twitch space is. Not on gender, of course, but when it comes to the top content creators on this platform. Did this not happen though? What is this?
Why does everybody keep saying free Israel? I thought it was free Palestine. Yeah.
Well, Speed, I'm Jewish, so I'm from Israel.
Really?
Well, my descent is Israel. I'm Jewish.
Free Palestine, Aiden!
Speed, we're not going to go into that political debate, but relax.
What do you mean, relax? Wait.
This is such a weird fucking take because, like, this dumb motherfucker literally had Nazis on his show. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So you're from... Wait, you're from... So you don't even look from Israel, though.
I'm Jewish.
Jewish people is not from Israel, right?
Yes, we are.
Really? Is that true, y'all?
Yes, I'm Jewish. I'm from... do you know what birthright is or no?
A birthright? What is that? No.
Birthright is when a Jewish person has a free trip to go to Israel.
Bro, I swear to God, let me tell you something, okay? Aiden Ross doesn't know anything, okay? And the fact that he at least has like a coherent narrative here goes to show you how powerful this propaganda is amongst American Jews, okay? Because, like, this dude doesn't know a single goddamn thing, but he knows birthright, and he knows the talking points to be like, oh, like, I'm from Israel, technically. Think about that. Like, he does not know his ass from his elbow, dog. But he at least, like, knows some of this stuff to just be like, well, you know, I'm from Israel, technically, because I'm Jewish. Yeah, he doesn't know the Mona Lisa. He can't spell birthright, but knows what it is. Like, that's important to understand.
They pay for all your hotels, food, all that stuff.
Someone said, literally the first time I've heard him know something. Literally the first time I've seen him know something. The saddest part is not even, you're not wrong. Like, this is the first time he knows a thing. Like, anything. Okay? Anything at all. Crazy. I went to a pre-birthright trip classes. They literally indoctrinate kids in loving Israel before you go. Yes, I know.
It's just part of the Jewish descent.
Dogs.
The culture, the religion. Yes.
So why people? What?
Why don't you go to Israel?
Me go to Israel? Do you?
Yes.
I don't, bro. Is it safe over there?
Yeah.
It
I'll
is?
make sure nothing happens. I'll make sure nothing
Oh
happens.
yeah, I go, bro. I go. I mean,
there's some bad Israeli bitches.
Really?
And they don't got dicks.
Bro, why are you saying that like I mean, it doesn't really matter, but like, why are you saying that though, bro? Like, what? Like, damn, bro. But yeah, a rape, bro. Arab girls are so pretty, bro. So
no, they are.
Beautiful.
They're very.
What is happening, dude? I don't even know what's happening here. I don't. Bro, Speed is on ban. Get him on the stream to ask how he learned this. I feel like that would get me in trouble. Why is I supposed to be showing good takes instead of what's going on? Don't touch Speed with a 10-foot pole. I say this for your own good. Yeah, I think so too. The thing that I like with respect to Speed is how he pronounces country names. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of his music, but that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Joe Biden's approval among Democrats dipped 11% in the last month, by the way, guys. Approve or disapprove of the Biden administration. It doesn't change the fact that he's the best choice next year. Blockworthy. Shame on you, Ben. Bidep. Yeah. Dark Bidep. People are very mad at Biden not being popular. How will they fix this?
I guess the question that I am asking is, when you have somebody who knows his way around a gun and maybe in the middle of a mental health crisis, does that have an impact on the way the investigation or the search for him unfolds?
Well, I think right now the priority is to locate him. And I think there's no doubt, Amory, that authorities will go back and dissect what took place previously with respect to his mental health and any engagement with law enforcement. These are the common two areas where, unfortunately, in these types of situations, we see a gap in information sharing. Now, you brought up local laws. They do play a role. Maine does not have a red flag law that allows mental health officials to take action. They have what's called a yellow flag law, which means law enforcement are the only people that can take action regarding the removal of weapons from somebody suffering a mental health crisis. So the big question and the obvious question is, did mental health officials share information with law enforcement? Did law enforcement know what was going on with this individual regarding his weapons and how many weapons he had registered to himself?
Right. All really good questions. I was also, struck by the locations for these two mass shootings. Just-in-time recreation center, Schmegley's billiards hall. I mean, I know it's in the middle of the week, but these are sort of family-friendly places.
Well, I can tell you they're soft targets, right? They're not going to have much. They're not going to have much in the way of security.
Yeah, soft targets. That's why. Yeah. Famously, fucking shootings never happen on like military bases, which are also hard targets, right? It's just like everything is a deflection. Oh, mental health, deflection. Soft target, a deflection. We need to make sure that every fucking Smedley's what is it? Shemengi's Bar and Grill Ristorante has a fucking auto turret outside of its door. Okay? The fuck are we doing? It's just... Man, I've had this argument so many fucking times. Like, is there even a purpose? Is there even a reason to relitigate this? Is there any reason to fucking talk about this over and over again? Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody knows what the problem is. Okay? There are too many fucking guns in the streets, and there are too many fucking freaks who have access to guns, and it's very easy to get more. There's no mechanism in place to just like take away guns from people who should not have guns. And people are going to keep killing themselves with guns, and they're going to keep killing other people with guns, or they fucking snap. There's no way to solve the underlying material issues that make it so commonplace that people just fucking snap and lose their minds, and then they take out their arsenal and go fucking deploy it on an unsuspecting restaurant. Yeah. It's so strange that this only happens in the motherfucking United States of America. It doesn't happen anywhere else, just the U.S. But hey, I don't know. Let's not look at it. Let's not look at it. Let's not try to understand. Let's not look at all the places where there is no similar issue. And even the extremely rare, unironic good guy with a gun winds up getting killed by the cops afterwards anyway. There's that too. Why not cover the soon-to-be most important Fox News story? Charlottesville controversial Robert E. Lee statue was secretly melted down. We have exclusive footage of his molten end. The Washington Post thought it was important enough to email. Nice, dude. I can't believe that happened. FBI and local authorities are circling his most recently used address. Loud bangs heard and loudspeaker saying FBI come out. They think he's in his house or something. I don't know.
The suspect likely knew that, pre-planned this attack. And look, it's a small town, and these were likely two popular places. So they became, based on the number of people that gather at these spots, high-value targets for this suspect. And so he knows the area. He knew where to go to carry out this attack. He knew that there would be little resistance in the way of security, and he had an escape plan. He knew exactly what he was going to do after he carried out the attack. And now he's on.
He has multiple properties. How the fuck does this dude have multiple properties, bro? What is happening? Guns are expensive as fuck too. I just don't understand. Like, how did these motherfuckers get multiple properties and guns and shit? How? And a boat? He was in the military and never got deployed.
On the run. So just because somebody is suffering from a mental health crisis, and I've got a lot of experience in dealing with people unfortunately, that suffer from this, but they're still able to formulate a plan of attack.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to look, do they maintain the competency to formulate a plan and carry that out with the mental health crisis in the background, driving them to make very, very poor decisions, but to take violent actions. But the fact that they can formulate the plan, the fact that they may have resources available to them, all of this goes towards the actual threat level that they present, not only during the attack, but after the attack.
Mm-hmm. Charles, makes a whole lot of sense when you talk about having a plan. He moved really quickly between those two locations. Elaine, quickly, during the press conference, we saw a lot of people standing up there. Which agencies are involved in this investigation?
Yeah, so we know among them, right, a number of federal agencies, including the U.S. Marshals, ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms agents, the FBI. And then it's interesting, Anne-Marie, as we were standing here just a moment ago, we saw with its lights on, going down the road here very quickly, a Department of Homeland Security.
I just don't understand how the fuck he got away with it. Like, I don't, like, what happened there? These cops were just, sitting around with their fucking thumbs in their ass? Like, what the fuck was going on? Like, it's not very easy and very, like, it's not easy to kill like 20 plus people. You know what I mean? It takes a while. So I don't get it. I don't understand how. Like it takes a while to fucking shoot 20 plus people, and at that point it's like, how the fuck is there what is the response time? Not if you have an assault style rifle at a soft target plays. I live in Maine, Livingston's the woods, dude. The second location was many miles away. Multi-location shooting, small town. Cops went to the first location while he was at the second, and they got to the second and he was gone. You said the Florida nightclub, but like they surrounded the Florida nightclub. You know what I mean? Like they swarmed his location immediately in the Pulse nightclub shooting. So unless I'm mistaking something, I'm pretty sure. Like I know how easy it is to empty out a 30 round magazine. I know I've done it. I've shot AR-15s. I get all of that, okay? But I feel like you walk in, you start fucking shooting people. I don't know how long it takes, but it's wild to me that the cops were not able to immediately get to this location. HasanAbi doesn't understand small towns. I mean, I guess not. I don't know. I just don't understand how, like, fuck. The new vlog post? No, what vlog post? Can't expect anyone to know what to do against a guy who trains literal spec ops. If he isn't the highest profile target in America right now due to his knowledge of tactics, he's extremely dangerous. What are you saying, bro? He trains the military. He's literally a high profile target. What? The fucking Army reservists. You just made up the spec ops shit. Like, he's competent with a gun. That's it. And it doesn't matter how competent you are with a gun. No, I don't think he was a firearms trainer. That was wrong. Bella Hadid posted about the death threat she was getting on Insta. Yeah, we'll cover that after.
Security vehicle, a marked vehicle followed by an unmarked vehicle They were speeding along in this direction behind me here, unclear what that was about. But it just goes to the enormous amount of...
He's so good with a gun, the military didn't think it was fair to deploy him. Thank you for saying this and making me laugh in an otherwise horrifying time where the news is just so grim. Okay. So fucking dire. Yeah, the army was like, that's OP, man. We can't do that. Is a 308 caliber sniper? Wait, is this new updates? Here,
to stand before you today to
also, I'm gonna run the top of the ad break again. I've lost it today. I'm not on the ball. I have officially dropped the ball today. Okay, I am willing to admit that. I am here to admit that. I'm ready. I'm able. Here, let's look at this. This is Janet Mills, the governor. What's she saying?
18 people lost their lives and 13 people injured in last night's attacks. In memory of those we lost and in honor of those who were injured, President Biden and I have ordered all U.S. flags and state of Maine flags to be lowered to half-staff immediately for the next 5 days. Maine State...
Guys, he's not a firearms instructor. That was wrong. That was incorrect information. Okay? That he's a fuel tech, fuel specialist. The Army reservist who never got deployed, and he's a fuel specialist. That's what they said. Okay.
Police have issued a shelter-in-place order for Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin as the manhunt for that person of interest, Robert Card of Bowdoin, continues. I will let law enforcement speak to the ongoing manhunt and to their investigation, but Mr. Card is considered armed and dangerous, and police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances. I continue to strongly urge Maine people to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement amid this ever-changing situation. Please, if you see anything suspicious, please call 911. There are still many things we don't yet know about these attacks, but the full weight of my administration is behind law enforcement's efforts to capture the person of interest, Robert Card, to hold whoever is responsible for this atrocity accountable under the full force of state and federal law, and to seek full justice for the victims and their families. We cannot and we will not rest in this endeavor. My administration is coordinating closely with local, regional, and federal officials to respond to this shooting. I have spoken twice.
Don't believe Mills, this doesn't happen in our town. There was a mass shooting followed by highway shooting in April in Bowdoin, one of the lockdown order towns. I mean, that doesn't mean it's like all too common still. You know what probably is common in Maine, I suspect, okay? Don't even know enough about it, okay? How do you say it? Bowdoin? Bitch, shut up. I don't know. I don't know. Bowdoin, okay? There you go. Bowdoin. Let me explain something to you, okay? Shut the fuck up. That's it. That's all I'm going to say, okay? God damn it. No, you know what's probably very commonplace in a town like this? In a fucking small town. Tried that in a small town shit. Suicides by gun. Okay? You are a top mind. Thank you. Domestic violence incidents where guns are used. If I were to look up statistics on especially suicides, you'd see what the real issue is. I don't know why they said it was a sniper, by the way. In the photos, it looks like an AR and not like a sniper.
With President Biden, I've spoken with Vice President Harris, Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas, and Secretary of Health and Human Services Becerra, all of whom have called me last night to express the Biden administration's full and unwavering support and to offer any and all help that we, the people of Maine, might require. The governors of our neighboring New England states and of other states have contacted me to offer aid, and I am sincerely grateful for their friendship and support. We've been in touch with every member of the Maine congressional delegation, all of whom have offered their full support, for which I am also grateful. I also spoke with Mayor Carl Chalene and Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque last night to reiterate that we are standing by them and that we are ready to provide any help people in these communities need and to deploy all available state resources, including...
So who's the victim here? The guy with the weapons? The real victim is the guns. Because we live in America, so it's not the actual people that died, it's not their families, it's not the businesses, it's the guns. So when they lower the flag half-mast, they're actually lowering it not for the human victims, not the human toll, but for the guns. Because for a brief moment, gun manufacturers will actually print money because everyone's going to go out and buy more weapons, thinking that there will ever be any kind of gun regulation that comes as a consequence of that. So those are the real victims. That's why they do 21 gun salutes. Yes, when someone dies, when like a member of the fucking law enforcement community dies, they do it for the gun because like now this gun is without a home. You know what I mean? It's not the cop that died that matters. It's the gun that lost its cop. You know? That's what I think, at least. It must be for that reason, right? It's got to be. Because when you look at the actual policy, yup, my whole Facebook feed is telling everybody to go buy guns. Yup. Because we are very stupid. We are a very stupid country. Full of stupid people and with no solutions. So I don't know what else to say in this circumstance. Other than all guns matter. Yeah. Little guns, big guns, NATO rounds, little magazines, big magazines, clips. Okay. Yeah. 308-553. 22 caliber. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's a gun, a fucking water gun, I still think they matter too. 556, not 553. Shut the fuck up. I said 553. Everyone, oh my god, all the gun perverts in the chat are yelling at me. Oh, you guys are unbearable, dude. Unfucking bearable. You are the problem. Automatic rifles. Automatic rifles, okay? The automatic rifle 15s. That's what matters here. That's what AR-15 stands for. Automatic rifle. You pissed off all the chatters who've never touched a gun but play COD. Yeah. Bro, please read my comments and then ban me. Breastfeed aficionado. Former Israeli PM Naftali Bennett. Watch the propaganda machine. Do you have any plans on commenting on Musab Hassan Yusuf's take on Piers Morgan? I'm very curious on your take. No kappa. Bro, sorry for being annoying. Will you comment? No. Okay, I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know what's going on. But no, I will not be giving a comment on every fucking guest that Piers Morgan has. Okay? This guy followed Jordan B. Peterson? Yeah. What's up? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Wait, make sure there's like electronic equipment inside of that wall though. So make sure that there's no like there's cables and stuff in there. So make sure that they're careful.
Grief counselors and other mental health services. We need to
look at this liar. The AR and AR-15 rifle stands for Armalite after the company that developed it in the 1950s. Wrong. Stands for American rifle because it's America's greatest weapon. And also automatic rifle as well. It's a double entendre. Wrong.
To help our communities heal.
Every single time you guys say something, like if you're, if you try to correct me on something, the wall gets 10 foot higher, okay? Every single time you come in here and you're like, stupid, 553, 556, dummy, it becomes, I become more convinced and will tell others that it is an assault rifle, okay? Yeah.
If you or a person you love needs someone to talk to during this difficult time.
I love that we have a funny ass community that still goes, chatter is correct. Hey man, can you stop for like 3 seconds? Like it's literally the oldest fucking meme in the book about gun perverts, okay? It's right up there with calling magazines clips, okay? If you want to cause a gun pedophile or a gun pervert to literally have tinnitus from the sheer blood pressure increase, just fucking say clip and an automatic rifle 15. We can't even have fun without motherfuckers being like, actually, technically, chatter's great. You think I don't know that? Yeah, it's the Zelda is a boy of the guns. Exactly. Zelda is the main character. After all, the game is called Zelda.
Please call or text 988 for free and confidential counseling.
Nice, dude. They got telehealth initiatives ready to go. Hey, have you been victim to yet another fucking massacre that seemingly happens in the only country where it happens all the time, and it happens so fucking frequently that people still say, people still fucking turn around and say like, oh my God, this must be a psyop. Okay. Well, here's a telehealth measure. BetterHelp.com is here to save you.
Resources being poured into this search right now.
Charles Marino and Elaine Cano, thank you so much. Well, the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, spoke to reporters about the shooting in Maine.
Let's get into Mike Johnson, okay? I got to go pee real quick, but let's talk about Mike Johnson. Mike Cock, okay?
America
Mr.
has
Johnson.
a new House Speaker. Louisiana
fucking insane moment.
Congressman Mike Johnson was sworn in yesterday after 3 weeks of the U.S. House of Representatives being left in limbo without an official leader. But Johnson may have his work cut out for him, unifying a fractured Republican Party that ousted the former Speaker and rejected 3 nominees for the top job. Our Scott McFarland is on Capitol Hill and joins me now with the latest. Good morning, Scott.
And Marie, good morning. This time yesterday, Mike Johnson was a little-known congressman from western Louisiana. This morning, he is second in line to the U.S. presidency, and it all happened so quickly, Johnson's wife couldn't get here in time for the big moment.
56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Congressman Mike Johnson is in just his 4th term, but Wednesday, the 51-year-old former radio talk host and attorney moved into the Speaker's office.
We went through a lot to get here, but we are ready to govern, and that will begin right away.
Moments after Johnson's election, the House approved a resolution denouncing the attack on Israel. But tougher votes are coming. Johnson has previously opposed more U.S. aid for Ukraine, an issue that fiercely divides Republicans. Johnson has opposed abortion rights and supports a nationwide abortion ban without exceptions. And last month, he voted against a deal cut with Democrats to keep the government open. Now Johnson faces a November 17th deadline to again avoid a shutdown.
I love this guy. He's he's so cool, man. He is fucking insane, dog. Okay? He is out of his fucking dome. Why did Dems vote for this guy but voted to... Wait, what? Why did Dems vote for this guy but voted to oust McCarthy? What do you mean voted for this guy? You mean why did the Republicans vote for this guy?
He only emerged after Congressman Tom Emmer, who voted to certify...
Why would a Democrat vote for this guy? They didn't. Democrats, they don't need Democrat votes to win, to become the speaker. They need at least... They need near unanimous votes from all Republicans. Specifically, I think like the amount of votes they can lose from Republicans right now is 4, and they got it. It's not, but the reality is, yeah, they need all Republicans minus 4. But what's wild is like they were like Jim Jordan is a pervert and you know did not investigate rapes that were happening under his watch, like it was happening literally right around him, all around him, and he's a bad guy, and he's also a Freedom Caucus guy. But then they're like, but this guy who's his like who he's mentored, he's fine. Like all of the moderates that fucking claimed that they did not want Jim Jordan because like he's too much of an extremist, literally turned around and voted for this guy who is also an extremist. If you think Jim Jordan is like single-handedly the only responsible party for like the January 6th stuff, well, this guy was right alongside him the entire way. So it makes no fucking sense. I guess they just were like, and he's also like a real zealot too. Like Jim Jordan is a freak. Okay, he's a wrestling guy. That's one thing. This guy who doesn't have the same name recognition that Jim Jordan has, or at least like the same long commitment to like being an obstructionist in the Freedom Party and the Freedom Caucus, the Tea Party caucus in Congress, still very much is a fucking unadulterated freak. An absolute freak, dude. He is a real Mike Pence style podcaster slash Christian fascist. He also was one of the people that tried to change the results in 4 of the states in order to secure a victory for Donald Trump. And he was the one who whipped the votes in the Republican caucuses at the behest of Donald Trump and Jimothy Jordan. He's a full-blown Christofash, okay? Straight up. Absolute freak. Here you go, dude. Here.
Because a democracy is, we don't live in a democracy. Because a democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner, okay? It's not just majority rule. It's a constitutional republic. And the founders set that up because they followed the biblical admonition on what a civil society is supposed to be.
Oh, dude. That's sick. There you go. There you go. There you go, baby. This guy's a real fucking psycho, dude. He's like, Sharia law? I wish it was Christian Sharia law. He reminds me of like the Quran guys that I remember laughing at when I was growing up in Turkey that would basically do the math stuff in the surahs, right? They would be like, oh, this is what the Quran predicted. You know, the backronym of the post hoc rationalization that is completely ahistoric. That like the founding fathers actually loved the Bible and they used the Bible to fucking design the American government. It's awesome.
to look like. We don't live in a democracy because a democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner.
He's got way more, dude. He's got, because he has a podcast, so he has so much more.
In the late 60s, you remember that, what that was about. The countercultural revolution, Woodstock and drugs and peace and free love and all that, but more about the undermining of the foundations of religion and morality. Because if you remember, in the late 60s, we invented things like no-fault divorce laws. We invented the sexual revolution. We invented radical feminism. We invented legalized.
We invented radical feminism. Like, that's when we invented it, guys. You don't understand. Before that, no feminism. Women famously did not advocate for their best interests before the 1960s. Oh, my fucking head hurts. Oh my God. I don't want to hear from fucking stupid ass, dumbass, bum ass, Mickey Mouse rings ass John Fetterman about the new speaker or anybody ever again, okay? Mr. Clean ass, head ass, loving genocide ass bitch. Old fuck ass motherfucker. Wear a suit, okay? Fuck that guy, okay? I'm fucking done with this bitch ass. You understand me? Straight up. Bitch. Stupid ass bitch. Fucking, oh, the Hamas. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, I'm so scared of Hamas. Stupid fucking bitch. I'm telling John you said that. What a fucking disappointment he's been, dude. John Fetter bitch. 6'8". Yeah, fucking got a head transplant. And then look at him now. Took him like 3.5 seconds to be like, yeah, actually, yo, fuck all this progress shit. He was always like kind of shitty on Israel to begin with, but god damn, dude, he's just fucking out of control. He's like almost at the level of Richie Torres. Like he's not. Because here, you want to know why I fucking despise John Fetterman now, dude? Here, I'll show you with this John Fetter bitch. Not John Fetter man, John Fetter bitch, okay? Someone has the goddamn fucking Twitter post, the video with Pod Save America. He had the fucking Pod Johns. He was on with the Pod Johns and he's like talking about Hamas. Here, you want to know? Hold on. Got it? Oh, here it is. Here, watch. This is the brilliant mind of John Fetterman.
That Hamas doesn't want peace. You know, it's to remember that Hamas doesn't want peace. He doesn't want to be negotiated with, and they massacred, innocent children, women, and now they have over 200 hostages with them right now as well too. So,
motherfucker said Hamas, and then said he. Like, who's bro talking to?
I really believe that I'm always going to decide to stand on the side of Israel, in this place. And also after the hospital tragedy, now we know that it was, I guess, Islamic Jihad, and they tried to blame it on Israel on top of that as well too.
Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe it, man. That's so crazy. This is the top mind, dude. This is the top mind on Israel, boys. You know what I mean? Fucking old head transplant ass bitch. Fucking dumb bitch. Fuck this guy. I can't believe it, dude. I just like oh my God. Your big boy Goodwill disappeared instantly? Yeah, fucking get on Ozempic, bitch ass. I don't want you to be a fucking big boy no more, okay? Disrespectful ass motherfucker. Disrespectful to the big boy cause, dude. Yeah. Love that. Love it. Hamas, guys, he doesn't want peace with us. Like, Hamas is fucking is scary. It's in every fucking corner. And also, I can't believe they blamed Israel for the hospital bombing. How fucked up was that? Am I right? And people are like, yeah, you're right. 6,000 bombs. 6,000 missiles. 7,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered And this fucking Mr. Clean looking ass, Frankenstein's monster ass bitch is over there being like, oh, I can't believe it. It was Islamic Jihad. They blamed Israel. How fucked up. I choose to believe that the QAnon schizos are saying that he's been replaced. All right, yes, they replaced his fucking brain, dude. They did. The QAnon schizos were right. He had a head transplant. He did. He must have. I swear to God, bro. You fucking go to Harvard, you just like, you literally become this genocidal monster, I think. Like, what the fuck is happening? Didn't he go to Harvard? Am I wrong about this? What is this? Anyway. His upbringing helped him get an MBA from the University of Connecticut and a master's degree from Harvard without taking on student debt. He got his undergraduate degree at Albert College in reading. Yeah. He did. I was right. Gazan children have died in 3 weeks, comparable to all Israeli deaths, including military. What? Yeah, no, more than that. More children in Gaza have died than the Israeli deaths. What are you talking about? Twice, double the amount. There's 2,900 children that have died in Gaza so far.
Compounding that, and I was disappointed by a lot of the media outlets that now kind of pushed that narrative.
Man, shut the fuck up. Stupid ass bald bitch. Fuck this guy. Dr. Oz would free Palestine? No, he wouldn't. No, he fucking wouldn't. That's what you get for choosing to back him instead of your countrymen? Yeah, I know. I fucked up. I should have fucking bet on the Turk. You know what I mean? I can't believe how much I fucking pushed for this guy. Oh my God, I'm so mad. I can't fucking believe it, dude. Dude, he had a stroke. Literally, when you have brain damage, you tend to lean more right-wing. It's like a known thing. Who cares what JF thinks about Israel-Palestine? Let's hope he remembers to keep pushing all the progressive policies in the state that he ran on. Did he flop on his Israel stance? No, he was always like... The difference is, he didn't flip-flop on his Israel stance, but at least he was like not really as aggro for the longest time, so I could just like avoid talking about it or avoid thinking about it. And since October 7th, he hasn't shut the fuck up. Like he's become one of those guys who's like, I don't give a fuck about anything right now. I just like, we got to do critical and uncritical support, unconditional support to Israel right now, every day of my life. Is there a large Jewish Israeli population in Pennsylvania? I mean, yes, in comparison to other places, certainly. I mean, that's literally where Bibi Netanyahu's from. Bibi Netanyahu's from Pennsylvania. He's from Philadelphia, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu is from fucking Philadelphia. Just remember that shit. Pittsburgh is the second largest Jewish community in the country. Like, I don't even know what the attitude towards Israel is there. By the way, I don't know how conservative the Jews are in Pittsburgh. So like, that much I don't know about. Okay, but I will tell you this much. Like for example, there's certain parts like in New York, the Orthodox community in New York is incredibly right wing. Okay, like there's pockets. But mostly I suspect most of the Jewish people are like Reform Jews. I know that Benjamin Netanyahu in his own personal development was frustrated by how many fucking Reform Jews were there. And that's like how he became even more of a radical, psychotic piece of shit in Philadelphia. Like the synagogue that they went to was like a reform one, and he fucking hated it. Anyway, Dr. Oz was attacking Fetterman for being too anti-Israel during his campaign. Yeah. The real reason why the likes of fucking monkeys like John Fetterman and the other ones that fucking are like unconditional support for Israel, please, please, please don't do anything to me, is because the Democratic majority for Israel and AIPAC literally are psychopathic fucking freaks that run campaigns expressly against anyone and everyone that's progressive, okay, in the Democratic Party. They are psychos. Bro, the Democratic majority for Israel tried to run a campaign smearing Bernie Sanders as an anti-Semite. Okay? Like, they're insane. They're unhinged. They're fucking psychotic. But that's the major reason why so many people are fucking terrified of saying anything. And just like, you know, they just do whatever the fuck they can to just be like, oh, please don't run, please don't try to primary me. I don't want to fucking fight a primary battle in an otherwise safe district.
Abortion in 1973, where the state, the government sanctions the killing of the unborn. All these things happen because as collectively as Americans, we began to get together in growing numbers and thumb our nose at the Creator and say, we don't believe that anymore. We're rejecting the founders' natural law philosophy in favor of moral relativism, and we are going down another path. Now, what we tolerate in moderation, our children excuse in excess. What happens when you fast forward another 30 or 40 years? Well, here's a picture's worth 1,000 words. Go to the next one for me. I mean, we know that we're living in a completely amoral society. And so people say, how can a young person go into their schoolhouse and open fire on their classmates? Because we've taught a whole generation, a couple of generations now of Americans, that there is no right and wrong, that it's about survival of the fittest, and you evolve from the primordial slime. Why is that life of any sacred value? Because there's nobody sacred to whom it's owed. None of this should surprise us. And it leads in the next slide for me, it leads into just chaos.
If he's an election denier, can he be too brought up on charges? I think he was more of like a background constitutional aspect guy. Here's Speaker Mike Cock on abortion.
Let me ask you, do you support the right of a woman who is just seconds away from birthing a healthy child to have an abortion?
I think that the question that you're asking does not realistically reflect abortion care.
In that scenario, would you support her right to abort that child?
I won't entertain theoreticals.
It's not a theoretical, ma'am. You're a medical.
Dude, what do you mean? Like, if the fucking if there is a serious complication to the health of the carrier, then yes, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, what in that circumstance, that means the carrier is gonna die, dumbass, and that's the only valid reason anyway. There's no place in the continental United States where you can just get a fucking aborabo on the third trimester for funsies. Okay, this does not exist. It only exists in your fucking fantasies, you absolute monstrous freak. Yeah, I said aborabo, like it's like a fun thing. You know what I mean? It's not a abortion. We're making it fun for the shits and gigs, you know? Sociopathic weirdo, dude. There is no place in every fucking state where you can get an abortion past the first trimester, where 90% of abortions happen any fucking way, right? You get it because there are health complications. You get it because the fetus will not survive. You get it because the carrier will not survive a pregnancy being carried to term. That's it. That's it. And these fucking monstrous pieces of shit act like, you know, they're just literally, doctors are like chopping babies right as their head comes out of the pussy. You know what I mean? They're like, we put the little guillotine, a baby, a pussy guillotine, right as soon as the baby is getting pushed out, chop the head. Like, That in this medieval contraption. You know what I mean? Like, is that what you think is going on? You fucking freak. You fucking monster. Fuck you.
Doctor.
I am a medical doctor, and that has never happened.
Never happened in your practice, ma'am, but it happens. How about if...
No, it hasn't! Pussy guillotine is crazy, Abi. I mean, that's what he's envisioning. He's saying, like, what if a baby is 2 seconds away from being born? What about then? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It would be murder if the baby comes out and is alive and the doctor kills the baby. That's murder, okay? That's a different thing. Why is it that we can't have the fucking conversation on the grounds of reality, which is already horrifying for millions of women in this country? Why can't we talk about the real issues of criminalizing abortion and instead have to drive the conversation into a hypothetical that does not fucking happen? What are we doing here? I'm sorry. I'm not like a r/atheist Andy by any means whatsoever, but like, I don't give a fuck what your perspective is on this matter. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah, let's entertain your fucking schizophrenic hypotheticals right now. Like, that's cool. There's no difference. There is no difference in this circumstance than just being like, what if it was baby Hitler? Like, if the doctor turned around and was like, well, what if that baby turned out to be Hitler? Huh? I see your hypothetical, and I raise a separate hypothetical. What if that baby was about to come out and have access to the nuclear launch codes and destroy the entire planet? Would you be grateful that I killed the baby? Fucking idiot, dude.
If a child is halfway out of the birth canal, is an abortion permissible then?
See, he's doing it. You said I'm crazy for the pussy guillotine thing. Please, am I crazy for the pussy guillotine, or is he fucking crazy for bringing this up as though it's like a viable situation? Wow, I'm crazy, right? Well, that guy's the Speaker of the House now. He's third in line, okay? Well, technically second in line to the presidency. Think about that. What if the baby's halfway outside the pussy? Can you kill it, Dan?
Can you repeat your question?
If a child is halfway delivered out of the birth canal, is it permissible to have an abortion? Would you support the right for an abortion then?
I can't even fathom that ever.
I'm not asking you if you can fathom it. If it occurred, would you support that abortion or not? That's unrestricted abortion, right?
That's a question that I can't imagine. Just like you probably can't imagine what you would do if your daughter was raped. If it hasn't happened, it may be difficult for you.
You're not going to answer this question, but let me ask you.
Debate lording doctors, dude. That's awesome. If you lend your 16-year-old child a family car and they bring it home dented, it's okay to abort them. Just answer the question. Is it okay to abort them? Just answer the question. Just answer it. Why do you want children to be murdered? He also said that people owe their rights to God. Oh, God, this guy is so crazy.
Sitting in the greatest deliberative body in the world, the United States Congress, and to hear elected representatives of the people, every member of Congress, every member of the House represents roughly 760,000 citizens, right? So there's a singular voice on behalf of all those people, and some of these voices now are in this chamber arguing that our rights do not come from God. Think about how scary that is. If you believe your rights come from government, then it means you don't really owe any allegiance at all to God.
Yeah.
You have no accountability.
Well, you're not free.
You're not free because the people who are governing you and giving you things in exchange for those things always comes a sacrifice of your liberty.
Absolutely.
Genuine question, is this guy really this fucked up or is he grifting? This guy's the scariest of both outcomes. He's a Mike Pence type. For those of you who don't know, not only is he a Mike Pence type, but he's also a more competent Mike Pence type. So he's like the worst of the worst type of freak who legitimately believes the shit that he's spewing. He is a real, hardcore, unironic Christian fascist, okay? Straight up. He's not like, this is not a joke. There are a lot of people that, there are a lot of people that act like they care about Christianity or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? This guy's not one of them. He's like a Mike Pence type where he's like, no, I want to fucking criminalize abortion. Yeah, casual racism is back. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Problem solved. You're welcome. How to stop Hamas. Sexy goat. Atomic bomb. Trigger. Get it? Because, like, Arabs are goat fuckers. Like, if you didn't understand it because you weren't around for, like, the post 9/11 Islamophobia, casual Islamophobia. Like, yeah, this is straight up from 2001. I think he just, like, took Al-Qaeda and, like, put Hamas instead on the top. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Silver lining, he pushes moderates left. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. All those moderates voted for him because ultimately the thing that they hated about Jim Jordan was that he's Jim Jordan. They literally they said no to Jim Jordan, and then they went and got like the one guy who's more competent than Jim Jordan and voted for him. So it doesn't matter. There's no better way to demonstrate that, like, the Republican Party is perfectly fine with the acceleration towards full-blown Christian fascism, Christian nationalist fascism, than moments like this. This is Jim Jordan's own guy. He's literally Jim Jordan without the sexual baggage, okay, without the rape baggage. Mike Johnson is the type of Republican Bible sexual freak who can only nut with a loaded gun in his mouth while he jacks off the graphs and polls. Exactly. Exactly. He's the self-flagellating type, okay? You know his ass. You know his ass is just like every time a 14-year-old rape victim has to carry pregnancy to term, that's another one of God's favored childs. Okay? I did it. I did it right. Straight up. That's the type of motherfucker he is. He's just crazy. Thomas Jefferson said he viewed the solemn reverence of the act of the whole American people, which established a wall of separation between church and state. George Washington approved a treaty that explicitly stated the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. Yes, everybody knows the founding fathers were Muslim. Okay? Fun fact, they said the Shahada together and converted, or reverted rather. Everybody knows this. So, Taylor made evangelical politicians is like a wild card for not getting a goddamn thing done. What? This guy does not believe it. This guy thinks that there is no such thing as like a secular separation of church and state. Oh, here's some more good shit. He says, from the same video.
What that was about, the counterculture revolution.
Wait, we watched this,
how can
didn't
a
we?
young person...
Wait, did he say in that video that we watched, he said the school shootings were due to teaching evolution in schools? Oh, I didn't even hear that part. I was not paying attention. Oh, because he said when you teach kids they come from primordial slime, they just do school shootings. Got it. Yeah. So, let's hear. He got more.
She spent the last couple of weeks on her knees in prayer to the Lord, and she's a little worn out.
Yeah, this is the type of motherfucker he is, okay? No, he is. He, like, doesn't even understand that that's a sexual reference. Like, in his mind, he thinks, like, that's the only time I'm on my knees. What do you mean? Like, he doesn't get that what he said is just, like, inherently acting like his wife sucked everyone's dicks in Congress to vote for him. Like, he doesn't understand that. What is this, 12:30 tomorrow? What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me? What's happening? What do you mean 12:30 tomorrow? What's going on 12:30 tomorrow? Wife is going to suck you at 12:30 tomorrow? Okay, well, you know. What about at 3 p.m. right now? Top of the hour ad break comes. You know, does his wife have a subscription to avoid it? I don't know. Does she? I don't know. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though, regardless.
President Biden's win dropped out amid pressure from Donald Trump. Yesterday, Trump claimed credit for Johnson's win.
Nobody was thinking of Mike, and then we put out the word, and now he's the Speaker of the House.
The House Johnson now leads will take part in certifying next year's presidential election. But the new speaker backed Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 results. He promoted debunked mail fraud and voter machine conspiracy theories. And he also recruited a majority of House Republicans to sign a legal brief supporting a lawsuit seeking to overturn the vote outcome, which was rejected by the Supreme Court.
He spearheaded the legal effort, joined by more than 100 of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in support of a dangerous and baseless lawsuit to overturn the results.
And after 3 weeks of infighting, Johnson faces the large task of uniting Republicans. There still seems to be quite a bit of bad blood inside the conference, despite this vote.
This is politics. We don't pitch underhand.
Johnson kept such a low profile. One U.S. senator told me he has to study up on who Mike Johnson is. Johnson is still navigating that very narrow majority in which any one faction of Republicans can block his priorities. And Anne-Marie, he's working under that same rule in which any one member can move to oust him.
Man, you would have thought that they would have, worked on, tried to alter that rule a little bit. Yeah, I heard there was one lawmaker that said that they had to Google him to learn more about him. Do you think that actually maybe benefited him? I mean, he succeeded where bigger names failed.
When you see a fourth-term congressman very few people know ascend to the speakership, you have to be certain that there's this confluence of rare events.
It was Susan Collins that says she had to Google him. Yeah, I think that. Don't worry. What? Oh, this is where it's from. Yeah, Austin finally released my TwitchCon vlog from literally 1 year ago. We'll watch it later.
All come together at once, and one of those events is Mike Johnson's ascendancy despite his anonymity. He is little known. He was little known, which may have helped him. He got the conservatives, the House Freedom Caucus members, to back him because he is an evangelical Christian with a conservative record. But he also secured the votes of those moderate Republicans in those competitive districts, potentially because he's an unknown quantity and hard for the constituents to oppose, because the constituents in those districts may have no idea who Mike Johnson is. Things came together in this weird way all at once for this congressman from Louisiana.
Here's the question, though, as you sort of point out his background. This is a guy that, questioned the outcome of the election. He's not going to have to just work with Republicans. He's going to have to work with Democrats, too. He's determining what pieces of legislation come to the House floor. Is he going to be able to work in a bipartisan manner?
Yeah, okay.
We're about to find out. He is in charge of the entire administration of the U.S. House. There are a lot of non-political duties, overseeing the items that, involve the blocking and tackling of Congress, the police, the sergeant at arms, the administration of the offices and spaces. There are some nonpartisan duties, but in terms of bipartisanship, We'll see what he has to offer, because he's going to have to work with Democrats. He's going to have to if he wants to keep the government open November 17th, because, yes, Democrats still control the Senate, and there's a Democrat in the White
I sneezed so hard, my fucking lower abs cramped. Fuck.
House. If he has no muscle memory or practice in working in a bipartisan fashion, he'll have to develop some quickly. And there's that aid package for Ukraine and Israel on the screen. $105 billion. There seems to be overwhelming support for Israeli aid. But Mike Johnson has a fractured Republican conference on the issue of Ukraine. They are divided over whether to continue spending American tax dollars on Ukraine. He has to navigate that and get everybody on the same page.
He's a big Donald Trump supporter. Could this also be seen as a victory for the former president?
The former president is declaring victory. But there really was a referendum this week, wasn't there, over 24 hours on the issue of the 2020 election. Tom Emmer, the speaker nominee, got stopped short of the finish line because Trump criticized him. Emmer voted to certify President Biden's victory. Mike Johnson did not, voted to decertify it. He didn't just make it to the finish line, he sped right past it.
So, is the thinking, so yes, we know that the president has asked for, billions of dollars to support Ukraine, to support Israel. But is the thinking that the possible government shutdown going to be maybe his biggest test that's going to come up, in a few weeks?
I think it's going to be the most immediate, large-scale test for Mike Johnson, and there's no way around the fact that he has to find a deal that satisfies Democrats. And what a tough way to start when you are succeeding somebody who was dethroned because Republicans didn't like the deal Kevin McCarthy cut with Democrats. Mike Johnson must do the same.
No.
But I'll
Republicans just don't like Kevin McCarthy. That's why they ousted him. Why did the Dems vote for this guy? Dude, are you... Democrats did not vote for this man. Democrats don't have to vote for this guy. There's enough Republicans because they have the majority. 217 votes is what's necessary. And he crossed that threshold. The real problem here is, why did the moderates who say no to to Jim Jordan turn around and immediately vote for this fucking guy when this guy is Jim Jordan's freakish, impish sidekick, who actually is more with it when it comes to understanding the legal stuff behind the scenes?
I'll tell you, Anne Marie, I talked to an awful lot of Republicans walking in and out of the Capitol for that vote yesterday. It seems clear they're going to give Mike Johnson a honeymoon period and a little bit more latitude at the start to cut that deal. They acknowledge there will have to be one of those continuing resolutions, one of those temporary deals to keep the government open, the same thing that enraged them when Kevin McCarthy did it. Seems like they're going to give some leash to Mike Johnson to do the same.
Very interesting, Scott. Scott McFarland, thank you.
And turning now to the Trump trials. It was a dramatic day in New York City civil court this afternoon, and not just because former President Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen testified against him for a second straight day. In a shocking moment, former President Trump was actually called to take the stand himself to explain disparaging comments he made in a hallway, which the judge ruled had violated a gag order barring Mr. Trump from making personal attacks against courtroom staff. Here are those hallway comments earlier today.
This judge is a very partisan judge, with a person who's very partisan sitting alongside of him, perhaps even much more partisan than he is. So we are doing very well. The facts are speaking very loud. He's a totally discredited witness, and you haven't seen anything yet. This goes on for a long time, and he's a totally discredited witness.
The former president tried to convince the judge that he was talking about Michael Cohen, not court staff, but the judge was not buying it, and he fined the former president $10,000. And then, a short time later, the former president apparently stormed out of the courtroom. So, outside the courthouse is NBC's Dasha Burns. She joins us now live. Dasha, what in the world happened today?
Yeah, okay, buckle in for a second while I walk you through this.
I love the image of Trump rushing out of the courthouse angrily, like storming out of the courthouse, like, now! It's pretty awesome. Like that one AI image that I was posting with like cops running after him.
This because it certainly is not the courtroom day that we were expecting. So you heard those comments. The line in question was the person that he was referencing sitting alongside the judge. At first, the judge asked Trump's lawyers, who was he referring to? The lawyer said Michael Cohen. The judge said, okay, let me consider that. And then a short while later, he calls Trump to take the stand. Now, Trump only took the stand for about a minute or so, and the judge asked him, who are you referring to? Trump says Michael Cohen, but he still again said, you know, that clerk, though, she is partisan against me. The clerk he's talking about, Gabe, is, if you remember, the very same clerk that he posted a disparaging post about that initially got the gag order placed on him. So this is a second
He can't stop himself, bro. He just can't. He can't help himself.
time that he's pushing that same button
He
on
has
this
to
judge.
do it.
And it seemed like the judge simply said he had enough. He said he found Trump not
Bro, he did everything right, and they indicted him again.
credible on the stand and said he was fining him $10,000. Then the cross-examination continued after the judge said, look, don't do it again. Next time it'll be worse. The cross continued. Then Trump's attorney asked for a directed verdict in the case, which essentially means he asked the judge to dismiss the case because of something that Michael Cohen said. The judge very quickly denied that. Then you saw Trump get frustrated, stand up, and storm out of the courtroom. There were audible gasps. His Secret Service agents chased him, ran after him, chasing him out of the courtroom. And he simply told
That's
reporters
awesome.
outside the courtroom that this trial should be over. He then went back into court a little bit later, had a conversation with the judge. We don't know what was said in that room, but certainly an unexpected day full of twists and turns here, Gabe.
I love this
Oh,
dude.
gosh, that even stunned the Secret Service agent. So quickly, how does this impact
That's right.
the rest of the trial, you think?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what this means about Trump's behavior if he does come back to this court. This judge seems like he is absolutely done with the nonsense and with the games. If Trump, this is 2 strikes now, right? If there's a strike 3, the question is what happens next? Will it be another fine, or might he take this a step further?
Dasha Burns, live for us in Lower Manhattan. Dasha, thank you so much. Rare, not just for a defendant to take the stand in this manner, but it's not every day it happens to a former president.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
I love
or
this.
follow us on.
More than
Here's some good news.
16,000 UAW members could return to assembly lines at one of the big 3 automakers soon if they approve a new tentative deal. The United Auto Workers Union and Ford Motor Company struck the deal to end the walkout that started last month. Factory workers will get a 25% raise over 4 years from $32 an hour to roughly $40 an hour. New hires will now be able to reach that
With COLA, it goes up to, I think, 33%.
$40 mark in 3 years instead of 8. Members will now have to approve the deal in a vote to make it official. Meanwhile, strikes continue at GM and Stellantis. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve joins me now on the phone. Chris, thank you for making time. Obviously, we were looking for something to happen soon and have been for weeks now. What else do we know about the inner workings of this deal and what it means for both sides?
Well, we know there had been a flurry of negotiations today between Ford and the United Auto Workers Union. Ford announces earnings tomorrow, and there was a clear desire on the part of the automaker to try to have this done before they have to face Wall Street and talk about their earnings. General Motors had kind of a rough earnings call in the minds of some at Ford, and they were hoping to avoid that, hoping to have a good story to tell. You know, Ford has the most United Auto Worker members of the big 3 automakers.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally, they've had the best labor relations with the union. So they had widely been seen as the company that was most likely to get a deal done the fastest. Ford had hoped to have this done before the strike ever happened, let alone a strike into its 6th week that had seen not only about 16,600 of its workers walk off the job, idling many of its key plants, but more than 3,000 others they've had to temporarily lay off because of those plant closures. This tentative agreement means those workers will be able to start going back to work as Ford brings back online several of its key plants that make huge money makers like the F-150 and the Ford Explorer.
So about 2 weeks ago, you recall that the president of Ford was sort of capping things at 23%. It looks like they're ending at about 25%. Who are the real winners here?
Well, it certainly sounds like the Ford employees are getting a very nice raise here. 25% over 4 years, 11% in the first year, and some of the lowest paid union auto workers will see their income more than double over the course of this contract.
Who wins? The workers win.
Sharika, throughout your career, how many times have you gotten a raise where you saw your salary double or more than double over the course of one contract? That's a pretty significant raise. Now, the auto workers will say,
Bro's talking like he's horny for one, dude. He's like, man, this union stuff seems pretty good, huh? He's like, how many times have you seen a raise like that? That's an ad right there, dude. That's a cut that for the NLRB. God damn.
That they hadn't gotten a raise in 12 years, and then when they did get a raise, it didn't keep up with inflation. So this is really just trying to keep pace. But certainly the workers have to be feeling relief. They've been making $500 a week in strike pay, the ones that have been on strike.
That's right. And again, we look to see what the other two out of the big three do as a result of this tentative deal. Chris Van Cleave, thank you.
Hello, I'm Lise Doucette.
Oh, I hate this shit. Okay, let's see. The UAW's blockbuster deal will see Ford workers' pay jump more than 4 years than all pay rise in the past 2 decades combined, union says. Holy shit. What does it mean, COLA? Cost of living adjustment. That's what it means, my beautiful chatter. It means that the salaries will have to increase as inflation increases. It's a thing that they used to have, that they gave away in 2008 when the economy crashed. UAW put out a 10-minute video on Twitter about the new deal. Let's take a look. Does anyone have it? I'm surprised that people have not pumped a more perfect union video at me yet on this issue.
UAW family, I'm excited and honored to be joined today by Vice President Chuck Browning as we announce a major victory in the stand-up strike. Today, we reached a tentative agreement with Ford. For months, we've said that record profits mean record contracts. And UAW family, our stand-up strike has delivered. What started at 3 plants at midnight on September 15th has become a national movement. We knew we were getting close, but we also knew the companies needed a major push if we were going to make sure we got every penny possible in this agreement. So we took...
Yeah, that's why he took the fucking Ford F-150 plants finally. Like, from what I understand, I'm no big city lawyer. I don't fully understand the manufacturing plants and the processes, but this was a pretty graceful way to halt operations. It's kind of like the reason why the SAG strike is still going on is because there is no reason for the SAG to be working right now anyway, because like the writer strike ended. So now you're going to have scripts now, television and like, and film season is going to come after the holidays. So they'll want to end it after the holidays, right? However, from what I understand, the way that they went the direction that they went is like they shut off the final part of manufacturing and also the parts. Like they shut off plants that were working on offering new parts to existing cars that are out there, or at least like on the final end of the manufacturing assembly line. Last week was when they hit a F-150 plant, which is their top selling car. The parts plants are huge, but that way assembly could continue, right? Like assembly down the line could continue. You weren't like halting assembly across the board. So they struck one of Ford's most profitable plants, and Ford basically turned around and capitulated. Ford was also more in line with their demands from the jump.
Took our strike to a new phase and hit the companies with maximum effect. On Monday, we called on our UAW family at Sterling Heights Assembly to stand up. That is Stellantis' biggest and most profitable plant. Yeah. On Tuesday, our UAW family at Arlington Assembly answered the call, and they went out on strike, shutting down GM's biggest and most profitable plant. Ford knew what was coming for them on Wednesday if we didn't get a deal. That was checkmate. On day 40 of the stand-up strike, we reached a historic agreement. As you know, in our union, the members are the highest authority. That means we have a process for rolling out the details of the agreement and making sure every member gets a chance to make an informed decision. So here are the next steps. First, we have reached a tentative agreement with Ford. Next, your elected leadership in the UAW National Ford Council is going to come to Detroit on Sunday, October 29th. They will vote on whether to send the agreement to the membership. If the council votes to approve the agreement, then that evening, we will be hosting a special Facebook Live with all of you to go through the deal in detail. Your national negotiators and staff.
This is pretty cool because this is usually how this works for every union, and I like that he's like explaining it not to his own rank and file who know how this process works, but to you guys as well.
Are working tirelessly right now to get the highlighters, the change pages, and white books together. Our goal is to have those ready and available digitally for all of you to access online on Sunday night. Following the council vote and the Facebook Live, we'll hold regional meetings to walk through the agreement with local leadership. And then locals will hold informational meetings to get your questions answered. After that, it'll be up to the members to vote on the deal. We're going to let that democratic process take its course. But we also wanted to provide you with some key takeaways of this historic agreement.
Our union has united in a way we haven't seen in years. From the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, our members came together to tell the big three with one voice that record profits mean a record contract. Thanks to the power of our members on the picket line and the threat of more strikes to come, we have won the most lucrative agreement per member since Walter Reuther was president. Between wage increases, COLA, annual bonuses to retirees, and other economic gains, there is more value for our members in each individual year of this agreement than the entirety of the 2019 agreement. This deal puts more money on the table than the 2019 agreement 4 times over. So when we say historic, we mean it. We have won a 25% general wage increase over the course of this agreement. With COLA, we expect the top wage rate to increase by over 30% to about $40 an hour. Our starting wage rate will rise 68%. For decades, temps at the Big Three have been abused and exploited. Over the life of the contract, temps will see raises of over 150%. 50%. Some of our lower tier members at Sterling Axle and Rawsonville will see an immediate 85% raise upon ratification. UAW members at Ford will receive more in straight general wage increases over the next 4.5 years than we have over the last 22 years combined. At ratification, Ford workers will receive an immediate 11% wage increase. That's almost equal to all of the wage increases since 2007 combined.
That's disgusting. I mean, that's good as a dub, but also kind of disgusting that that's all they ever got since 2007. It really goes to show you how necessary the strike was. Fuck, bro.
We also won back some core things that we had lost over the years. We have won back our 2009 COLA. We have won back a 3-year progression, which we have not seen since before the Great Recession.
And they killed the wage tier.
We have killed the divisive wage tier at Sterling Axle and Rawsonville. We have finally added to our pension multiplier and provided more for retirement for current retirees, members with pensions, and members with 401ks. And on top of that, we made historic advances in job security. For the first time ever, we won the right to strike over plant closures. For decades, that was an impossible demand, but through the power of the stand-up strike, we have made it a reality. That means they can't keep devastating our communities and closing plants with no consequences. Together, we have made history.
When we say we made history, we don't just mean me and Chuck or our national negotiators. We mean we, the UAW. We mean the stand-up strikers of Local 900 Michigan Assembly who took the first step. Our family at Local 551 Chicago Assembly who brought the noise. And our UAW family at Kentucky Truck Plant, Local 862, who landed the biggest blow. And just as importantly, we mean all of you who stayed on the job. By being ready to stand up at a moment's notice, you gave your national negotiators the power they needed to get this deal done. Everything we did at the bargaining table, every extra $100 million we got the company to give up was because of you, the members. And the next steps are also up to you, because the members are the highest authority in our union. We send this contract to you because we know it breaks records. We know it will change lives. But what happens next is up to you all.
Here's the next phase in our stand-up strike. We are calling on all Ford strikers to go back to work while we vote on our tentative agreement. Like everything we've done in this stand-up strike, this is a strategic move to get the best deal possible. We're going back to work at Ford
to show Stellantis and GM that if they meet their very reasonable demands, they can get back to fucking work.
To keep the pressure on Stellantis and GM.
Yep.
The last thing they want is for Ford to get back to full capacity.
It's so fire because, like, it's just straight up divide and conquer. This is how it's what capital owners do all the time.
While they mess around and lag behind. Members will be receiving further instructions on the process for returning to work soon.
Members are the highest authority, and you decide what happens next, not us.
So now that we've announced a tentative agreement, or TA, we will be bringing the UAW National Ford Council to Detroit. This is our union's democracy at work. The Ford Council is the next line in the chain after our national negotiators. They'll review the details of the agreement and vote on whether...
By the way, when you realize, like, when you look at these guys, perhaps you understand why Coca-Cola assassinated labor leaders in, like, Colombia and shit. You know what I mean? Like, Think about how these dudes make you feel. Okay? Think about the incredible amount of gains that they made that were a necessity at this point, and it was far from, I mean, it was the most reasonable, right? These demands were incredibly reasonable. There's no other way to do it. This is the only way to do it. A guy I was talking to at work said that UAW guy makes $23 million a year. He's such a leech. Lamau, okay, bro, stay mad. Wait, what? $23 million a year? The UAW is democratically voted on, okay? For the first time in its history, Shawn Fain was the first democratically voted leader to the UAW. That person is out of his fucking mind for saying that. I think he means the CEO. The union votes on how much money he makes. Shawn Fain does not make $23 million a year. You're probably mistaking him for the actual leech in this process, which is the fucking CEO of Ford.
Whether to send it to the full membership in the next several days.
Following the vote of the council, we'll put the full change pages and the contract highlights online, and we'll hold a Facebook Live to dig into the details. After that, the members vote. I want to be clear. We told Ford to post.
Ick, dude. Fuck. Oh. Yes, I am back. I love when dumb motherfuckers in the chat are like, you're not back. Refresh, you fucking idiots. Refresh. It's over. I lost like probably half the fucking audience now, but there's nothing I can do. Thank God. Shouts out to Twitch for that one, by the way. Thank you, Twitch. You're the fucking best. Thank you for literally in the middle of my commentary, fucking 4 hours and 25 minutes in to my commentary, you just cut it in half. You cut my audience in half. You cut my reach in half. You cut everything in half. You cut the revenue that you generate in half because you can't get a fucking single server to not act out. Okay? Sick. It's awesome. Thank you, Twitch. You're the best. I love having my own motherfucking multi-trillion-dollar conglomerate that owns monopoly market share in both e-commerce and also in the live streaming space, not be able to fucking have enough servers to just handle streaming uninterrupted. I love it. Look at that. Literally cut directly in half. 30,000 people were watching. Now we're back down to 12,000 people watching. That's fucking sick. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch. Hey, but guess what, guys? We got multi-streaming now. We got multi-streaming, you know? Anyway. Great.
To make things right at Ford, at the Big Three, and across the auto industry. Together, we are turning the tide for the working class in this country.
It's great. So fucking bummed, dude. Holy shit. I fucking, nothing just kills me. Nothing kills my momentum like that. Just a way for my stream to fucking die completely outside of my control. Like, there's not a single thing I can do about it. It just fucks me. It fucking ruins me, dude. It ruins my mood. It ruins my fucking vibes. Habibi AWS is having an outage, not Twitch. Wait, what do you mean? It says there's no current... Down Detector says there's no outage. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's watch. The New Yorker wrote about Hasan Minhaj, and he made a fucking video about
the
it.
news
Let's
coming
see.
out of the Middle East right now feels devastating and hopeless. And I've been asked by a lot of people to give my perspective on what is happening in the region. I've also been asked, wait a second, aren't you a liar? Now, for those of you who don't know, back in September, the New Yorker ran a piece on me called Hasan Minhaj's Emotional Truths, in which a reporter fact-checked my stand-up specials and found some factual inaccuracies that they wanted to ask me about. So I sat down with them to explain my writing process and why I make certain creative choices in my stand-up. Now, when the article came out, it got picked up by almost every single news outlet, all of them basically saying the same thing.
Critics are raising questions about Hasan Minaj and whether he and other comedians should be more truthful with their materials.
One of Mr. Minaj's stories is about a white girl he asked to the prom who spurned him on the big day when her parents didn't want pictures taken with a brown boy, except it never happened.
Now, with everything that's happening in the world, I am aware even talking about this now feels so trivial. But being accused of faking racism is not trivial. It is very serious and it demands an explanation. So to everyone who read that article, I want to answer the biggest question that's probably on your mind. Is Hasan Minhaj secretly a psycho? Underneath all that pomade, is Hasan Minhaj just a con artist who uses fake racism and Islamophobia to advance his career? Because after reading that article, I would also think that. So I took a beat before responding. Because like you, I've been paralyzed by the news coming out of the Middle East. And I've been processing all the criticism that has come my way. And I just want to say,
the fuck?
To anyone who felt betrayed or hurt by my stand-up, I am sorry. I made artistic choices to express myself and drive home larger issues affecting me and my community. And
Bro,
I
there
feel
ain't no
horrible
fucking way
that I let people down.
There ain't no way he made a YouTube apology video being like, yeah, I actually did lie, by the way. That's so weird. Bro, move on. Move on. What are you doing? Move on. Just literally, if he had just been like, fuck the New Yorker, okay? And then immediately been like, here is a 21-minute breakdown, comprehensive breakdown on how Israel has slaughtered Palestinian children. People would forget about what the fuck's going on in his life. Oh my God. Now it looks like he's just being like, hey, I know that things are really fucked up right now. Like there's ethnic cleansing happening, but also here I wanted to make a YouTube apology about how I lied in my life and my personal experiences to make comedy specials. What the fuck? He kind of exonerates himself?
And
really?
The reason I feel horrible is because I'm not a psycho. But this New Yorker article definitely makes me look like one. It was so needlessly misleading. Not just about my stand-up, but also me as a person. The truth is, racism, FBI surveillance, and threats to my family happened. And I said this on the record. So I'm going to do the most Hasan Minaj thing ever. I'm going to do a deep dive on my own scandal with graphics because there was so much evidence I gave the New Yorker that they ignored that I want to show you. So buckle up because it's about to get tedious. There are 3 stories from that article that I want to address. The anthrax scare.
This guy, dude. Look at how schizophrenic my fucking haters are. Are you just saying that because you've been caught in lies too? Divert some attention? Yeah, dude. It must mean that. I love being a 3-month subscriber and immediately having the least charitable thing having the least charitable perspective on the person that you've watched, that you've been following since 2019. You've been following me since 2019, pretty much a year in, or more than a year in. But when I first was thinking about becoming a content creator on this platform full time, you've seen every aspect of my career on this platform, and you have waited for the past 4 years And throughout that process, not even a single moment did you go, man, this guy is maybe not the piece of shit that I think he is, that other people have told me he is. You know what I mean? 4 years, man. You good? You good? 4 years? Like, that's how uncharitable you are? When I said what I said about Hasan Minaj, it must mean that I have something to hide too? I wonder why this is his first message in the past 3 years. I wonder what led him to come back in here. Last time he wrote something was 2020. Do you even read this stuff, Lol? We want Bernie. Obama, we want Bernie. Do you like Destiny then? I love your shit, man. 2019. Love the content, man. Keep it up. Love the content. How do you go from that to this, dude? How? Over the course of 4 years, how do you become this uncharitable? How? How did that happen? Because think about it. Like, I'm over here criticizing an entirely different person for what he's doing that comes across as very narcissistic. And this guy goes, oh, he's shitting on this other guy, which must mean, like, he's got something to hide himself. Like, how can you fucking turn anything and everything I say back on me in the least charitable way possible? It's crazy.
The FBI informant story, but first I want to talk about how and why I was rejected from prom. Now, let me first say this. I am 38 years old with a wife and 2 kids. I do not give a shit about prom. But it's a big story from my first stand-up special, and the New Yorker implied that I made it all up and that my race wasn't a factor in my rejection. But it was, and I have the evidence to prove it. So, in Homecoming King, I told a story about how I was supposed to go to prom with a white girl named Bethany Reed. Her real name is not Bethany. I changed it to protect her anonymity. I say that I show up at Bethany's house on prom night, but at the doorstep, her mom tells me they don't want her to go to prom with me because they'll be taking a lot of pictures and they don't want their family back home to see her with a brown boy. Bethany's mom did really say that. It was just a few days before prom. And I created the doorstep scene to drop the audience into the feeling of that moment, which I told the reporter.
Is the doorstep moment true? Like,
No,
did that happen?
No, it happened before. But the emotional truth remains the same. Her mom going, "Hey, sweetie, we take photos and we don't want people to see. We have family back home."
Did she sort of give that as the reason of, like, my parents aren't comfortable with going to,
Yes. And it just destroyed me.
Yeah. Sure. That's understandable.
The reporter said it's understandable. But none of what I explicitly said makes it in the article. This is what...
Okay, never mind. I take it back. He kind of cooked them a little bit. That's kind of fucked. I guess the reporter will say, well, we went back to the lady and she said that that's not something that happened. Okay.
What they wrote instead.
She told me that she turned down Minhaj, who was then a close friend, in person days before the dance. Minhaj acknowledged that this was correct, but he said that the two of them had long carried different understandings of her rejection.
This whole paragraph makes it sound like I got friend-zoned by Bethany, and then I turned into an angry incel, and then faked racism to get back at her. And I think this sentence is the reason why people believe that. He said that the two of them had long carried different understandings of her rejection. This sentence is incredibly misleading and implies the exact opposite of what I meant. Let me explain. Okay. Over a decade after prom, in August of 2014, Bethany and I met at a restaurant called Sarah Betts in New York, and we cleared the air on what her mom said to me at prom. Now, I talk about this in Homecoming King, and I also told the New Yorker about this meetup.
She had an understanding that we were, like, totally cool. And, like, I had been carrying something completely different. And I just told her what it meant. Like, it's like, do you understand what it's like being a skinny Muslim Desi brown kid in Davis, California? And we're always told to put our head down and just take it. And I did. And I carried this water for like years and years.
When the article says we had different understandings, what I clearly meant was that Bethany never knew how much her family being racist had affected me. That's why we had different understandings, not because Bethany denied this happened. In fact, Bethany basically confirmed in writing that racism was a factor in the prom rejection. In 2015, I sent Bethany an email congratulating her on her wedding to a man of color, saying, I know I told you about sharing the story about us not being able to go to prom together with kids and communities to talk about forgiveness and perseverance. But this ending, you guys getting married, is proof that love conquers all. It's a testament to the way the world truly can be. Wishing you guys the absolute best, and here's to a life filled with gorgeous Zayn Malik mixed-race babies. Yep, I'm aware. I write emails the way Lin-Manuel Miranda talks. I'm not proud of it, but let's stay focused. Bethany then replied saying, I do think love conquers all. And while it might always be challenging, true love is worth the fight. We also had the unique opportunity to showcase both our cultures at the wedding, with a ceremony for each. I think my parents have come a long way too. And what would her parents have to come a long way from? Racism. Again, I don't care about prom. I mean that. And Beth.
Okay. What about the anthrax one, though? Because, like, sure, the people presenting him as an incel is like, I mean, that part was the one that I contested the most, and everybody fucking yelled at me. When this was out of the New York article, the New Yorker article that I read, like, this part that he's defending fairly well is the one part that I contested the most, and people were like, oh, you don't understand, he's actually an incel. Hasan, this feels illegal for me to know. These emails are beyond cringe. This guy seems so self-centered. He's making my stomach turn. I agree, by the way.
Bethany didn't do anything wrong, and I wish her and her family nothing but the best. Her parents have grown. My parents have grown. That's the point of the whole show, and that should be celebrated. Love conquers all. But I do not appreciate the New Yorker implying that I made up racism. My team and I repeatedly try to give them the emails that you just saw.
As early as, I believe fall 2014.
I have these if you want.
Yeah, and then we have email correspondence in 2017, which we can give you.
Okay.
Then I now shift to email correspondence, which she can give you.
I have it. I can send it.
Yeah. So there's all, and happy to give you all these emails.
Sure.
Not only that, we confirmed the emails were sent to the reporter and their fact checker before the article came out. Therefore, they knew my rejection was due to race. I confirmed it on the record and provided corroborating evidence. And yet, they misled readers by excluding all of that and splicing two different quotes together to leave you thinking that I made up a racist incident. Now, the article also...
I don't think you understand how infuriating it is for someone to accuse one of making up racism. Yeah, you're right, man. I definitely don't understand what it's like when someone says you're making up racism. How would I know? What's next? Are you going to be like, you have no idea what it's like when everybody thinks you are a terrorist who loves 9/11 and will regularly keep saying that? What's next? You have no idea what it's like to be clip chimped and then have people fucking yell at you for the thing that you didn't actually say, that you didn't even imply, but people said you were implying. You have no idea what it's like to fucking stream on twitch.tv for 8 to 10 hours a day talking about politics. You would never know what that's like. Is that what you're going to say next? I do know those things, dude.
implies that I...
Yeah. Hasan, you don't understand the kind of racism Hasan has gone through, okay?
Humiliated Bethany and got her doxxed with my carelessness. So I want to show you evidence that shows that that isn't true. Back in November of 2015, when Homecoming King was running off Broadway, Bethany came to the show, and this is how the New Yorker reported it.
You don't know what it's like to be named Hasan with one S. You just don't know Hasan.
The woman said that Minhaj had invited her and her husband to an off-Broadway performance. She'd initially interpreted the invitation as an attempt to rekindle an old friendship, but she now believes the move was meant to humiliate her.
I promise it was never my intention to humiliate Beth.
You and Hasan Minaj are genuinely not the exact same, to be fair. You are white passing. Yes, this is a fact that I bring up almost all the goddamn time. But it is pretty funny to say that to someone like myself in general from wherever the fuck the chat is standing. You know what I mean? I know. The difference between me and Hasan is that everyone knows he's brown. Okay? I am white. That's a big deal. That's a big difference. That gives me a tremendous amount of privilege. Okay? At first. Well, you know, it's at our respective levels of fame, I would say that it's pretty funny to say you don't know what it's like because like we both do political commentary and we're both named Hasan. You know what I mean?
Bethany at the show, but this reporting is false. I looked back at our emails and I found out that I didn't invite Bethany to that show. She emailed me out of the blue and told me that she was coming because her friends saw the show and said they loved it. After the show, Bethany also texted me that it was awesome and we kept in touch for years. I included her in the journey with full transparency. I put her in touch with fact checkers from This American Life. I invited her to the Netflix premiere party. I even emailed her to take down a tweet that might reveal her identity. Bethany then responded with a really nice email that ended with her saying, P.S. Thanks for the heads up on the tweet. I deleted the other ones, but this one escaped me. It's shockingly hard to resurface old social media, apparently. Thanks, too, for always protecting me and my family. I don't think I've ever formally thanked you for that, and I do sincerely appreciate it. Even in the Netflix special, I don't use any real photos of Bethany or her family. Those are actors, and their faces are blurred. Maintaining Bethany's anonymity has always been a priority for me.
Goddamn! Okay, he's kind of cooking, dude. I mean, he spent 10 minutes on this when there's like way worse shit in that article, but still, he kind of cooked on this big time.
I would never want her to get doxxed or harassed, and if there were any negative consequences that came your way, Bethany, I am sorry about that. I am not.
I mean, I think this extends beyond like simply fucking silly pitter patter. You know what I mean? It's not like a silly back and forth that got misconstrued. Like this is like kind of fucked up. I mean, you rarely ever have this level of information on your side when journalists do stuff like this. And journalists do stuff like this. It's often not even, let me tell you something, okay? Oftentimes it's not even the individual reporter's fault. Sometimes an editor can do that. Sometimes an editor can decide to change the direction entirely of an interview because they think it's going to be better because things have changed in the world, or they think it's going to be better because the attitude towards that person has shifted. Straight up. Here's our official statement. Hasan Minaj confirms in his video that he selectively presents information that embellishes to make a point. Exactly what we reported. Our piece, which includes Minhaj's perspective at length, was carefully reported and fact-checked. It is based on interviews with more than 20 people, including former Patriot Act and Daily Show staffers, members of Minhaj's security team, and people who have been subject to his stand-up work, including your former FBI informant brother Eric and the woman at the center of the prom rejection story. We stand by our story. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. How can you stand by her story? You wrote the entire thing knowing he actually told you the truth beyond why he was changing parts of the stories to protect people in real life, for example, and he provided receipts. Are you going to do Chappelle's 3 a.m. baby routine next? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. They kind of clip-chimped him pretty fucking hard, especially on this one. Weird that this hit piece on a Muslim brown leftist-ish man came out right after he was getting considered to permanently host The Daily Show. Yeah, I wonder if they like cooked his ass completely. I wonder if they like destroyed any chances he might have had of hosting The Daily Show.
But I promise I am not needlessly cruel, even though that's what the New Yorker wants you.
Chat it up though. Listen, I stand on my fucking two legs and say, I told you so, motherfuckers. Okay? There were parts of that story that were unimaginable and unhinged, okay? And I still maintain that position, like the anthrax story and shit. But there were parts of that story where I said, this doesn't seem to be the way that the New Yorker is presenting it. And I fucking told you. I told you, motherfuckers, because you didn't want to believe a brown man, okay? You did not want to believe a Muslim man could ever experience racism, okay? A lot of you Karens fucking jumped out and were like, nope, this is actually I said it at the time. This is actually a two different perspectives here at play. You have white ladies who have been victimized by incels, looking at this story and thinking this guy's a fucking weird, gross incel. What the hell? And then blaming racism. And then you have brown boys who fucking looked at the situation and were like, what do you mean? This happened to me. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not that crazy that these guys are just like ripping him apart. You will never be a brown boy, never be a big boy, never be Japanese. I'm not a brown boy, okay? I'm not. Hasan equals Hamas. Thanks, man. Thanks, Shawnee boy.
You to believe, despite the evidence.
Fucking got him.
I was an open book. I sat down in good faith. They had my testimony in 4 years of correspondence, backed up with receipts, all on the record that showed my race was a factor in my prom rejection. I wasn't careless with Bethany's privacy, and she thanked me for keeping her family's identity safe. So how could the New Yorker imply the opposite? But here's the bigger question. Why did the New Yorker fact-check my stand-up special, but not properly fact-check their own article? If you're still here, I have 2 more stories that I want to address. Now, in my second special, The King's Jester, I tell a
I think the problem is that the less believable parts of the story made people think everything was fake. Yeah, maybe.
Story about how I met and was harassed by an FBI informant named Brother.
Yeah, I like that. Exactly. Duality of chat. You're too white for racism to happen to you, but also you're Muslim, so you like Hamas. Yeah. I mean, let's keep it a $1.50 here, okay? I am very white. I do recognize that, okay? Most people don't immediately go, oh, that guy must be Muslim, right? Until they hear my name, and then they're like, okay, maybe that guy is Muslim. But ultimately, at this stage in my career, and at his stage in his career, and even when he was a fucking kid, everybody knew, for both of us, what our backgrounds are. That's why I was saying, like, I do understand what it's like sometimes.
Brother Eric. I talk about how he tried to entrap me at a gym, and when I made fun of him, he slammed me against the hood of a cop car. The truth is, I did have altercations with undercover law enforcement growing up, and that experience formed the basis of this story. But it didn't go down exactly like this. So I understand why people are upset. People face real danger at the hands of the police, and false stories can undermine real stories. And I am sorry I added to that problem. My intention wasn't to take away from these stories. It was to spotlight them through my special. That's why I used this story to talk about Hamid Hayat. Hamid and I were part of the same NorCal Muslim community. When he got entrapped, it rocked our community, and he spent 14 years in prison. We were the same age, same background, and like him, I also had run-ins with undercover agents. I was even physically harassed by them while playing basketball. Now you're probably wondering, why not just say that? So this is not an excuse. It is an explanation of my process. When I am storytelling, every beat has to do multiple things in a funny and impactful way. With the story, I had to set up 3 plot points. The moment I realized authority figures hate being made fun of, why I named my show Patriot Act, and spotlight the story of Hamid Hayat. The problem is 99% of people watching Netflix have no idea the FBI spied on Muslims at mosques, or they don't even believe it was real. And I know this because when I performed earlier versions of the story in front of audiences, they had no idea what I was talking about. FBI agents embedding in mosques and entrapping young Muslims through basketball or weightlifting or whatever. It sounds insane. But it was happening all over the country, even in my mosque in my hometown. It was infiltrated. And the footage that I used in the special proves that it was very real and very stupid. I wanted to recreate.
Will Hasan address how he stole your career? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Address that part, you piece of shit.
That feeling that only Muslims felt for a broad audience, the feeling of paranoia and vindication, tension and release. That is why people laugh at this part. You don't get the release without the tension. That was my artistic intent, which I told the New Yorker. If you notice something about, even in the show, we pop out of it, and this is actually the point I was trying to make. My dad goes, "That's not Brother Eric. His name is not Eric. His name is Craig." And the moment that the reaction the audience is having is, "Nudge me, you're missing the point."
Yeah.
The point is that it doesn't matter if his name was Eric, Craig, or Adam. The point is that there is now a pattern here at large.
Sure.
And that was the thing that I was trying to do. And ultimately, the emotional truth of trying to point a spotlight on my community story and Hamid's story is important to me. Hamid Hayat's story is really important to me. And he reached out to me after the article came out. And he wanted me to share these texts. He said that he had nothing but love for me and that I hadn't diminished his story. That's what I was trying to do. But the reporter was far more concerned about the FBI informant I talked about in the special, which honestly felt very weird.
Oh, there's another part. Yeah, this FBI informant, if I remember correctly, and I talked about this as well, is like a pedophile, isn't he? I think I talked about this while covering the story, writing the New Yorker thing too. Because, like, we'll see. It might be a different FBI informant, but FBI 100, I think this was the guy.
The story about the informant, actually the bulk of the story is about Craig Monty.
Sure.
Did you reach out to Craig Monty?
No.
Do you feel like you owe him anything?
I've heard some things and I'd rather not speak on that.
So you feel like you don't owe him, you didn't owe him like a heads up?
As a Muslim, am I supposed to apologize?
Yeah, that part is fucking nuts. Like, I mean, dude, I can't believe he's fucking writing this entire video, but like, this was kind of my fucking take too. It's like, what do you mean? Like, owe an apology for what?
Apologize to an ex-con who tried to entrap Muslims for the FBI. Yeah, maybe if he gave us a heads up, I would owe him a heads up. Now, the last story I want to talk about is the anthrax scare. My last special, I talk about how I received a letter in the mail.
This part is the fucking crazy one. I don't know if it was Craig Monteith that was the pedophile. Craig Monteith say he did not balk when his FBI handlers gave him the okay to have sex with Muslim women in his undercover operation was targeting, nor at the time did he shy away from recording their pillow talk. But it's like wild to be like, I can't believe you're fucking slandering this undercover FBI informant who was like, notice how he left the anthrax one for last in the video, meaning this one's probably a lie. Yeah, that one, for me, I think, for me, that was the worst thing that he did. Like, that is indefensible. Like, it's giving, this story was giving, like, Amy Schumer thinks Hamas is going to come and kill her in her fucking gated neighborhood in, like, Bel Air. You know what I mean? That's what it was giving a little bit.
And when I opened the letter, white powder fell on my daughter, and we had to take her to the hospital only to find out it was not real anthrax. This, as you know, is not how it went down. And let me just say, I am sorry for embellishing the story, or if anyone was worrying about me and my family, I apologize. But let me make something clear. A letter with white powder was sent to my apartment in February of 2019. I opened it in the kitchen, powder fell on the table, and my daughter was just a few feet away. After 10 seconds of freaking out, I realized it was not anthrax and that someone was fucking with me because people had been fucking with me since January 1st, 2019 after this happened.
Well, Netflix under fire today after its decision to pull an episode of a comedy show that was critical of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
The truth is, when this news broke, my life got very scary. Saudi bots were spamming my socials. A threatening letter was sent to Netflix. I was getting weird phone calls at night. Then fake anthrax was sent to my house. And after that happened, I asked Netflix for our security guard to follow me everywhere, and people noticed. Friends were texting me about seeing me rolling everywhere through New York with security. And at one point, My wife even asked our security detail if he knew any companies that sold those tiny GPS trackers for strollers, because we were concerned that someone might try to kidnap or hurt our daughter. That is all real. The danger at that time was palpable, but Bina and I decided to keep the anthrax scare private because we were worried that Netflix might shut down my show, which would have put my entire staff out of work. Now you might be wondering, this is all terrifying, so why embellish? Why even say you took your daughter to the hospital? The night of the anthrax scare, Bina and I, we got into a huge argument, and she kept asking, Hasan, what if this powder fell on our daughter? So I created...
Do you have similar experiences with safety as a brown man? I'm not a brown man. Don't fucking say dumb shit like this. I've never said I'm a brown man, okay? Suck my dick. The only reason why I experience issues with my fucking safety is not because I'm Muslim or anything. It's because I'm it's because I have a lot of Nazi haters.
Did the hospital scene to put the audience in that same shock and fear that me and Bina felt playing out that night.
Yeah, I still think it's fucking nuts. I think this is like a crazy thing to add. I told you guys, like, of course comedians embellish. Of course, like their job is to tell a story, and centering themselves in the middle of the story is not as big as an issue, obviously. Like, that's the goal. The major reason why a lot of people are yelling at him is because, like, he is the type of person he's the type of person to also do like a TED Talk, basically. You know what I mean? What is this?
People of Gaza, like the
Israeli says senior Hamas leader killed, 250 targets attacked in Gaza raid. Wait, there's a raid? What the fuck? A raid happened? What the fuck? Anyway, I think that there are issues with Hasan Minhaj. There are issues with every fucking person, you know. But I think that this part was a little bit different. Like the anthrax thing is like a little fucking wild. So, this is why you watch Al Jazeera? Yeah, okay. Where was I? Let me finish this and we'll get back to that, okay? Lolo on Saturday? Yes. If we held Hasan Minaj to based on a true story standards, none of this would be controversial. It might be a blind spot for me. Why is the anthrax story made up, like bad to make up? Dude, it's like, that part is like pretty fucking wild in my opinion. Like to say that I guess it's like he wasn't, he didn't like, the only part that he made up was that he went to the hospital. That he didn't actually get, I mean, he got fake anthrax sent to him, and that the only part he lied about was that he took his daughter to the hospital, which I still think is like kind of a wild thing.
Then I added
to add on to the story,
the investigator character, because women in my life were telling me that Bina was coming off super naggy in old versions of the story. So I gave some of Bina's lines to other characters so that her perspective was represented in a way that didn't reflect poorly on her. Again, I am sorry if I crossed a line here, but I told this story this way to put the audience on the roller coaster ride that we were both experiencing at that time. Now look, I understand why people were upset by all of this. Different comedians have different expectations built into their personas. I
Like that part is the most powerful aspect of it, is that like when he's telling that story, it's like anthrax fell on his fucking daughter in that moment. He thinks it's real. You know what I mean? That's 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 a very emotional thing. But like I said, let me tell you something. Okay, let me tell you something. The reason why this is a big problem is because he's not a ha-ha fart guy. Okay. He's a serious, look at me, I'm going to tell you about racism and other stuff guy. That's it. There's a distinction in comedy, and I feel like that's the major reason as to why people take this super seriously, because like his fan base takes it super seriously as well, like the things that he says. I don't as much. I like him. I value his space. You know what I mean? I think he does a good job. There are obviously like, I don't think he goes as hard. And I think that like the anthrax story, I guess like that's the most ridiculous one, as I said, when we were looking at it. And I think that was, that's the one that he didn't do a good enough job defending, in my opinion, here as well. Have you been silly today? I've been silly. I'm silly every day. I serve the top of the hour ad break every day, and I do a segue on it. You know what I mean? But yeah, if this were John Mulaney, nobody would give a shit, I guess. But the other two are pretty fucking damaging, in my opinion. Like the way that they cooked him on that, especially the first one, which he had the most evidence for. You know. For you, though, you will have no evidence at the top of the hour ad break as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free at the top of the hour, or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let me tell you something. I could have used this as an opportunity to fucking just dagger this man and be like, this man, he fucking lived my dream. He was on the Daily Show. His name is Hasan. He does political satire. I grew up wanting to do basically what he was doing, and there's no place for two Hasans, okay? You can have two Johns, right? You can have a Stephen Colbert and a Jon Stewart, but you can't have fucking two Hasans doing political satire, political comedy, or political commentary in general in America, okay? And now we got 3. We got Mehdi Hasan too. So I could have just fucking, yeah, you brought up a pussy guillotine and asked if you've been silly today. Exactly. I could have fucking brought up the guillotine on him, but I didn't because I wanted to be honest. And I think that he is, he's an all right dude, you know? He's just, I think people take him too seriously. Maybe he takes himself too seriously, as a matter of fact.
I had 2 different expectations built into my work. My work as a storytelling comedian.
See, he's still doing it. Like, he could just be like, dude, I'm a comedian, okay? People yell at me all the fucking time, and I say, I'm a dumb himbo, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, everybody calm down. But it's true. At the end of the day, I do talk about pussy guillotines. You know what I mean? I talk about dumb shit all the fucking time. I burp into the microphone, unlike Sean Hannity. And I think that that's important to understand. I don't place myself at this like high level as a fucking community leader or an activist or something. I'm just a normal guy. Okay? I'm just a normal dude. He wants people to take him seriously sometimes and not seriously sometimes is the problem. He really can't have it both ways. People are too dumb. I mean, I guess like I don't want to be taken seriously, but I do get taken seriously. You know what I mean? Why do you keep burping in the mic, though? Your audio is impeccable except for the burps. I don't know. I like doing it.
And my work as a political comedian, where facts always come first. That is why the fact-checking on Patriot Act was extremely rigorous. The fact-checking in my congressional testimony, deeply rigorous. I don't think there's any...
Chat, I have no other place to put this, but as a breather mental break, I'm in a server with a mutual friend, and there's this dude in there who interacted once with Hasan IRL and is a deranged hater for some reason, and all of us are roasting this guy for being a fucking dork like that. Wait, he interacted with me? Where did he interact with me? I've never interacted with a fucking deranged hater in real life. He probably came up like a pussy. Like, he probably came up as like a fan. Most of these guys fucking come in. Yeah, also, you added me. Of course I'm going to read it. most of these dudes come up and act like they're going to be fucking insane. Maybe the guy you yelled at TwitchCon. No, that's not that guy. No shot. It's from last year. There's no way. The dude I threw water at? Is that the guy? He responded? What did he say? What did he say? What's his at? I lost it. One streamer from a LV house party years ago. HasanAbi goes to a house party in Vegas. What?
By the government. No, I believe that it should still be provided. Why not? Through a competitive industry, whether it's supplied by the government or supplied by a private industry.
This guy is the guy who hates me. I don't even remember this at all. I thought we were having like friendly banter. Why is this guy carried that with him for the rest of his life? Damn, dude. I did not think about this guy at all ever again for the rest of my life. And this man has like carried this much hate in his heart for fucking years. That's sad, brother. God damn. Damn, had a rent-free apartment in this dude's house for 2 whole ass years. Bro, that's sad. That's so sad. That's not healthy. I really, listen. I really feel bad. I do. Okay? But I promise you, dude, you go back and tell your homie in the fucking, he probably thinks you hate him. Law, same issue you brought up during Sad Boys. I don't think about him at all. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't even remember. If he came up to me right now, I would never be able to tell you who he is. I have no idea what his face looks like. This is from literally June 16th, 2021, where I went to a fucking random ass like house party in Las Vegas. I feel bad. I do feel bad. This man is debating at a house party. I love this clip. I think it's not good to carry that much anger, resentment, frustration. This is from like 2019. Yeah, it's like it's even older than 2021 if I'm not mistaken. This was in, oh my God, it's even worse. Oh my God, this was when we were in Las Vegas during Bernie. This was like February 2020, dog. Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad. It's literally pre-COVID. Like a whole ass COVID occurred. A whole ass COVID occurred in between this moment and where we're at now, and you're telling me that this dude still carries resentment? Fuck. Wow. I wonder how many people I've like done this to that just like have made it their entire lives mission. I suspect it's like there's got to be a bunch that I've like banned and have said like, you know, I've banned and said really horrible things to at times when I was in my weakest moments. You know what I mean? And then they just like carry that for the rest of their lives. They like move into a community that is like more hospitable. Fuck. He watched you blow up. It made it worse. That's kind of. I'm telling you, resentment is important for me as well. Okay, as someone who is very spite-driven personally. Okay, let me tell you something. There's got to be a point where you let it go. It's better for your own health. Like, spite that I have for my enemies are enemies that I haven't made up in my mind. They're enemies that are in my life, that have harmed me in my life. There's a difference between that and just like me hating someone viscerally. Someone that I might not even have like a real fucking political disagreement with. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, there's a difference. This is why I don't understand so many people who are like liberals who are just like, no, Hasan is worse than Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? People who say like, no, I'm infatuated with my hatred of you. I think you are worse because I think you're like a tanky secretly. That you're secretly tanky and you're just like more damaging to American politics than like Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro or any number of like genuine out and about Nazis where they're just like what do you think is going on? You think there's a vanguard Marxist-Leninist party that is like that I'm cultivating here? Like what's happening? Desperately trying to fucking tie me to stochastic terrorism, not recognizing that the only way that works is if you are pushing in the direction of the pre-existing oppressive hierarchies and not vice versa. Makes me kind of sad. A Twitter thread the other day was confidently comparing you to Alex Jones. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like if when you get to that level, I don't think anyone is around you to check you to be like, what are you talking about? But when you get to that level, it's just like kind of it's over. It's Jover. Where Hasan, people who hate see you as the guy who in charge of the American left unironically and have told me you have more power than some senators. Yeah, dude. I do. I have more power than senators. I hear a lot from your haters. I heard a lot from, they think you're worthy of hate and criticism as the world's biggest political commentator, but like you say, you're just some guy. First of all, I'm not the world's biggest political commentator. Maybe by size, like actual physical stature, but nothing else. That's ridiculous. Like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, and the like exist. Tucker Carlson exists. So if you are talking to someone who lives in this universe with you, a universe in which Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Fox News in its entirety, which is the most popular news network, exists, and CNN and MSNBC, and they are still like, no, Hasan is the biggest political commentator, we have to criticize him, then you're talking to an unserious person. You're not talking to a serious person. You're talking to an unserious person. You're talking to a person who has horse blinders on, and they unfortunately only see the world from a very narrow framework. There's two different things that there's two different conflicting factors here. One is Whether or not I'm like actually the biggest political commentator, I'm not. That one is demonstrably false. I wish that's not the case. And the other factor here is like my impact. People that think my impact is actually bad, that I'm actually like regularly, I guess, I don't know, brainwashing people into not believing that America is good. You have said that you're the biggest on Twitch. That's a little bit different, I think, than me saying I'm the biggest political commentator, don't you think? The daily active usership of Twitch is marginal in comparison to like other video platforms. I hope you understand that. Yes, I'm the biggest political commentator on Twitch. That doesn't mean I'm the biggest political commentator. We're talking about a video game platform. What are we talking about? You think that, yeah. Anyway, the point is this. You're the biggest one they can interact with and reach because of the nature of live streaming. My point is this. I think that I've heard libs go after you for pushing people to the right by being divisive. Yeah, there's like, you'll notice something. I think a lot of people will come up with different reasons as to why I'm bad. And ultimately, the major difference is that they just don't agree with me. And oftentimes they're more conservative than I am. But they still want to maintain the aesthetic of being someone who's not a liberal and like more radical than liberal. So they look at like actual radical politics and are scared of it and hate that like it has to be like someone like myself and my existence makes them look bad in the eyes of normies, because then it's like they can't just say that they're just a regular liberal. So they have to turn around and say I'm like an ultra, like, or, well, they don't say that. They don't know what that term is, but they say I'm a tanky, right? And I think like part of the reason is because they're it's just very aesthetics focused. I'm going to move on from this point in a second. But one thing that I have talked about quite a bit back in the day, and maybe it bears repeating now, is that like, because I've always wanted to build a large coalition, I don't really care about people that are to my further left, right? And I oftentimes will let a lot of things go, even if I don't fully agree with someone. Why do I do this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because those who are further down the line in their radical politics to myself, they'll end up pushing the needle in the direction that I think it must go. But that also is the reason why there are plenty of social democrats who I ultimately won't agree with, that I think are valid in their criticisms of the American project that has been a failure so far. Because from where we are standing, if you look at the material conditions, if you look at what American existence looks like, social democrats or people who only preach social democracy are still entirely considered radical. Look at Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has never pushed for any policy that is beyond social democracy. Okay? So I think ultimately my goal is to change people's minds. Anarchists are based as fuck. Go read some Malatesta. I've never read Malatesta, but I have read Kropotkin. I don't know why you are saying go read Kropotkin, my dude. I have. Anyway, I feel like you do the same thing with anarchists sometimes. Not all of us are extremely crusty. I agree. I mean, I'm making jokes, but I make jokes about fucking Marxist-Leninists too. I make jokes about every aspect of the left, and I make jokes about social democrats as well. Now, my point is this, okay? How can you say it's a failure? Maybe in the most literal sense of the word, but America is the longest standing democracy in the history of the world. It has proven a lot of things. Yeah, like might is right politics. How can I say it's a failure? There's no other country that has been less disrupted in its historical process due to how far away it is from every other fucking actual point of conflict, and has yet provided decent results for the average citizen. Okay? What the fuck are we talking about? There are literally third world developing nations out there that use their marginal GDP to offer better amenities for their individual citizens. Meanwhile, you can't even fucking pay for insulin here. What the fuck are we talking about? There is no bigger failure than the United States, okay? It's a massive success if you are literally a Raytheon executive. It's a massive success if you're a capital owner, but it is demonstrably a failure for the average citizen. We have the most money. We are the wealthiest nation on the planet. We are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And yet we still have people that are dying of a lack of adequate food. We have child starvation in this country. We have food insecurity in this country for children. Children still have fucking lunch debt in this country. What are we talking about? That is before we even get into healthcare and medicine. We pay 10 times the price for medicine than any other country in comparison to any other fucking country. We have the worst overarching healthcare outcomes in comparison to other OECD nations. It's completely unacceptable. We have a fucking mass shooting happening almost every goddamn day. That's why I say it's literally a failure, because it has been failing ever since the regulatory bodies have been captured. What? How can you say it's a failure? Maybe in the most literal sense of the word? Yeah, that's, what do you mean? You think I mean in a spiritual sense? I mean it in a literal sense. It is a failure. A dude walked in to a bowling alley yesterday in Maine and shot 18 people and killed them, walked into a different fucking restaurant and killed people there too, and he's still on the lam. This dude had serious mental health issues, and he had been fucking, he had been stopped before. I know this guy agrees with me. I don't know why he just said it in a very contentious way. Yeah. National total of $262 million in student lunch debt annually, and we are going to keep shaming kids, and we're going to send $1 trillion to wars. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. America is literally, for all of its advantages, America is literally the biggest failure, the most abject failure. Anyway. So, yeah, it's a massive failure. My point was there's a lot of people that get mad at me when I say America bad, but they don't hear why I say America bad. They love it when I say America bad because no health care, right? But they don't like it when I say America bad, and maybe some other countries do good things that America should do, when it's outside of the Western sphere of influence. Because I make comparisons to Norway all the fucking time, and people go, you know what, that's right. But if I make comparisons to China, then God fucking forbid, dude. Are you kidding me? High-speed rail? You better fucking shut your goddamn mouth, you communist piece of shit. You want 7 gorillion Uyghur Muslims to be genocided, okay? You want every fucking Muslim to be genocided like they did in Xinjiang. That's what you want to do. I know this. Also, simultaneously, I love when Israel is doing genocide to the Palestinians. That's what I love. But oh my God, dude, China, they're the ones who did it the most and the maximum amount and in an unacceptable way, because they did it outside of the sphere of American influence. But Israel, when they do it, it's, oh, okay, let's not call it a genocide now, okay? Let's not call it a fucking genocide. You crazy. Yeah. So, you know, in my view, your thing is repeating things 450,000 times to people who came in late and undue damage from feminist cringe compilations. Personally, coverage saved my life, and I finally accept I'm trans and I'm happy. You're my Hasan, best Hasan. Oh, thank you. There's no institutional left in the United States. The most radical in government is Bernie Sanders, and these political drama bait channels want us to think that the 5 tankies on a Discord are a real serious problem. Goofy ass on serious leftists. Yes. You very succinctly put my criticism of all of the drama baiters in the political sphere. You very succinctly explained it. Okay? That's number one. That's why I always get mad when I see people left punching. Like, I immediately go, okay, you're not a serious person. Fuck off. Like, really? That's your biggest concern? Your biggest concern on the planet is that is someone you suspect has an unnuanced view, even though they might have a nuanced view of someone that you and everybody else considers a foreign adversary to America? Yeah. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So, the last thing I want to mention before moving on from this point is that those guys that are to your left, that are more radical than you, have a capacity to soften your perspective. That's another reason why I don't really care too much. Because they end up pulling people in your direction ultimately. And I don't have an issue with that. It's great. Pull them in my direction. I like that. Ask any of those anti-tanky folks which real-world social experience they support/liked, and then you'll see that they are not actually leftists. Exactly. There's also two different conflicting thoughts here. I think that a lot of people don't understand a very important thing. Okay? It's not about like real existing socialism or historical socialism, because there's wrongs in every state. Every state has had issues, right? It's about recognizing those issues and making sure that you can improve upon them. Whether it be the Chinese state currently, or whether it be the USSR, or whether it be Cuba, which is pretty perfect, actually, as a matter of fact, and has been a beacon of hope and prosperity in a time when the world has been out to get them. And, you know, that's still pretty cool. But, hey, that's different. That's a different point. But what I'm trying to say is that there's two different thoughts here. There's also the anti-imperialist attitude that people have. I think that's one that people forget. People have a right to exercise autonomy. People have a right to be devoid of Western influence if they choose if they wish to do so. And no, I don't mean like in Uganda where they're executing homosexuals or whatever, which is ironically another Western Christian missionary project. I mean, working deliberately to rid your nation state of French involvement in your financial instruments, for example. Like that can only be conducted when you align with another bad state actor. But it's still ultimately not the worst thing, right? It's a byproduct of having more than one state be the global hegemonic superpower. The way I think about it, is I don't agree with Hamas's tactics. I don't agree with or the Al-Qassam tactics. I don't agree with the worldview that they have, obviously, and I think that it would be better served if there was a different leadership, right? But I also perfectly understand where this kind of attitude develops. I get it. Like, I know where it's coming from. I know how it festers. I know how it manifests. I know how people who feel helpless end up getting more and more radicalized. I've talked about this quite a bit, and it doesn't mean I'm a fucking Hamas supporter, okay? Please stop giving so much time to the arguments of these psycho hate watchers. I think that it's I'm not just like giving arguments to psycho hate watchers, chatter. I think I'm just trying to describe my perspective. Anyway. This is not a war. Gaza is not a state, but a colonized territory under siege by a nuclear power. Hamas is not an army, but a resistance movement. Colonized people have the right to arm resistance under international law. Haas, why do you have Coke nose lately? You mean being sick? Like, because I came back from a convention and I'm sick? That's what you think? That's what you called being sick and having a stuffy nose? Coke nose? I actually don't understand it. Like, I know your ass is on Twitch all day, every day because you have a sock account. Nobody who has a sock account goes outside and socializes with other humans and goes to parties where there's cocaine readily available. Sorry, that's just the truth. If you have made a sock account to be a part of this broadcast after you've been banned, you've never done drugs. Like, you don't know what a fucking Coke nose is. You've only seen it on a fucking USA Today or like on a USA TV show. You know what I mean? Shitty budget, like, USA TV show. That's the only time you've ever heard of Coke or Coke nose or whatever the fuck. You've never been around cocaine. You have a sock account. So why did you demonstrate how little you understand how human beings operate? That you went from maybe this guy's sick to like he probably has Coke nose. Sick. You're Oh my God, I can't believe this. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe he just revealed this vlog footage from a year ago. I don't even know if I want to watch this right now. I'm scared. Anyway, IDF spokesman says IDF forces will continue raids in the Gaza Strip tonight as well, and it will continue more in the coming days. So let's watch.
Well, as Israel continues to step up its relentless air attacks on Gaza, the IDF said it had attacked more than 250 targets during its brief raid into the territory overnight.
Bro read a really good point and proceeded to ignore to read a comment about Coke, please. What really good point did I read?
And has also killed a senior leader of Hamas, which is designated as a terrorist organization by the UK. While UN agencies on the ground in Gaza say that fuel supplies are still urgently needed if they continue their humanitarian work. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, has this report, and be warned, there are distressing scenes.
Israeli armoured vehicles crossed into Gaza overnight, armoured bulldozers levelling the terrain. Footage provided by the Israeli Defence Force showed a column moving inside Gaza and firing tank shells. The IDF said the brief incursion was in preparation for the next stages of combat, including gathering intelligence.
Bro, they are never going in. They're never going in with like actual fucking ground troops, it seems like. They're like, nope. First we bombed it from the air. Now we're bombing it with fucking tanks. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
עם מאמץ מבצעי, כולל המאמץ המבצעי שראינו אתמול בצפון הרצועה. אנחנו ממשיכים לקיים פשיטות כאלה, שהתכלית שלהם היא לאסוף מידע בשטח, שנוכל להצליח.
The desire to not let Palestine be sacrificed to the altars of Hamas is legit, but I think if one is to do justice to the notion of empathy, it is to imagine the Israel position as one where good Palestinians need to drop the passive lines about Hamas. Yeah, dude, that's why Israel's been occupying fucking the West Bank, because of the passive lines that Palestinians keep dropping about Hamas. Man, come on, dog. Come on. Be serious. Be for fucking real, okay? Israel's been doing this before Hamas, and Israel will continue doing it after Hamas, okay? It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, there's unconditional support for the IDF and its actions. Is at like a 75% approval rating. Netanyahu is at an 85% disapproval rating. The IDF is at a 75% approval rating. Who do you think is dropping the fucking bombs? If we're working off of approval ratings of unjustifiable and brutal acts, then holy moly, the entire fucking Western world needs to be nuked with the broad support that they've offered to the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel has been engaging in. If that is the standard, okay, which is not my standard and that's not your standard either, let me tell you, there's not a single fucking person that deserves to be alive then. That's crazy. We have a broad majority support for Israel in this country, and not a single person would ever advocate to do 1,000 9/11s in America and have it be justified for the broad support that the country has. Okay? Just like the broad support that the IDF enjoys as is engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign does not justify random Israeli civilians being fucking slaughtered. Okay? This is just neoliberal propaganda that's rotted people's brains. This is the Russians should just have protested take, but turbocharged because it makes even less sense for Palestinians. Yeah, literally. No, exactly. Exactly. It's so weird that it's always America's adversaries that should have just protested harder, and that's why they deserve the fate that befalls them, oftentimes as an act of collective punishment, whether it be sanctions, crippling economic sanctions usually, or collective punishment in the form of war crimes like America invading your country and killing your civilians, your children, your babies, or Israel doing a bombing campaign in the Gaza Strip, a open-air prison that it operates personally. These are always just America's enemies that have to just withstand the might. You know? Why? Because they didn't protest. Fucking ridiculous. You would not ever allow a standard like this to apply to you. If this standard applied to you, okay? If this standard applied to you, you and myself included, we would all deserve to be ruthlessly slaughtered for our majority, consensus, broad support for the war crimes that Israel is engaging in. Same with Israel. And I don't think many of you are J.D. Pond style permanent first world genocide supporters, so I don't want to hear from you about that. Okay? I'm not. The problem with military Keynesianism is that it eventually you run out of other people's countries to bomb. The White House has been quietly urging lawmakers in both parties to sell the war efforts abroad as a potential economic boom at home. That's crazy. Aides have been distributing talking points to Democrats and Republicans who have been supportive of continued efforts to fund Ukraine's resistance to make the case that doing so is good for American jobs, according to 5 White House aides and lawmakers familiar with the effort and granted anonymity to speak freely. Hamas won the election with 53%. Joe Brandon won with 52%. So what are you saying? So like that we can have another larger superpower do to us what Israel has done to Gaza? Is that what you're saying? But like less, 1% less? Is that what you're saying? Also, that's not even correct because Palestinian elections cannot be conducted in a fair and free way to begin with because they're under occupation. They were only allowed to have an election because America told them to have an election against the wishes of the secular parties who said that they were not ready for it. In most of those elections, which you would know if you ever read a fucking book, I'm saying it's fucked to the doom Palestine for a party that was like 1% more popular than a dead guy. Oh, okay. All right. Because in that situation, the reason why Hamas won is because they ran as an anti-corruption party against, in most races, multiple people that split the secular vote. Also, it doesn't even matter because, you know, the population in Gaza is fucking children. They're children, okay? So they didn't even get to vote in the 2006 election. They were not there. They were not alive, or they were like 3. That is, if they survived. Wasn't it a parliament system, so it would have had the power share? Yes, until the coup, where until the second flub that came down from George W. Bush that forced the coup that failed, that where Hamas controlled all levers of power in Gaza, and started the final stage of its endless endeavor to become the singular force for Palestinians. A data broker on the newly launched ransomed forums posted data for sale, which they claim as classified NATO data to include U.S. data associated with the FBI, CIA, AR Cyber, and other DoD organizations. Wait, what? Fuck. What is it? Soon to declassify documents for full-scale invasion plans into Palestine involvement. I don't believe this. I have documents that also explain the inevitable UniGov. This plan is to split into 605 parts, which will explain how the war will result in the United States government offering a solution to end the war, which will result in a government ran by 5 people that are controlled by the United States government. What? Why did you send this to me? What the fuck?
להצליב אותו ולהבין מחטוף, מנהדר ולעדכן את המשפחות. אנחנו נמשיך לעשות את זה, המספר הזה עוד ישתנה, ואנחנו עומדים כרגע על 224.
Attacks by Israeli fighter jets. Targeted, say the Israelis, on Hamas infrastructure, command centers, tunnels and rocket launchers, most in civilian areas. It must be as terrifying for the hostages as for the Palestinian civilians. Hamas said today that 50 hostages have been killed in Israeli bombing, a claim that is impossible to verify. Now, in Tel Aviv this evening, relatives and supporters demanded that the Israeli government and military prioritize the release of the hostages and keep them in mind during preparations for the larger ground invasion of Gaza.
I have a friend, a cousin, is held hostage. Yes.
That must be very worrying.
Very. A lot. You can't sleep at night to think that they are there with the bombs and all the things that happened there. We must cease fire and bring the hostage back, first of all. This is the humanitarian and the most important thing to do.
A reminder that Hamas is still firing rockets into Israel, that you must run for cover or hit the deck. These rockets, like most, were shot down by the Iron Dome air defense system, while people waited for the all clear. In Gaza, there's no siren. No air defense system, no escape, not even in the south of the Strip where Israel has told them to go for safety. Not in their own houses, nowhere.
كل المباني هذه كلها بفجأة هيك ضربوا يمكن أكثر من قنبلة كم من طن يمكن 6
They have no shelters for rockets. They have no Iron Dome. They got nothing.
طن يمكن تقريبا.
And they're lobbing our rockets, our missiles into there.
كله راح
killing
هذا
them.
كله الدم كله تحت في لسان قاد كثير لسه.
The children of Gaza's world is literally collapsing around them. Death is overwhelming, unbearable, beyond words. So many funerals for civilians every day at the Nasser Medical Center in Khan Yunis. Even as Israel announced that they had killed a senior Hamas intelligence operative, who they say was one of the architects of the October the 7th attacks. The dead mourned here are collateral damage.
كيف صار إرهابي اللي عمره سنة؟ ليش ينقصف اللي عمره سنة؟ ليش؟ لسه ما شافش دنيته، كلمة بابا ما عرفش يحكيها، أبوه ما عرفش اسمه عشان يستشهد. أطفال 7 أيام و4 أيام استشهدوا ليش؟
Wael Al-Dastu, the resident Al Jazeera correspondent, lost his wife, son, daughter and infant grandson, crushed under the rubble of the building where they had fled to in central Gaza. This was Beit Hanun in Gaza on May the 10th. And this was it last week.
I need you to understand something. Like, you look at this and you have access to this information. You know who else has access to this information? Motherfucking Joe Biden. Okay? He has access to this information too. So think about that. Think about that when you hear him say something so fucking awful, like, I just don't know if I can trust the numbers coming out of Palestinian authorities.
A community obliterated. Israel may mount several more incursions like last night's before a larger foray. They call the airstrikes softening up. The people of Gaza, like the relatives of the hostages, must wonder what will ever bring this horror to an end.
And Lindsay joins me now from Tel Aviv. Lindsay, is there any more information on the timing of this ground invasion?
Well, they're not going to tell us the timing, but they do say that they are determined to go ahead with it. That is against the advice, I suspect, of the Americans and the French as well. I was talking to a colonel in the reserve today. One of his jobs is to call people individually in Gaza City and tell them to go south, where it will, he says, be safer. Of course, we've seen that...
Safer, as in not safe, because we'll still bomb the south as well, but, you know, more safe than northern Gaza. Remember that. That's what they mean.
Khan Yunis, which is in the south, is not safe at all. But then he said that what is going to happen is that Gaza City, and I quote, will be turned into a parking lot before the Israelis go in with the infantry and the tanks. Now, that is extremely chilling. What he's saying is more and more bombing from the skies. Now, he was very much on the hawkish end, I would say, but it gives some idea of the tenor of the conversation within the military, and it gives some idea of how they are determined to go ahead with this, whatever anyone on the outside says or advises.
Interesting. And there was some stuff on my phone that popped up a few hours ago, I'm sure the same on yours, that a Hamas delegation had arrived in Moscow, of all places, and the Israeli government is now calling on Moscow to kick the delegation out. Can you tell us any more?
Well, this is very interesting because Israel actually has very good relations with Russia. Of course, there are a lot of Russian Jews who came here after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And although Israel rails against all the countries that have relations with Hamas or which have Hamas delegations in them, whether that's visiting Russia or based in Qatar or in Turkey, actually they will need those countries. They need those countries now in order to negotiate for some of those hostages to get out. In fact, one of the senior Israeli
Hamas delegation, are you kidding me? There's no delegation left? Yes, there are. What are you talking about? Yeah, of course there are. Hamas's leadership structure is almost entirely outside of Gaza. They operate out of Qatar.
The advisors to Benjamin Netanyahu the other day praised Qatar for what it was doing on hostages, even as others are condemning Qatar for keeping relations with Hamas. But in the end, there will not be a total military solution. There will have to be some kind of negotiation, even if it's a negotiation for surrender or a negotiation for Hamas leaders to go into exile. Countries like Russia, Qatar, Turkey, Egypt are going to be essential for that, whatever the Israelis say at the moment.
Lindsay in Tel Aviv, thank you very much, as ever. Well, it's been more and more difficult for us to reach doctors inside Gaza. But earlier I spoke to Dr. Mohammed Abu Mugaisib, a medical coordinator for Médecins Sans Frontières there, and asked him what pressures the civilians are facing now.
Another Hamas guy.
I mean, every day it's becoming worse and worse. I mean, the situation. I mean, I mean, people are dying every day. We are dying every day here in Gaza. I mean, in terms of basic life things, I mean, it's becoming worse. Drinkable water is very difficult to find. Food are limited. Hospitals, I mean, hospitals are no more hospitals, you can call them. You can call them just, I mean, shelters, parking. I mean, people are sheltering there. There is no privacy anymore. I mean, doctors are crying, surgeons are crying, they're exhausted. They are working since 19 days, 24 hours or 7. I mean, the situation is really horrible.
The Israelis are saying that they're trying to kill Hamas fighters. Who is dying in these airstrikes?
What we are seeing is children and civilians who are dying. I mean, bombing one building, what you can get is dead children, dead babies, and wounded babies and wounded women. That's what we get in the hospitals.
And what can you do for them when they come to your hospitals? What's left in terms of medicine and supplies?
I mean, we are operating, I mean, our surgeons, you maybe heard we are operating on the floor. I mean, we are operating without painkillers, without anesthesia. They are amputating patient children without anesthesia. Imagine in front of their families, the operation is done, the surgical operation. I mean, the surgeons are completely exhausted. Some of them, they broke up. I mean, they are burned out. They are crying. They are working since 19 days without stop.
What about the fuel situation in the hospitals? Do you still have enough fuel?
I mean, according to the health authorities, there is fuel running, but I think it's limited. I mean, sooner or later it will stop because the hospital.
Médecins Sans Frontières, an NGO, Doctors Without Borders. Thanks, Chatter. I know that. When I said he's Hamas, I was joking. It was a dark, cruel joke about the way that Israel operates.
Hospitals are depending 100% on generators, and means on fuel. So if the fuel will not enter tomorrow, after tomorrow, it will stop. I think at that moment there will be a huge disaster in Gaza.
The Gaza Health Ministry has compiled a list of all the 7,000 or so people who have been killed in these bombardments, their names and their ID numbers. Would you like to see the Israeli authorities have a look at that list?
Of course I would like them to see, to see, and I'm sure they know. They know very well Gaza. They know the neighborhood of Gaza. They know where to target. They see the TV. They see the most of them are civilians, but I think it's what we want is to stop the war. That's it. We as well here, I'm MSF.
He's basically saying Israel knows where the target. He's trying to get the doctor, to say that Israel is deliberately targeting civilians, and he doesn't want to say it, but he's basically saying it without saying it. That's it.
Yes, I'm representing Doctors Without Borders, but I'm also calling to stop the war. We are dying every day. Everyone in Gaza, the population is dying every day.
And finally and briefly, do you have any family with you in the Gaza Strip?
Yes, I am with my family, and of course, I mean, we are sheltering, and according to the warning that we had to move to the south, we moved to the south. But actually, since 48 hours, the bombing and the airstrikes are on the south, morning till evening. It's close even to the place that I was sheltering in. So, I mean, there is no safe place, actually.
Okay, we'll leave it there. We wish you all the best. Good luck. Mohammed Abu Mugaisib, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk now to Elon Levy, who's a spokesman for the Israeli government. Elon Levy, thank you very much for coming back on our program. I want to first of all start by asking you about the situation.
This guy fucking sucks.
Situation in Moscow, which is rather strange. Hamas delegation goes to Moscow. This is a capital with which Israel has good relations, and you're now calling on the Russians to expel Hamas. Explain that to us, please.
Indeed, Hamas showed the world that it is worse than ISIS with the October 7th massacre, and we expect...
Wait, it was Hamas? Bro, first it was 15 9/11s, now it's 20 9/11s. First it was Hamas's ISIS, and now it's worse than ISIS? That's crazy. The 9/11 inflation has hit Hamas super hard, bro. These guys are like one step removed from being like, Hamas is worse than Hitler. Like, it's crazy.
Expect the world to treat it exactly like ISIS. No country in the world would have diplomatic relations or accept diplomatic delegations from ISIS.
Except, you know, Israel is worse at its indiscriminate violence against the civilian population that it has put in an open-air prison. So technically, by that design, no country should ever talk to Israel. But of course, you know, that's not the case, right? Wait another week for that. Yeah, next week is going to be like Hamas is worse than fucking Nazi Germany.
And the same is true of Hamas. We completely condemn the invitation for Hamas to visit Moscow. We view this as an act of support for terrorism, an act that legitimizes their atrocities.
They want it both ways. Like, they want to fucking prop up Hamas as like the only fucking governing body. They bully and destroy the Palestinian Authority. And then when other nations decide to also negotiate with Hamas because, like, that's what Israel's propped up as the only guy, they get mad. Your man did this. Benjamin Netanyahu and every other leadership in Israel has done similar things, but still.
And we're calling on the Russians to expel the Hamas delegation immediately and the whole world to close ranks against Hamas, just as the whole world closed ranks against ISIS a decade ago.
But the Russians could come in quite handy as mediators, and we know that you talk to the Qataris talk to Hamas, and there is mediation behind closed doors. Could the Russians do the same thing, or are they completely, is it unacceptable for them to have anything to do with Hamas whatsoever?
It is unacceptable for any nation to have anything to do with the terror organization that on October 7th burned, butchered, raped, tortured, and mutilated its way through the communities in southern Israel. Hamas is worse than ISIS. It broadcasts its crimes live, sometimes on its victims' own social media, with terrific violence trying to shock the world. And we expect the whole world to close ranks around Hamas as we continue with our campaign to wipe Hamas out, by the way, just as the whole civilized world wiped out ISIS 10 years ago. That is our model for the campaign with Hamas. We've learned from the West, learned from the Western campaign, from the international coalition to destroy ISIS, and that's what we intend to continue.
Wait, why can't I click on this? What the fuck? Come on. Give me the pub. Ay, that's annoying. The article title reads, why is Israel not intervening to counter the Islamic State? Though frequently threatened by the Islamic State, Israel has maintained since the beginning of the conflict a consistent non-interventionist policy. Israel halts medical treatment, which meant that they were giving medical treatment for members of Syria's Nusra Front. The change took place a month after Israeli Druze ambushed wounded Syrian rebels being transported in IDF ambulances, killing one of the men. 5 members of the Druze community were later arrested on suspicion of murder. Why is it that Israel was not intervening with ISIS, even though they say Hamas is ISIS? What's that about? The relations with terrorist collectives that don't abide by international law. Yo, Israel, is this you? How Israel became a safe haven for Russian billionaires? I'm sorry. Are you going to tell me that it's really weird that Israel is one of the most common second passports among Russian-born billionaires? You think there's a... That's crazy. How about you chill out, dude? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that Israel is incredibly self-interested? Does this argument even matter? Hamas and ISIS are both horrible. I mean, by the metrics of how horrible Hamas is, like, Israel is doing the same shit tenfold now. Okay? That's kind of the major point that I have, the major point of contention that I have with Israel's operations. I hope people understand that. Like, yeah, Hamas is bad. What they did on October 7th was ruthless. It was brutal. You know what else is also ruthless and brutal? Doing that tenfold, which is what Israel is doing and has been doing even before October 7th. It's orders of magnitude worse. So you can fucking keep chirping and say Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is ISIS, they're the terrorists, we are the state, they're the terrorists, we're the state. But people see it. People see what's going on. Hamas does not have the capacity to starve the entire 9 million Israeli population. Hamas does not have the capacity to stop them from having access to food, access to water, access to power, access to fuel, which is one of the only ways that the desalination pumps can work inside of Gaza. Only way that hospitals can operate inside of Gaza. Come on, dude. In the game of terrorism, Israel is the Mac Daddy. Well, America is the Mac Daddy. Israel is the little bro, but still significantly more successful at doing terror than Hamas ever could. Unimaginable. Russian libs are insanely fucking unhinged on this, by the way. Literally the worst Zionist takes imaginable. As a Georgian, now I feel like a fucking idiot after pushing back against the dehumanization of Russians for the past year. Yeah. Oh. What is this article, bro? How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel? What the fuck is this article?
Convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that...
Okay, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch that because... You want to know why I don't want to watch that? Well, one, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And two, I don't want to take that away from France. Like, it's kind of fucked up for us to just be like, Israel is taking away safe harbor for pedophiles away from the shining beacon of pedophile prosperity, France. You know what I mean? It's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked. They want to be European, and they're doing French shit. France only wants the entertainment industry pedos. That's true. France is like, we will only take your pedophiles if they're very good at their work. Not very good at pedophilia. That part doesn't matter, but they have to be very good at movies. If they got movie magic mindset, we will take them. Yeah. Anyway.
You're doing with Hamas until victory.
Okay, you must have heard about this list of the 7,000 victims in Gaza of Israeli bombing, their names and their ID numbers issued by the Gaza Health Ministry. Have you seen that list?
I have not seen that list. I have to say the human suffering in Gaza as a result of Hamas's decision to declare war on the people of Israel on October 7th is truly heartbreaking. None of us want to be in this situation. It's the situation we're in because Hamas declared war.
It's just like, it's funny because, again, like, they act like October 7 was in a vacuum. Like, there's no way that Palestinians can fucking push back. You know what I mean? Like, fucking lose their minds and, like, ultimately arrive at a point where they're just like, this is the military operation. Like, we're doing this, okay? But also, simultaneously, they're like, every single Gazan has to die because they did October 7. And it's like, it's this, like, if one thing is bad, you have to understand that you are responsible and you're doing it, making it worse. I don't know. Maybe he was in a coma and he woke up. He had no idea he was in a time chamber since 1944, and he just woke up on October 7th, 2023, and was like, that's crazy. I can't believe that we finally got a nation state with all mostly peaceful means, I assume, right? Because we're a peaceful people. And then now these fucking guys are coming out of nowhere and attacking us. That's really fucked up. You know? I saw a quote, "We will never forgive the Arabs for making us kill their children. Somehow Israel manages to be the victim still." Yeah, it's nuts. IDF is backing out from Nablus. They have failed again.
Us dragged us into a war we didn't want or even expect. But it's important to understand that, you know, according to the Gaza Health Authorities...
Do you want to see that list? Are you interested in the list?
I would certainly like to, because according to Hamas, if you were to believe Hamas, there are no terrorists in the Gaza Strip and there are no civilians in Israel. We've been very clear that our goal is to continue targeting the terrorists who perpetrated the October 7th massacre. That's why we're asking civilians to get out of the way, despite Hamas doing everything it can to stop them evacuating, setting up roadblocks.
Right.
We want to
Let
go
me just
after the
stop you
terrorists.
there,
We want the civilians to move.
Can I just stop you there for a second? You did ask them to move, and they did move, and then you bombed them where they moved to.
God damn, dude, what is happening with Channel 4? Why are they like this? Can someone explain this to me? Can a British person finally speak out in the chat and say something productive for once? Why are they like this? They've been like consistently better than most other Western media.
I'll give you an example. Yesterday, the IDF struck
I feel like I understand why the Tories are constantly trying to take their funds away. I get it. They kind of deserve it, you know what I mean? They're like actually doing decent journalism, which is kind of fucked up. And therefore I perfectly understand why the pedophile Tories want to take all the funds away, the remaining funds.
Target in Khan Yunis in the south of the Gaza Strip. It was a rocket launcher that Hamas had set up between a mosque and a kindergarten. Under international law, that is 100% a legitimate military target. Our campaign, our exercise of our right to self-defense in this campaign is to totally eliminate the enemy that perpetrated the October 7th massacre. And the reason that
and their babies. The babies played a big role. 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel since October 7th. 3,000 children, just children under the age of 18, okay? So what is this man saying? Is he saying that like these 3,000 children are Hamas? Is he saying that they had to die to take revenge on October 7th? Are the kids, you know, are they Are they a part of the operations? Like, what do they do?
We're asking civilians to move out of the northern Gaza Strip. By the way, to move a short distance. The total distance is the length of the Edgware Road in London.
Right.
The reason we're asking them to move is because Hamas is embedded.
Never forget, everything that Israel says about Gaza and Hamas can be literally deployed back to them as an argument. If you don't even know anything about the conversation, you could literally turn around and say every single thing back to them and ask, do you think this is consistent? Is this a consistent principle you have? I'll give you another example. The baby deaths, right? Like, if you think that your bombing campaign is justifiable upon Gaza, which is your open air prison, your concentration camp that you operate, okay, does that fucking mean that, like, the babies that were burned in a kibbutz on October 7th, was that justifiable? This was retaliation for Israel's brutal occupation. Do you find that to be justifiable? No, you don't. Of course you don't find that to be justifiable. It's crazy. Nobody wants babies to fucking die. So why is it okay when one side's babies fucking die? Why is that all right? Why are you making that argument? People always fucking say, for example, oh, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. Okay, Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Do they not? They do. I mean, according to international law, they have a right to defend themselves. It's what they do in their defense that is like called into question. Israel says Palestinians have human shields. Well, the IDF headquarters is in a fucking mall. Israel has mandatory service, which means every single fucking Israeli adult has at some point become a soldier, which makes them enemy combatants. More so than the random Palestinians that don't have mandatory conscription or mandatory service. So would you consider all Israelis that were murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered, to be enemy combatants? All men and women have to serve in the Israeli military. So what's going on there? Are they all enemy combatants that were slaughtered? Or do you consider them to be civilians that were slaughtered? And also on top of that, absolutely zero people would consider that to be appropriate. Except for like random people online that, everybody gets hung up on and think is a demonstration of how the entirety of the DSA operates or some shit. Right? So how does that work? Why does it work that way? Why does it work that way? Because, I'll tell you why it works that way. Because there's a second thing that people are not calling into question here, which is that Palestinians are not human. Israelis are. Palestinians are enemy combatants. Israelis are our neighbors. That's it. That's the major reason. Only when you come to that conclusion do you operate under the recognition that these are justifiable targets. These babies that have been slaughtered are perfectly fine. They should be slaughtered.
Sorry, Matt, if I could just explain, because I think it's an important point. Hamas has embedded its tunnels deep underneath civilian areas. And that's why we're asking people to move, because Hamas has put them in danger, and we don't want them to be in danger. We want to hurt Hamas, not the people of Gaza.
That's bullshit. Suck my dick, you fucking liar.
Let me ask you finally, have you ever considered the possibility that, like other extremist organizations, Hamas may want you to overreact? They may want you to fall in what could ultimately...
Yeah, I mean, look. Much of the Kyria today is located in the sands of Sarona, Templar, British Mandate. Ha-Kyria, the Kyria, is an area in central Tel Aviv consisting of urban military base north of Kaplan Street and a civilian area south of it. Ha-Kyria contains the Tel Aviv District's government center and major Israel Defense Forces, Camp Rabin, named after Yitzhak Rabin. It's the IDF headquarters. It's in the middle of a fucking area. It's in the middle of a civilian area.
be a trap, and that this would be detrimental to Israel's image around the world and also ultimately to your own security, even if you manage to kill Hamas commanders.
The attack that Hamas perpetrated on the morning of October 7th, when it murdered 1,400 of our people, tortured and it hurt more than 5,000 people, took 220 people hostage, was beyond the worst case nightmare scenarios that anyone in this country could imagine. And we're determined not to go back to 6 o'clock on the morning on October 7th. We can no longer live beside an ISIS-like terror organization that feels free and emboldened.
Yeah, again, like I said, dude, it's wild that they keep saying ISIS because, like, they've literally worked with ISIS. Like, come on, dude. Maybe that's why they wanted to, like, fuck up the SEO so nobody Googles Israel ISIS and finds out that, like, they've collaborated, you know? They've done collabs, like Fuckboy Supreme style.
To butcher, rape, burn, and behead our people at will. And that's why we're glad we're building an international coalition to wipe out ISIS, to wipe out Hamas, just as the civilized world wiped out ISIS. And we hope that civilians will indeed heed our warning, despite Hamas's best efforts to physically block them from leaving, which I don't need to say is, of course, a war crime.
Yeah, dude, you blowing up civilians is not a war crime. It's that Hamas is physically blocking people. Yeah. It's crazy.
Okay. All right. Got to leave it there. And we have documented, Elon Levy, the suffering of the Israeli people in great detail and spoken to the families of the bereaved and the kidnapped. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, because we
didn't even slightly answer the question because they look fucking awful. I know, but it's like really annoying. Don't let any of these fucking charlatans get away with this shit, okay? It's so frustrating to me. Like, they were pretty good. Why do they insist so much on the ISIS comparison? Because the goal is to do a final solution on Palestinians in Gaza. Gaza is operated by Hamas. Hamas is the government there, okay? So the more you say Palestinians voted for Hamas, the more you say Hamas is ISIS, the more you conflate the difference between an average Palestinian and Hamas that you have already very successfully portrayed as a terror cell, the less people will look at what you're doing as like a genocide.
We cannot get access to Gaza ourselves. We can only get information about casualties from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which, like all government agencies there, is appointed by Hamas. Yesterday, President Biden cast doubt on their statistics, saying that no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. In response, the Gaza Health Ministry has tonight published a list of the names, as you just heard, and the ID numbers of more than...
Can you not say Hamas is a terrorist group? Wait, you mean, like, chat, Ahmad, you don't have to ban that guy. No, terrorism is a absolute fucking, absolutely a political designation. It is meant to deny habeas corpus to the enemy combatant. That's what it is. That's the real reason why we make this declaration, that someone is a terrorist. That's it. If you want to understand it from a political science perspective, that's what it is. My distinction, for the most part, is that civilian, non-combatant casualties are completely unacceptable. Okay? I think that they're unacceptable. They do happen as a consequence of how gruesome the conditions are that people are subjected to. They happen with the ANC. They happen with the IRA, right? They happened in Algeria against the French, the anti-colonial action against the French in Algeria. And the most effective way of ensuring that enemy combatants, civilian casualties don't occur is by ending occupations. Okay? That's it. Look at their logs, funky bastard. You defend your lefty friends who defend Hamas, though. Can you not say Hamas is a terrorist group? This guy's a dumbass for sure. Why are we noticing less Latino votes? What would the ban accomplish? Aren't you the same guy that said you do not call cops? Oh, God. This guy is... Oh, my God. Oh, okay, I got it. This is like... I know where this guy's coming from. Oh, he's in here specifically to clip my response so he can fucking post it on a subreddit and be like, look, this guy loves Hamas, actually. No, he's not an H3 member. No, No H3 member says, aren't you the same guy who said you do not call the cops in 2020? Come on, brother. These are gripes that people are fighting for 4 years now. It's like the most pathetic state of existence. Come on. It's also not true. It's a classic clip chimp that people have ran with for 4 years now. Imagine fighting the demons in your head for 4 fucking years, brother man. Jesus Christ. Oof. Sad. One day you'll get better, I promise.
7,000 people, it says, have died since October the 7th. And a warning, there are some distressing scenes from the start in Jonathan Rugman's report.
This was southern Gaza this morning in the aftermath of an Israeli airstrike. It was reported that at least 15 Palestinians were killed. Few wars are better documented than this one, not least because the conflict has lasted for decades. But Gaza's Health Ministry, which issues the figures, is controlled by Hamas. And the Israelis have told President Biden that the overall death toll of over 7,000 Palestinians is not to be believed.
What they say to me is I have no notion that Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure...
This was fucking gross. I covered this extensively this morning. I told you exactly why it's fucking gross. I told you why it's completely unacceptable to say such a thing. And I showed you that the State Department itself has used these numbers. These numbers have always been very reliable. It's fucking annoying. And completely and utterly unacceptable for Brandon to come out and say that these numbers are unreliable. They've never been unreliable. It's ridiculous.
Innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war. But I have no confidence in the number that the Palestinians are using.
No incident has proved more controversial than this. Hundreds were reported killed at the Al-Ali hospital last week. Hamas says it was an Israeli airstrike, but the Americans, British, Canadians and French say a malfunctioning Palestinian rocket was most likely to blame. And Israel also queries the number of dead.
I see remains of fire. What I don't see is bodies. If 500 people were indeed killed here, or 471, which is the latest update from the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health in Gaza, where were they here?
American intelligence reckons between 100 and 300 died. Still...
That's crazy. Oh my God. The people that make these counts are fucking doctors, man. They're not terrorists. Oh my God. The people, also the American count is 100 to 300. That's interesting. I thought it was only 50. What happened? Now they're saying 100 to 300. Let me explain something to you. Okay? The people that are counting the dead are doctors. They're doctors. They're not Hamas. They're doctors. The Gaza Health Ministry is a civilian operation. It's like assuming that the worst debate, bro, the numbers are always undercounted. Yeah, it's the unholy debate. It's like how many babies were actually murdered debate when we're continuously murdering babies is like up there with defensive CP. You know what I mean? Anyway, it is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The Canadian meme, fucking military totally parroted the Israeli talking points. Yeah, so did the American ones. And the New York Times basically eviscerated their counterclaims in its entirety.
A terrible toll. But the Italians have gone with a far lower figure than that.
We need to avoid the negative impact of propaganda, because that missile that was said to have caused 500 deaths, in reality, it was around 50.
The hospital incident resulted in unusually large protests here in Jordan, and an Arab summit with President Biden was cancelled. But despite the controversy, the UN still uses the Gaza Health Ministry's casualty figures, as has the US State Department in the recent past.
Our review of what the Ministry of Health figures are that they're generally reliable. When we've done our own independent investigations on particular strikes.
Oh no, dog. You look kind of fucking Arab to me. I don't know. Seems like you might be Hamas. You know what I mean? Human Rights Watch, more like Hamas Rights Watch. Yeah, I'm thinking you don't want Israel finding the coordinates to your home. I'm thinking maybe there's a rocket. I'm just saying, Omar? The idea that every single person inside the Gaza Health Ministry is part of Hamas is insane. No, like, they can be, and some are. But there's an entire, it's like thinking that every single fucking person that works at the National Institute of Health or works at the CDC is like Stanley McChrystal, okay? That's the fucking insane part. Like, that's the issue. Is saying every DOJ person is a damn Biden supporter. There's a thing called career employees in the case of Gaza, also doctors and nurses. Yeah, it's even more than that. It's like, yeah, everyone at the CDC is Dick Cheney, so I don't listen to anything they ever say. I don't get the reference. Sorry. Okay, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush. Everyone that works at the fucking CDC is actually Dick Cheney himself. Okay, we can't trust those numbers. And that's funny because, like, that's what COVID deniers say. COVID deniers are like, well, technically, you know, I can't trust the CDC numbers because, you know, they want these vaccines. Fauci wants these vaccines to be implemented. So, like, you can't trust those numbers. And it's like, that's an insane thing that people push. And every one of these fucking liberals understands that that's an insane thing. But they do it when it comes to Israel's psychotic, like, anti-Palestinian position.
We have found no major discrepancies in the data, that they've generally been consistent. The reason for that is methodologically, the Ministry of Health has access to data from hospitals and morgues that simply isn't available to other collectors of data.
In 2000,
I'm telling you, dude, that number is an undercount. 7,000 is an undercount. There's 2,000 people that are under the rubble right now. Okay? There's so many more people under the rubble. Like, they don't have electricity. They're rationing for fucking 2 weeks now.
In 2018, we filmed the last major attempt to breach the Gaza border fence, in which hundreds of Palestinians were shot by Israeli snipers.
There have been 29 major cases.
A British NHS surgeon we met at a Gaza hospital said the casualty numbers were logged by hospital administrators and that when he reviewed them, he found no evidence of exaggeration.
Who knows whether they have been massaging the figures? All I can say is that in our experience, in similar circumstances, and with our effort at independent verification, we found that we were in broad agreement. Our estimates were in broad agreement with the ministry figures.
This was the appalling scene at a hospital in northern Gaza last night. They say that truth is always the first casualty of war, but given the scale of Israel's bombardment, it's perhaps remarkable that casualties...
It's giving the article that reads, Israel demands correction from Bernie Sanders. Yeah, that article is a fucking classic. Hold on. Your numbers are wrong. And it's even worse than that, by the way. The numbers that you brought up are worse. Fact check. Israel demanded Sanders correct Palestinian child death claim. The death claim that Bernie Sanders put forward was that that it killed more. Sanders said, I don't forget what it I don't remember what Sanders said, but Israel corrected Sanders and said they only killed 532 Palestinian children. In a 2016 interview with the New York Daily News editorial board, Sanders said he recollected that 10,000 innocent people were killed in Gaza in 2014, although admitting that he doesn't remember the figures. I don't have it in my number. I don't have it in my number, but I think it's over 10,000. Later in the interview, he was corrected by a New York Daily News editorial board, and it was 10,000 wounded, and it was about 2,300 he believed to be killed. But this article title is fucking awesome.
Figures are still being compiled at all.
Onion article, don't eat the onion, Hasan. That is not an Onion article. That's a real article. Anyway, much respect to Channel 4. They've done a really good job. Oh, here.
Regret involvement with the violence?
No, not the slightest. No. I've been asked that quite a few times by especially Americans. And I go to them, what would you have done in the 1980s if the Russians had landed? Do I regret? Absolutely not. I think I've been very instrumental in bringing about major societal change. We considered it a war, an anti-colonial war. So, no regrets. I regret being in prison. I regret the loss of life. I regret the hurt. All that type of stuff. I'm not an insane, maniacal, whatever, killer or whatever it is. We were sentenced under terrorism legislation. I didn't consider myself a terrorist. It might sound a bit, I don't know, cheeky of me to say to you, but what would your views be to the French who resisted the German occupation?
What would mine be?
Yeah.
I would obviously say, yeah, that it's you'd be fighting and occupying.
So would you then say to the French in 1946, do you regret killing those Germans? I mean, that's, and sounds aggressive of me to say it, but that's the way I feel. No, absolutely justified. Why should I have a foreign soldier in my country? If you think other people are entitled to get rid of them, what's your nationality again?
Well, I'm English.
Yeah, you're English. Yeah. I mean, you know, you didn't let the Germans come over. Churchill held them back on the beaches. To me, it's a no-brainer. But I understand you asking the questions. My regrets are that life had to be taken. Because I'm a father, grandfather, husband, brother. I'm an okay fella. I just was a member of the IRA.
They're white, so it's different. You know what I mean? It's different because they're white. They're white because they're different, and they're different because they're white. Now, a lot of people don't know that this is like also, you know, many people have no fucking clue what happened. It's so close to our understanding of history. This is like not that long ago. The fucking Troubles were not that long ago. This is part of the reason why the Irish are very much in support of Palestinian liberation.
A giant wall cuts through an ordinary neighbourhood in Belfast, 25 feet high. On one side, a Catholic population. On the other, a Protestant one.
Boo.
But this wall isn't just here because of religious differences.
Boo.
It's here because people on this side of it want Northern Ireland to remain part of the UK. And people on this side want it to be part of a united Ireland. It's called a peace wall, and there are many like it, carving Belfast up, separating neighbourhoods that were once at war with each other. Because from 1968 to 1998, This was home to some of the most dangerous armed paramilitaries in the world.
Meanwhile, in Northern Ireland itself, the bombings were setting new records in horror, and an IRA explosives expert received a life sentence for murder.
One you might have heard of, the Irish Republican Army, or IRA, which spent 30 years fighting for a united Ireland. The conflict was called the Troubles, and would see over 3,700 people.
Lord Louis Mountbatten, captain of HMS Kelly, admiral of the fleet, viceroy of India, hero of Burma, murdered by the IRA, 15 soldiers massacred. Hero of Burma. It was a little spicy, dude. Little spicy.
Killed and almost
Viceroy of India.
We spoke to two men who fought on opposing sides. Michael, who joined the IRA in the 70s, and Billy, who joined the Ulster Volunteer Force, or UVF, to fight.
Yeah, there you go, dude. It's just like, one guy is objectively in the right here, okay?
Against the IRA.
I'm Michael Colbert. I was in prison for almost 16 years. I was a life sentence prisoner. I was charged with various IRA-related activities, including killing members of the British forces.
My name's Billy.
By the way, all you need to do is look at the Ulster, the Sons of Ulster wall. Where is it? Here it is. There you go. Here. If you want to understand if you want to understand something about the Northern Irish perspective, okay? Understand that they have historically always ridden for the wrong side of every conflict. Like, I mean, here. There's more here. This is a little bit clearer. The Ulster Dixie. Not Irish, but I live in Ireland. Unionists in the north are some of the biggest reactionaries, nutjobs, anti-immigration, Brexit on Twitter. Oh, fucking exploded that thing, dude. Fuck. Woo. Let's go.
Hutchison. I'm a former loyalist prisoner. I was in prison from 1974 to 1990. I was in for murder.
But before we get into that, you need to know about two groups that populate Northern Ireland. Irish nationalists, or Republicans, are those who want the unification of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. They tend to be Catholics. British Unionists, or Loyalists, want Northern Ireland to remain part of the UK, and they tend to be Protestants. So what's behind this divide? How does it link to religion? And why is Northern Ireland part of the UK? To find that out, we'll need to cover a bit of history. From the 1100s, Britain was attempting to colonise Ireland, and it faced some of the strongest resistance in the northeast, in an area called Ulster. So the British decided they needed to anglicise the region, basically make it more English. And in 1609, they began confiscating land from native Irish residents to give to loyal settlers, who were mostly Protestants from Scotland and northern England.
You fucking hearing something there, dude? Some settlements happening.
If settlers owned the land, they'd have more control over Ulster. This period was called the Plantation of Ulster. Fast forward to the 1900s, long after Britain had colonised Ireland. The vast majority of people here were Irish Catholics and were heavily discriminated against by Protestant British rulers. In a rejection of British rule in Ireland, the 1918 elections saw an Irish nationalist party that was pushing for independence, called Sinn Féin, win 91% of the seats outside of Ulster. But in Ulster, all those settlers that were given land hundreds of years ago had had families, and over the centuries, their population grew. It was now the only region of Ireland where Protestant Unionists in favour of British rule were in the majority, winning 4 out of 9 of the counties there. After those elections, rather than taking their seats in Parliament, Sinn Féin decided to form their own separate government and proclaim a new Irish Republic.
Catholics are POC, person of Catholicism. Yes, people of Catholic faith. Yeah.
And they'd formed their own army. This was the birth of the original IRA. So when Britain tried to step in, they fought a war for independence against the UK. To try and put a stop to the fighting, Britain passed the Home Rule Act, which partitioned Ireland into Northern and Southern Ireland. The goal was to keep Ireland in the UK, but
bro, they can't let it go. You know what I mean? They're just like they will never they never want to pull out. They're just like, come on, let's just keep it a little bit. Come on, please.
Create 2 Irish governments, one unionist one in the north and an Irish nationalist one in the south. But this division was rejected by most Irish citizens, and the fighting only stopped when a ceasefire was agreed and the Anglo-Irish Treaty was signed. This agreement created a new country, the Irish Free State, but kept it as part of the British Empire. But this treaty had an opt-out clause for Northern Ireland, and with its unionist majority, within 2 days of the treaty coming into effect, Northern Ireland had declared it would separate from the Irish Free State and rejoin the UK. All this created a huge divide in Irish society and within the IRA, between those that were pro-treaty and willing to let Northern Ireland go in return for what they saw as a stepping stone towards total independence from Britain, and those against it that wanted a united Ireland independent from the UK. So there was a civil war immediately after the War for Independence, this time between those 2 groups. The IRA fought against the treaty, but the pro-treaty side, supported by the British, won. And so Ireland remained partitioned as it is today. But that left a region that was still home to a lot of Catholic Irish nationalists inside the UK, living alongside Protestant British Unionists. And so the problems were far from solved.
You've no concept of the awfulness of what Ireland went through. I mean, we had this thing called the plantation and the settlers in Ireland and the planters in Ireland. That's code talk for theft, for eviction of people from their homes. How did people live? They starved to death. So, I mean, we were subject to quite horrendous treatment by the Big Island. I think rule in one country should be enough for any country. The British government set up a false state here in the north of Ireland. So I don't use the term the UK, because the UK would mean legitimising the existence of the northern state. If I was talking about the Big Island, I would talk about Britain, because I see this part of Ireland as being Ireland. But the actual use of the word the UK acknowledges the existence of this state.
If you go to Belfast, stated propaganda and tennis, billboards and pictures, ISIS equals IRA. Wait, really? Still?
And to a degree to a Republican. That's what the conflict was about. By the way, do not think for 1 minute that people like me are wanting the north of Ireland to join with the south of Ireland. We're wanting new Ireland. Because we see the southern state has been quite corrupt. Do I want to get into a state where you have the same 2 ruling parties that has ruled corruptly under the auspices of the Catholic Church for 100 years? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not what I spent 16 years in prison for or was engaged in military activity about. Oh no. We want a new start for the people on the island of Ireland.
We're politically and culturally British. You know, I've lived here all my life. We can talk about 600 years, we can talk about 300 years, but this is 100 years. Like, if there was United Ireland here, people here would be persecuted. People would be murdered. So if you think it's bad in Iraq or Iran, it'll be 1,000 times worse here.
What? Yo. He said it's 1,000 times worse here than Iraq or Iran? Bro. 1 million by the most conservative estimation. What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah. I like that. He said it's worse. He said the IRA is worse than ISIS. 1 billion Northern Irish, British dead in Northern Ireland.
They may not throw LGBT people off the roof, but they'll certainly shoot and kill and persecute loyalists. And Republicans would be behind that.
How did you actually come to be involved in the IRA in the first place?
Look, I was a young man in the 1960s. England was getting thrown out of their colonies all over the world. Our struggle was an anti-colonial struggle. So the tactics which they used in Africa or the Middle East, India, it's no different.
To understand why someone would join a group like the IRA or UVF and be willing to commit acts of violence in their name, you have to know a bit about Northern Ireland in the 1960s and 70s. Discrimination against Irish Catholics was rampant. Most large businesses were run by Protestant unionists, who gave preference to Protestant employees or simply refused to hire Catholics. The courts and police forces were overwhelmingly Protestant and treated Protestants more favourably, and then there was the housing. But this was more than just a place to live. You only had the right to vote in local elections here if you or your spouse owned property.
He said he's right. At least we have sunlight and great weather in Iraq.
Not only were the wealthier Protestants more likely to own property than Catholics, but council homes were often allocated by Protestant local councillors to Protestant families, who would then vote to keep them in power.
Allocation of a vote depended on you having a house. And having a house depended on who got elected, because the councils allocated housing. There's a circle here and you had to break the circle. So what we were pushing for was the one person, one vote. You had some people, if they were big property owners, they could own 10 houses, the 10 votes. Whereas you could have 2 families living in the house with a couple of adults in each family, and there was no vote.
Even though the Civil War had ended decades ago, the IRA hadn't actually gone. And against the backdrop of a growing civil rights movement, it was recruiting again. So the British government, to try and weaken the IRA, introduced a new law, giving them the ability to imprison people without trial. That process was called internment.
There are now something like...
Another thing that the British love, internment camps. Partitioning and internments is a classic Angloid attitude. It's just like, these are things in the Angloid arsenal. They deploy it so willingly.
12,000 people held in camps like this throughout Northern Ireland since the British government began its controversial policy of internment 3 months ago.
The internment...
Controversial. Chat. This is... Let me explain something to you, okay? We are now 20 plus years out from World War II. Okay? Almost 30. years out from World War II. Television exists at this point. Many of your mothers and fathers are alive at this point. Like, they are watching this happen on their TVs. And the television man is saying the internment policy is controversial. I feel like just simply saying that it's controversial is undermining it a little bit. You know what I mean? Just something to consider. When you look at the media, even back then.
Was brought in August 1971. I mean, what do you say about a government which has to bring in internment? There's something wrong somewhere. Because the vast majority of the people they interned were people who they perceived as being anti-state, but they were wrong.
I gotta pee.
Or they were anti-state, but not violently anti-state.
As the tension simmered, there were two camps.
So what you had was a totally reform movement for electoral changes with the civil rights movement, and yet always the little Bernie bit, which was revolution. There's a history of rebellion against British rule. It's always there, and nearly every about 20, 30 years, there's an attempted revolt. The IRA had tried to lift their military campaign in the late 1960s. It wasn't overly working.
While the IRA was trying to make a comeback, initially, most people supported the peaceful reformists. But then came a protest on the 30th of January, 1972.
On the last Sunday in January, Catholic civil rights marchers defied a government ban on parades and came into violent conflict with British troops in the centre of Londonderry.
15,000 Irish people defied a ban on public gatherings and marched against the internment law. Soldiers made arrests, used tear gas and rubber bullets, while protesters threw stones. And at 4:10 p.m, British soldiers began firing live rounds at the crowd on what would come to be known as Bloody Sunday.
1972, you had a civil rights march in Derry, which I'm sure you've heard of, Bloody Sunday, where 13 people were shot dead. Reform had to be put in the bin, had to be put aside, and to a degree, revolution took over. And I would have been one of the thousands of young men then and women who decided, nah, I'm not going to take any more of this.
And so I ask our people at this difficult and trying time to remain calm.
Within the space of half an hour in the middle of the afternoon...
Rock throwing met with gunfire. Sounds familiar. Yeah, also unjustifiable state actions met with mostly civil disobedience, which then turns up when you have gunfire being utilized against a crowd of protesters.
No fewer than 20 large bombs exploded in various parts of the city.
This was a tipping point. After Bloody Sunday, support for armed revolution surged. The IRA was back with a vengeance and would undertake a 30-year fight against British and Unionist forces, becoming one of the most feared and infamous paramilitaries in the world.
That the British government during the 1970s, it did make an effort to bring about major reform here. But the ball was already then rolling down the hill. Right? The IRA campaign was underway. Thousands of people had joined into the IRA, so it was too late. Eventually, Belfast particularly became this gated community.
My grandparents are Irish and actually lived through this. They said the worst part of internment was hourly breaks to listen to British advertisement. They still hold I don't know why I'm speaking like this. What's happening, dude? It literally, it broke my fucking brain. As soon as I hear a guy talk from Ireland, immediately I start doing that British advertisement. You know, in my heart of hearts, I'm Irish as well, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break.
I was born on a Dublin street where the Lyle drums did beat. The loving English feet that walked all over.
I was already gonna do it. Chatter. You fucking bastard. I was already getting it ready, you fucking bastard. Probably the greatest fucking ad break segue of all time. At the top of the hour is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5. Or for free with a Twitch Prime, you fucking bastard. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now.
What are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed?
Anyway, let's continue.
You weren't able to approach the city centre except you had to go through gates and be searched because of the IRA bombings.
At this stage, the forces they faced were the 8,500 strong Royal Ulster Constabulary, or RUC, which was the mostly Protestant police force in Northern Ireland, and the 21,000 British troops deployed to Northern Ireland to support the RUC under Operation Banner. That operation would last 38 years, making it the longest continuous military deployment in British history.
In areas like this, there was a lot of British forces killed. It was the conflict was mostly contained within working class nationalist stroke Republican areas. What they then had was the growth of reactionary forces then being formulated. Those reactionary forces would have been on the pro-union side, who got their logic from attacking nationalist stroke Republican communities with this vague concept of, well, if we kill enough people in that area, those people will be telling Republicans to stop attacking forces.
I made the choices in the organisation, but there were reasons why I joined it. 100 yards from here, there was a place called the Balmora Showroom, and it was blown up. There was an 18-month-old baby killed in it. There was a boy killed in it. I didn't know at the time of the bomb, but I knew afterwards that I knew the fella. There was a pub that was blown up called the Four Step Inn, and 2 pensioners who everybody in the chamber knew because they were characters, and everybody knew them, but the IRA blew that up. Those are the 2 things that were impacting me most because they were very local and I knew people. The IRA were attacking these communities and murdering people and planting bombs, and nobody was doing anything about it. You know, British government wasn't doing anything. The police's hands were tied, and you had to make a decision then.
Yeah, this guy was like, this was this guy's like moment where he's like, totally unprovoked, totally and utterly unprovoked. Where'd it come from? Nobody knows. I mean, what? The British were simply doing internment. 1,000 years of colonial violence. Totally unprovoked, though. The pub. Do you condemn the IRA?
I probably made a decision when I was 15 that we needed to do something about it.
Yeah.
That's how I got involved.
He said the British and the Unionists had a right to defend themselves.
In all the fighting, there were over 10,000 bombings and almost 37,000 shootings. Over 3,700 people were.
The more I learn about conflicts around the world, the more I come into the conclusion that the British Empire is the root of all evil in the modern world, and a continuation of that is the American Empire. So yes, you're right.
Were killed and almost 50,000 injured. In Britain, the conflict came to be called the Troubles. But some of those who were involved in it push back on that name.
The Troubles is such a weak term. We call it the conflict, right? Which is a softish term. Others, friends of mine, would call it the war, because it was a guerrilla war. Guerrilla war in the streets, in the countryside. In England, we were also active in.
Oh, dude, remember when I went here? I saw it. I just don't know how you can be so cucked as to be a Northern Irish British Unionist, because it's like, I don't know if you guys remember, I was doing a IRL stream with Jack Manifold, and we went there. This is where the IRA almost assassinated British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, which is unfortunate that they missed, but that was the only problem with the IRA, is that they missed. So close. Like this guy? Who? IRA Pepe Spit. Northern Ireland is still a part of Britain, based. Not everything is police fault. Nuke unlocked soon. Pepe Spit, Putin bot. TERFs, Pepe Spit. Just say no. Average labor voter in 2023. I don't know if this guy is an average labor voter. I think this guy is just like a regular old neoliberal who still also likes me as well, but not too much. 2 states, Taiwan and China. BRICS countries, I can't. He thinks it's an RPG. Copium. Surely they would hold elections. Not as good as a one-state solution, but at least this chance is a chance working, so we have to support it. Yeah, he's like... Anyway, let's continue.
We're active in Europe. There was actually a British military man was shot dead in Australia by the IRA. So, I mean, we consider it a war. This troubles gives it an inference of being an internal sort of civilian throwing stones at each other. So, no, if you'd have seen this area back, you would not believe, with armored cars and the military personnel on it. You just wouldn't believe it.
Do you regret involvement with the violence?
No, not the slightest, no. I've been asked that quite a few times by especially Americans, and I go to them, what would you have done in the 1980s if the Russians had landed? Do I regret? Absolutely not. I think I've been very instrumental in bringing about major societal change. We considered it a war, an anti-colonial war. So, no regrets. I regret being in prison. I regret the loss of life. I regret the hurt, all that type of stuff. And
it's been hundreds of years, but white people in my country, New Zealand, still identify with Scotland and hate the English because of it. Bro, you should wait. They identify with Scotland and hate the English because of it, but like if you ask the Scottish, I mean, some also hate the English, but there's plenty of Scots that were willing dogs to the English as well. You know what I mean? Like it's not as clear cut, I would say, as the Irish and their understandable hatred for the English. A lot of Scottish people hate the English, obviously. However, you know, there's still a decent amount. Kiwis are far from the Irish. Scottish people make up a disproportionate part of the UK security forces.
Not an insane maniacal whatever killer or whatever it is. We were sentenced under terrorism legislation. I didn't consider myself a terrorist. It might sound a bit, I don't know, cheeky of me to say to you, but what would your views be to the French who resisted the German occupation?
What would mine be?
Yeah.
They would. I mean, I would obviously say, yeah, that it's you'd be fighting and occupying.
So would you then say to the French in 1946, do you regret killing those Germans? I mean, that's and it sounds aggressive by me to say it, but that's the way I feel. No, absolutely justified. Why should I have a foreign soldier in my country? If you think other people aren't entitled to get rid of them, what's your nationality again?
Well, I'm English.
Yeah, you're English. Yeah. I mean, you know, you did.
I'm a Brit and I traveled all around Ireland, going around the country on a bike, staying in hostels. The people I met in the north had such hate for the Republic of Ireland. It's not even entirely about wanting to be a part of the UK. It's just pure anger from the baggage of all these terrible events. Also, the ones who want to stay part of the UK have it all set up exactly how they want it and don't want to hand over that power/status. It's just anti-Irish resentment.
Let the Germans come over. Oh, Churchill held them back on the beaches. To me, it's a no-brainer. But I understand you asking the questions. My regrets are that life had to be taken. Because I'm a father, grandfather, husband, brother. I'm an okay fella. I just was a member of the IRA.
This guy is so chill.
I don't regret it, no. I don't regret being involved in the violence, but I regret every life that was taken and my action I took, and I don't regret it. And, I won't deny it ever. As far as I'm concerned, I had
this guy, not chill.
But I don't make excuses about it. I try to find reasons. But what I don't want to do is to condemn another generation of young people in this society to any type of war. I don't think circumstances are the circumstances that I was growing up in. And I think that people need to allow us to try to find a political solution.
The first of those political solutions and the transition from violence to politics came on the 10th of April 1998, in the form of the Good Friday Agreement.
After 2 years,
my family immigrated to the U.S. to work and send money back home to Ireland to help start the new government, became gun runners in Colorado. That sounds fucking sick.
Years of talks, and after a generation of bloodshed, an agreement that unites loyalist and Republican, unionist and nationalist leaders.
Those who believe in a united Ireland can make that case now by persuasion, not violence or threats.
Well, I look forward equally to a new era of friendship and reconciliation between unionists and nationalists.
The agreement outlined over 30 pages of terms that would put an end to the fighting in Northern Ireland.
Tony
It
Blair,
acknowledged
Pepe
that
Spit.
the majority of people here wanted to remain part of the UK, but that a substantial portion of the population wanted a united Ireland. It was put to 2 referendums, one in Northern Ireland and one in the Republic. Turnout in Northern Ireland was 81%. And this is the moment the people of Northern Ireland learned the results.
Yes, 71.12%.
In the Republic, turnout was lower, but 94% voted in favour of the agreement. So after 30 years of fighting and over 3,500 deaths, peace at last. No more car bombs, no more pub shootings, no more sectarian killings. And the paramilitaries agreed to give up a lot of their weapons. 9 years later, Operation Banner came to an end, and British forces were withdrawn from Northern Ireland. But a lot of people outside of Northern Ireland seem to think that this solved the issue entirely. But what it really did was secure peace for now and leave the question of Northern Ireland's place in the UK open-ended. It stated that Northern Ireland...
Aren't also a lot of Northern Irish, at least partially English ancestry? Surely that has nothing to do with it. I mean... Don't get me started on this shit, okay? It's all the same. Ridiculous.
And would remain part of the UK until a majority of people in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland wanted unification. If unification ever does have majority support, it says there should be a referendum. It wasn't the united Ireland that Republicans wanted, and it wasn't a guarantee that Northern Ireland would be part of the UK forever. But the majority of people were okay with this middle ground if it meant the violence would stop. This political solution was much easier when the UK was in the EU. The land borders were invisible, and that meant things were flexible. People could act as though there was or wasn't a border depending on their identity. But then...
I remember this.
When the UK voted to leave the EU in 2016, it changed everything. Because this is the UK's only land border with an EU country. And Brexit risked creating a hard border here, with customs checks and security posts.
I remember
Anywhere
covering
else,
this
and
exact
that might
detail of
be
Brexit.
acceptable, but here it threatens the agreement that put an end to 3 decades of bloodshed, because it puts a barrier between Northern Ireland and the Republic, something thousands of Irish Republicans fought against. So, to try and get around that, initially the UK and EU agreed on the Northern Ireland Protocol, which moved this border, basically creating a customs barrier in the sea between Northern Ireland and Britain, and leaving Northern Ireland inside the EU single market. For loyalists, though, this threatened their place in the UK, and was likely to draw Northern Ireland and the Republic closer together while distancing it from Britain.
From the Unionist loyalist perspective, they see their connection with Britain definitely waning. Their protests about the Brexit, they wanted Brexit.
That's the best part. Oh. While the majority of Unionists supported Brexit, Billy Hutchinson did not.
They supported this very English nationalist perspective to leave Europe, which I think is very, very dangerous.
So we've got the protocols now. You know, that people call an Irish sea border. I believe that it abuses my rights. We need unfettered access between here and the rest of the United Kingdom. The border is a killing. You probably went through it. You know, it's been there for 100 years. The Irish government and all of the nationalist and Republican parties all said if there's a border there, that there would be Republican attacks on it. So they moved it. We can't live under threat from Republicans.
But since then, British politics has been kind of...
I'm not gonna lie, they deserve every bit of fucking frustration that they experience here, okay? You do. You sit there and you kiss the hands and feet of the British. They're gonna fuck you, okay? They're gonna fuck themselves, which they did, and they're gonna fuck you too, and it's your fault.
Chaotic.
Boris Johnson is going to step down.
My friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world.
Liz Truss has been elected leader of Britain's Conservative Party.
God, England has been taking so many unimaginable L's, dude. Like, just fucking a sequence of L after L after L. Wow.
Will become the UK's next Prime Minister.
For the second time this year, our Prime Minister has resigned.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected. I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
Richie Sunak is set to become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
I am humbled and honoured to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party.
3 prime ministers in 1 year obviously leads to some changes. And so, out with the Northern Ireland Protocol, in with the Windsor Framework.
27 pages, 13,000 words. Now, it's a deal that Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, or even Theresa May could not strike.
The new plan is to create 2 separate customs lanes. A green lane for goods moving between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK, and a red lane for those moving between the UK and EU. Goods in the green lane aren't subject to EU checks, which should make the Irish sea border much less noticeable, meaning Unionists can breathe a sigh of relief. But it's worth keeping in mind that the Windsor Framework hasn't actually been implemented yet, and how well it'll actually work in practice is an open question. So while peace has been achieved, and bullets are no longer whizzing overhead, the tension is still very much there, and was one of the biggest sticking points in EU-UK Brexit negotiations. On the ground, though, today that tension is most visible in Northern Ireland's segregated neighbourhoods. where Protestants live on one side of a peace wall and Catholics on another. Within moments of entering any of these areas, it's obvious which side of the divide the people that live there are on. In Belfast, Catholic Republican strongholds like Falls Road and Protestant Unionist ones like
We seek nothing but the elementary right implanted in every man, the right that if you're attacked to defend yourself.
the Shankill are home to countless murals expressing loyalist or Republican allegiance that cover the sides of buildings. And Irish or British flags dot the streets, along with memorials marking either IRA or British Unionist attacks. The Northern Irish government aimed to remove all peace walls here by 2023. But they've missed that target. There's still 20 miles of the structures left in Northern Ireland, mostly in Belfast. And many people have them running straight through their back gardens.
What is it like having a peace line in your back garden?
Darkens the house down terribly, but I suppose we feel safe at the same time. Well, I think everybody's glad that they're here, but I suppose it would be a wee bit better if we could get a wee bit more natural light in, you know, have sort of corrugated shields the whole way down rather than the big green things in the end. So the whole back of my house be completely dark.
I'm old enough, right, to remember when there was no peace walls. But when I walked down Conway Street and I crossed the road, right away I knew where it was. I was in a Catholic area. I mean, you don't drive through a village or a town in Northern Ireland without knowing what it is. So from that point of view, we've always had peace walls in our heads. And when you go to a peace wall, you know, you're going, all these people on the other side must be bad, that's why they've got that wall there. So you've got two factions on each side, and one thinks all the prods are bad, and one thinks all the Catholics are bad. You know, it's in people's heads, and we've never got rid of it, you know. So you can't take them down until people's got a peace of mind, and we don't have that.
Still quite segregated, but that's what people are used to in their living. It'd be nice to have people living all in a broadly mixed society, but we have maybe several hundred years of separated living. It's customary, but that tends to be in the working class areas. You don't get major issues in middle class or upper class areas. But you're right, in working class areas there's still major segregation.
Belfast is the most starkly divided city I've ever visited. For one side, this is a fight for Irish freedom. For the other, it's the risk of being dragged into a country they don't want to be a part of. There isn't really much room for compromise beyond what's already been achieved, and both sides have taken up arms for their respective causes before. But regardless of the cause, civilians were often the victims.
Legit question, what is the separation based on here? The English settled in settled almost 1,000 years ago, and then basically, had colonized the entire land. And the areas that they settled most aggressively, they decided, or 400 years ago, sorry. And then the areas that they settled most aggressively, they maintained, they were Protestants, Irish people are Catholic. And so they... parts of Northern Ireland is still technically a part of England, a part of the United Kingdom, okay? And they see themselves as spicy English. They're cucks. They're cucks to the royalist cucks.
54% of those killed in the conflict and 68% of those injured were civilians, sometimes targeted just for being Catholic.
Well, also 900 plus years ago, you weren't wrong. The Norman nobility of England colonized Ireland as well. Yes. technically it does go back, 1,000 years. So basically, that's it. I don't know how else to describe it. I feel like I've described it already. That they're still desperately trying to maintain a connection to the United Kingdom.
Or Protestant. Republican paramilitaries killed 2,057 people, and over a third of their victims were civilians. Loyalist paramilitaries killed fewer people, 1,027, but 85% of their victims were civilians. The British Army also killed 188 civilians, mostly Catholics, and the RUC killed 28. So while it's important to listen to those who were directly involved in the conflict to make sure history doesn't repeat itself, we all...
Latest polls show a majority for unification among young people in Northern Ireland. Why would people want to be a part of the UK? Why would we want to be a part of the UK? Young people will probably soon deliver a united Ireland. So I've heard this, but as far as I understand, they will never let this happen, right? Like, I know that originally it was going to be up to a referendum, but I mean, think about it this way. A similar attitude exists in Scotland as well. And Scotland is established as a state comprised of Scottish people who have a national identity as Scottish people. And even then, it's not able to leave. It's very different comparing Ireland to Scotland, to be honest. But here we have this sovereign Irish government that can also press for it, unlike in Scotland. True. Demographics favor eventual reunification in Northern Ireland. Catholics be breeding. It would be so funny if Star Trek was right about Ireland reunification in 2024. It's not like Scotland at all because the UK government can't block it. I know, but I feel like the North Irish government will do everything in its power to stop it from happening and try to pull UK back in. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Polls and surveys have consistently demonstrated the Griffith generation are more than likely to vote for a united Ireland, far more likely to identify as Irish or Northern Irish, and that the vast majority do not align themselves with unionist ideology, all of which suggests pro-union parties are likely to face an uphill battle in convincing them that Northern Ireland's place is in the UK. Anyway. Economically, United Ireland's a bad idea. Better to stay in the UK, to be honest. Why? right, let's continue. Let's finish this.
We also need to remember the people that suffered as a result of their actions. Michael and Billy didn't go into much detail on the specific charges they were sentenced for, but Billy's case is a little easier to find online. He was sentenced to life for his role in the murder of 2 civilian Catholic men, Michael Lauren and Edward Morgan, who were not involved with the paramilitaries. I didn't find much about Michael's case, but he was involved in the killings of members of the British forces, and a book called Anatomy of a Killing suggests that he gave the order to kill Miller McAllister, a police photographer for the RUC who was shot in front of his children. With so many dead and injured, the bitterness here runs deep, and the trauma left in the wake of the conflict will be felt for decades to come. As things stand today, occasionally violence does flare up. There are still clashes between Protestant groups like the Orange Order and Irish Republicans and Catholics. And some splinter groups of the paramilitaries, like the Continuity IRA, are still armed.
Unfortunately, there's a small core within our nationalist areas who claim to be Republican activists but don't attack the state, but do have weaponry, and say that they're against the peace process. That's up to the police to do the job, and our communities will be better off without those people. But there's an awful lot of people within loyalist areas who claim their labels as loyalist activists, who are gangsters, criminals, drug dealers, etc. So a lot of them have a lot of negative sway in their areas.
Despite those groups, the majority of people who are actually involved in the conflict have committed to the peace process and turned to dialogue. Michael now runs Kostya, an organisation that provides assistance to Republican ex-prisoners, while Billy is the leader of the Progressive Unionist Party. But even so, it's difficult to know exactly what the future holds in Northern Ireland, especially now that Brexit has shaken the foundations of the Good Friday Agreement. Whatever the outcome, one side is bound to feel like they're losing. And hopefully now, you'll understand why.
It was the first time the Irish Nationalist Party was the largest party in Northern Ireland. In 2023 local elections, parties favoring a united Ireland outpolled unionist parties by 4%. These were historic wins for the Irish Republicans and brought a united Ireland one step closer. That's nice. The secret Welsh nationalist paramilitary, Wales's most notorious activists. We have Sean Fain in the U.S. It's the closest you're going to get. You find lots of us hate British. Yeah, I wonder why. It's interesting. Why do so many people hate... we have Sean Fain. Who is the president? Who is my president? Nothing but respect for my president. Baldy's party never polled higher than 1.5%. Nice. Ay, ay, ay. Sam, what are the odds that things aren't as hellish tomorrow? I don't know. I visited Wales literally earlier this month and accidentally upset a local by telling them I'd never been to the UK before. She said, "You're not in the UK. You're in Wales." I just tested positive for COVID from the con. Feels bad, man. I mean, I've been kind of sick too, but to be fair, I'm getting off of the sickness. And also on top of that, I don't feel as though I have COVID. And on top of that, what was I going to say? I didn't actually link up with a lot of people. The signature flaw of far-left activist groups on everything from climate change to Palestine to housing policy is refusing to engage in any kind of specific way with how anything is supposed to happen beyond mystifications about political will. I hate this fucking conversation because, like, no, there is a way, okay? You just hand wave it away all the time, or you're just completely oblivious to that. I hate these guys because most of what they argue is literally just like, I know that there's probably a shit ton of footage on this and a shit ton of reading to be done. I just don't want to do it, so I'm just going to act like it doesn't exist. I take everyone at their word when they say free Palestine from the river to the sea. They mean a secular democracy with equal rights for all and not kill all the Jews. But how can you accomplish that? That's not what Hamas is asking for or how they run Gaza. It doesn't even matter what Hamas is asking for. Okay? If you had looked at one fucking exit poll, just one, if you looked at anything, IRA is nothing like Hamas. Brother, both the IRA and the ANC are nothing like Hamas and very similar in different ways, okay? The fundamentals are still there. Hamas's desires are completely irrelevant to this conversation, okay? Hamas has simply become the expression of emancipation, and that was by design, okay? That was by design. It was the machinations of the Israeli state that deliberately tampered and suppressed and effectively neutered the Palestinian Authority that was secular and that was active in the West Bank and had literally fucking fought Hamas personally. If you genuinely cared as the Israeli state, the power player in the region, in legitimizing a two-state solution, you would have worked with them and shown the Palestinian people, at least 2.2 million of them living in the fucking West Bank, that you're not taking up all of their land. But you didn't do that. And ultimately, while ideologically not aligned, the IRA and the ANC and leaders within the IRA and leaders within the ANC personally understand Palestinian emancipation to be a just cause. So what the fuck are you in Connecticut sitting around and saying about Palestinians and what they should do and what they shouldn't do? Now, here's the thing. There is a way to squash the influence that Hamas has, but one thing I want to point here is that even during the exit polling that was conducted in the aftermath of the election where Hamas won, okay, the people still overwhelmingly were voting in favor of a two-state solution and a ceasefire. So what the fuck is this dumbass saying? Shut up. I am Jewish, but I'm not particularly invested in Zionism as an idea. I personally enjoy living in a secular democracy. It's a fine idea, but then there's Hamas entrenched in Gaza, where the only way to fight them causes massive collateral damage, and the answer is question mark. A lot of Jewish people I know are taking this sloppy thinking personally and feel it reveals an anti-Semitic core to the hard left. But I'm generalist, so I know this kind of low-quality thinking they bring to every issue, and it's not about me. Oh, my God. He's so brilliant. He's above just saying the left is anti-Semitic. He believes that the left is simply stupid. I love that. Thank you. God, you are so fucking annoying. I hate the contempt I have for neoliberals is unimaginable. It's just like liberals like Maddie Iglesias who just sit there and can sit on top of like pre-established hegemonic oppressive structures and just go and point to it and be like, you fucking idiots. You don't know anything. Bitch, you didn't do the work. You're not Margaret Thatcher. You're not Ronald Reagan. You didn't set up the fucking capitalist infrastructure. You're just benefiting from it and pointing to it and going, look how normal and smart I am because everything is designed in a way that I am saying is good. You could just point to like everything that's going on and go, these guys have no way of creating a new society. After all, every single time that people have tried to change their own realities, they've been violently squashed, violently crushed by American capitalist domination, both economically and also through direct interference in their political affairs, from coup d'etats and fascist paramilitary violence to literal fascist dictatorships being planted in places where they just wanted to have a semblance, a crumb of autonomy. So, oh man, it's so crazy. It just never works. It just never works. You know what works? America. Meanwhile, America, look to America. Is that a fucking success? Are you out of your mind? If we're looking at the material realities of the fucking USSR and what America has accomplished with its lack of interference, okay? In all of its collectivization efforts, sitting on top of the bounties of 400 plus years of chattel slavery, okay? America and where it's at is nothing in comparison to any kind of like failed socialist formation of historic socialism. From going from potato farmers in an agrarian society in Tsarist Russia to one that became an industrial powerhouse that fucking defeated the United States in the space race originally. That's fucking ridiculous. You look at what historic socialist developments have done, and there's plenty of wrong in all of them, okay? Like, I'm not going to sit here and defend the great leap forward, okay? But if you look at what socialist countries have been able to do, or at least when they have a little bit if they have a little bit of fucking perspective, a little bit of like interest in developing a better future for their own citizens, it's ridiculous to look at like China, for example, right now. If you look at China right now, you don't see that. You don't see the difference between like India and China. Okay, victims of colonial violence, look at where they're at. Look at where the fuck they're at. It's right there. Just look. Look to India and then look to China. I know neoliberals love saying India is a powerhouse, but as far as even development goes, China fucking laps India. Get the fuck out of here. India just has a lot of people, yeah, as opposed to China, which is known to be a small, tiny, minuscule nation. What do you mean by colonial violence? Imperialism, being a colony. What the fuck are we talking about? Look at India's even development and India's development in comparison to China's development. Klip aldım Hintli arkadaşıma gönderme amama koyacaklar. Now this is, for the record, this is not I'm not shitting on India at all, okay? I'm not shitting on India at all. It's just that it's not like Indian people are lesser than Chinese people or anything like that, okay? It's just governance. Obviously, India versus China is also is different. There are very different issues, okay? Please don't clip that and send it to like your Indian friends. They're gonna assassinate me, okay? Like like they killed that fucking one dude in Canada. Jesus Christ. My point is, when you have central planning that has a vested interest in uplifting as many people as possible, okay, you see the results of that. You see the fucking results of that. The results are so clear. It's not like China got a fucking Marshall Plan. You know what I mean? They had to literally work their own goddamn fucking labor force to the fucking bone. But look at what they did with the prophets. Look at what they did with the prophets. Look at the even development that occurred. It's unimaginable. How do other so-called leftists hear you say this shit like this and take it as a bad thing? Because they are pro-America at the heart. In their hearts, they are pro-America. They do not care about the advancement of society. They do not care about... Absolute Habibi Hasan, you ever thought about visiting India for an unrelated nice vacation? Fuck no. I mean, maybe, but... The thing is, it's understandable that you're like kind of afraid. You're like, these guys, they're scary. I've been scared of them. They don't look like me. They don't have the same culture as me. They have like this robust culture for thousands of years. I don't really understand it. I don't understand the language. Why are they fucking blowing up a little bit right now? I don't like that. It threatens, as contradictions heighten, okay, in America and in the Western world due to decades of neoliberalism eroding your quality of life, your comparative quality of life, because obviously technological improvements still make it feel like your quality of life is better than it was prior, okay? You look to other countries that are in their 90s era doing their 90s shit, explosive growth, and you kind of get a little jealous and maybe you get a little scared. I think that's where it comes from. And then you have to like you have to basically try and justify why this country is bad. They're a threat, and here's why they're actually bad. Oftentimes you point to shit that we do on a regular fucking basis that they do sometimes lighter, sometimes worse versions of, and go, but you're not fucking complaining about that. You know? Yeah, Western chauvinism is very, very difficult to beat. And I think a lot of people, if I'm going to be as charitable as possible to those who are like, America's foreign adversaries are always the bad guys in the history, and America is the bad guy as well, but they're at least like, you know, trying their best. If I'm going to be as charitable as possible to that position, I think that they find it to be, it's like better to, the evil that I know is better than the evil that I don't know. Right? Where they're like, I would rather have America be the monolithic power. I would rather have America be the, hegemonic power than China, because I'm scared. I don't want multipolarity because that will create more conflict. A lot of those people also, I don't think, understand history. Anyone that says that the lack of conflict, the lack of multipolarity was good for the Western world doesn't understand that, like, neoliberalism was met with zero opposition post the dissolution of the USSR. When you don't have any kind of counterbalance, you have nowhere that these other countries can go to at least leverage their existence, to at least leverage and hedge their bets against another superpower that they can at least take back to the United States of America and Western imperialist forces like the World Bank or the IMF to get favorable, better deals on. Anyway, I think that ultimately, I think multipolarity bir yana Çin'in surveillance state'liği insanları korkutuyor. Amerika bilindik geldiğinde onunla devam etmeyi tercih ediyorlar. Yeah, except, so this Turkish guy says, multipolarity aside, China's surveillance state scares people. Bitch, what do you think America does? It's just white supremacy at that point. We, in the imperial core, even if we are not directly a part of the machine itself, are comfortable with white men, specifically Angloids, specifically WASPs in America dominating our lives and implementing a surveillance state. The only difference between the Chinese surveillance state and the American one is that the American one is more invisible. That's the difference between neoliberalism and its own mechanisms of control versus the Chinese one, which is more authoritarian, more in your face. You're very aware of it. One is more honest about its control. The other is not. And I personally prefer the neoliberal mechanism of control. I've talked about this before. I think that there is a necessity to sedate the masses, and the best way to do that is by innocuous, or more so just consumption. Just consumption is the best way to stop people from rising up. Gotta have the fake choice. Anyway, at the end of the day, this is what drives me to say America bad. Okay? I absolutely fucking hate the massive amounts of copium that a lot of these guys take because they're too fucking cowardly to say with their chest that America is good. Okay? They believe in their heart of hearts that America is better than all of these other countries and therefore destined to be the dominant force on the planet. Or rather, they're afraid of what another dominant force on the planet would look like. They're too young, so they haven't seen what that looks like. Or if they were old enough, they hate what that looked like in general. Okay? They're afraid. So, but they can't say America good. It's actually fucking awesome that we just like rip dicks everywhere we go and have 800 military bases. So they find a different way to be like, you know what? Your analysis is reductive. You're just saying America bad. That's the end all be all. You're a campus. Like they try to find new fucking old terminology that is rehashed so they can fucking use like different versions of light McCarthyist sentiment. You know? To just be like, oh, dude, your fucking analysis is just so stupid. You just say America bad. Well, I lay it out. I lay out why America is bad. Okay? And the reality is that even if you are a social fucking Democrat in Europe, China doing the same shit that you were able to do even before World War II, but also certainly after World War II, is not a bad thing. Them ripping fucking 800 million people out of extreme poverty is a good thing. Okay? And they didn't do that because foreign capital came in and was like, here you go, take some money, we love you. They did that by working for it, and more importantly, taking the fucking money and reinvesting it into their own infrastructure, into even development. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, oh man, a little bit of nationalism, okay, paired up with a tremendous amount of social democracy and social democratic provisions is bad actually when the guys doing it don't look like me. It's okay in fucking Norway. It's okay in France. It's okay in all these other countries, which, by the way, also rely heavily on the, maintaining their colonies, especially France. Holy shit. Okay? But it's not okay when China does it. I don't like it when China does it. Anyway. How is what China did for his own people functionally different than what American investment did to Japan and South Korea from purely lifting out of poverty? I mean, one was a shit ton of money and infrastructural support. The other was literally offering conditions on wage slavery to Western corporations so that it would become a manufacturing hub that would also, take their IP. I don't cover breaking news. What do you mean? What? Going on that you're saying I don't cover breaking news? Japan used to be the third biggest economy in the world and one of America's biggest regional and economical partners. Lamau, they didn't do it to lift people out of poverty. Yeah. And also, Japan was also an industrial powerhouse even before World War II and a colonizing power in the region as well. I think a better example would be the South Korean development, which was, there was a r/all thread about losers saying you don't cover them, but do with this conflict. Oh. I think, isn't a partial reason to China's surveillance state to stop Western capitalist influence? I think that's cope. Do the Chinese people feel oppressed by their own government? Simple question, chatters. That's a great fucking question. Ask that to anyone in the Western world and they will say, of course they are. If you look at any fucking study from the Western world, even fucking think tanks that have no interest in like making China look good, they all come to that same fucking conclusion. It's like odd though, because no Westerner, it seems, ever encounters a Chinese person, like a Chinese national. There's a lot of them around. You can literally ask them personally how that shit works. The major difference between Chinese development, okay? The major difference between Chinese development is that it was a product of central planning and it had a real focus on even development. So they didn't just take the profits and accumulate it and secure contracts with like Western developers and basically funnel that money back in to the Western world. It also came at a perfect time, I think, too. Westerners have no basis for understanding how Chinese people relate to and feel about their government because it is too far from a specific form of liberal democracy for most to understand. Yes. Hasan, just because they don't say they're oppressed doesn't mean they aren't oppressed. That's how indoctrination works. That's why Americans don't recognize how they're oppressed. Americans don't recognize how they're oppressed. Brother, if you ask American confidence in their government, it's at 30%. If you ask the Chinese, it's like fucking 75. What do you mean? I guess they're just like way more brainwashed than Americans are. Is that what you're saying? I lied. It's actually higher than 75. I just didn't want to say it because I feel like if I say it, people are going to say I'm dick riding China too much. $1 billion people, they all got indoctrinated. Yeah, they are more brainwashed. Their media is entirely state controlled. Brother, you are a crazy person. Okay? Our media is entirely state controlled. Literally, look at any Western media. We've been analyzing the conflict, the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel's conducting in Gaza for the past week. Okay? And you have seen how our State Department aligned media operates, how it moves. Okay? There are still, of course, more libertarian principles here in the United States of America as it pertains to freedom of speech in comparison to China. I will always admit that. It's something that I'm incredibly critical of as well as it pertains to the Chinese state. But the notion that like these citizens are completely fucking brainwashed and that's why they think that that's why they're happy with their government. Okay? The reason why people are happy with their government, not because of like the obvious development that they have fucking seen in their lives, is so silly. Like 700 to 800,000 people, or 800 million people, not 1,000, lifted out of extreme poverty in a lifetime. They experienced that, and you're over here being like, oh, it's because they're fucking oppressed. No, motherfucker, they literally look at a city that had that was a ghost city 10 years ago that American media was laughing at, and they see a vibrant city with 14 million people living in it, and they go, that's crazy that happened in the last 5 years, dog. If that shit happened in fucking Pittsburgh, if you looked at all of these former industrial hubs in the United States of America, if they had even a fraction of that same kind of revitalization, even though America is going in the exact opposite direction, we have ghost cities as well. China ghost cities, they built them, now they're populating them. America, we have ghost cities, we built them, and 100 years ago, and we've just destroyed them. We've just left them behind, okay? But if you had that level of development happening anywhere in America, you would have the same level of confidence in your government too. You can't do this about China in the same way that you can do for DPRK. They use centralized economic planning and influence global markets. They grew wealth and resulted in support from the population. It's not really surprising when shit like this exists all over the country. The funny thing is, maybe 20 years ago, you could kind of say whatever the fuck you want about China, and many people did, like almost like the DPRK, right? You could say that, and the level of like back and forth and access to information wasn't as readily available as it is now. So many people did say insane shit about China, but now you kind of can't, because it's much more obvious as to what's going on. Do you get it? Do you understand? So that's the major difference. Like, you can still say whatever the fuck you want about the DPRK, and most people believe it because there's not a lot of information coming out of the Hermit Kingdom, right? Anyway. Point is, they are still spreading a collapsed apartment from 2009 as if all development in China is like that. Meanwhile, China has 80% of the world's solar panel production, 70% of the lithium battery production, and 60% of the EVs, while building 20,000 miles of high-speed rail. 95% of Chinese people own their own home. It's hard not to reckon with this reality. This does not mean that they're always good. This doesn't mean that they don't have an oppressive state surveillance structure. I do agree to that. I don't like it. Yeah, authoritarian nations are really efficient. That's what happens when you oppress your workers. Trains run on time. Come on, brother. That's just copium. We oppress our workers, dummy. And our trains don't even run on time. What the fuck are you saying? Like, that's lethal levels of copium. This is self-destructive copium. The real answer here is to look to what they're doing, get upset, and then get your fucking government to also do the same thing. Organize locally. Organize in your fucking workplace. Build a coalition of workers' councils. You know what I mean? We don't even fucking have trains. Come on. America is also bad. I just really don't like authoritarianism. I think it's worse than America. Yeah, that's because the profits go to the owners in America, where they go to the state in China. Exactly. Exactly my point. Thank you. In America, the government controls nothing, okay? The government controls nothing. Corporations control the government. In China, the government controls the corporations. Now, that could be bad. They could also turn around and just decide, no, actually, I just want to make sure that, dear leader Xi turns around and fucking has like 1 million yachts instead. I don't know. And engage in like, and there are billionaires in China too, obviously. But those billionaires are still living on borrowed money. Bro, I see one crack in the rose. China is clearly failing. I mean, who knows what'll happen to China 20, 30, 40 years down the line. Don't misunderstand me. Okay? But as they are in this stage of their development, they've done a pretty good job. And there's still a lot of ways to go. Okay? A lot of people say China is failing, which I always find to be funny, because they say China is failing, and it's gonna fucking crumble any day now. But I think the scarier part of Chinese existence, okay, the scarier part of Chinese existence is like what the lessons Western capitalist nations will take from China. They cannot fight against an industrial powerhouse with centralized planning. They can't do that. They consider that to be market manipulation, as a matter of fact. They can't. Like, no matter how much you pump subsidies into a specific sector, you can't compete with centralized planning, especially if China decides to Amazon you out of a fucking global market. Okay? They go, oh, that's market manipulation. They're doing market manipulation. Their subsidies are ridiculous. So my fear is that the Western world look to this and think maybe we also need more stringent control, but centralized planning, not for the interest of the many, but more so the interest of the few. Still continuing on with our capitalist organization of the economy. I love when you share the baby formula example, like how many U.S. billionaires have destroyed or liquefied people with no repercussions, whatever. Exactly. So some of the issues that China currently has, I think, are that they've developed too much. So the price of labor in China has gone up. They've developed too much too fast. So now they also do the same shit, outsourcing their own manufacturing capabilities. So there's that. That's one aspect of it. China also has developed far too fast and need other countries to also develop at an even pace so that they have a larger market to sell to. I think this is one of the aspects of the One Belt, One Road initiative. They need Africa to develop faster so that they can have a new market that they can sell to. A new market that they can also buy from, or a new market that they can extract natural resources from, and so that they can also sell to. Anyway. See, they have car line infrastructure. Don't worry, Amerifats. You can have your car. Anyway. Hasan just dropped in to say thank you for mentioning that study that attempted to show why some Israelis strive for peace and others are intolerant of the Palestinians. Pretty sure it was you, and found it because of some experiencing charitable gestures during the Holocaust, causing generational snowballing of tolerance and positive outlook on Palestinian people. Really fucking food for thought. Been digesting that since. Very enlightening. The closest we're getting to Chinese urban development is Night City. How has China managed to keep corruption in check? Specifically, all the money goes to the states, something India failed at. I think they have a very, from what I understand, they have a very interesting electoral model where it's like performance based. So they have like a very weird, model of engaging in elections where, like, obviously they're a part of the, they're a part of the same party, but like they also, for the record, of course, China also has corruption. And it was probably even a lot worse 20 years ago, I would say. Citizens elect the National Assembly, and then they elect reps, and those reps elect reps, and so on. So the thing that I understand, the way that elections or the way that the performance-based elections work is that, for example, let's say there's a fucking pothole, okay? They want the pothole to be fixed. If that pothole is not fixed immediately, then the citizens remember that next time around, next time there's an election, and vote on the performance of like the efficiency of their local representative in fixing whatever issues they see. Then there's also the other part of corruption. There was a lot more corruption in the past. My cousin just came back from China, says traffic is so much better now because of the surveillance state. You break into traffic rules and cops are knocking on your windows like 5 minutes later asking for an explanation. That's insane. Korean is Australian, so take what he's saying with a grain of salt, okay? He's a little bitter that it's a Chinese colony now. Just saying. He lives in the Chinese colony of Australia. It's a vassal state. Hate to inform you, but shortly after this video was released on YouTube, the entire city crumbled due to the tofu-drenched construction. It was a national travesty. You probably haven't heard about it because the Chinese government is trying to cover it up. I heard that. Yeah, I heard my favorite think tank was looking at the amount of jars that the Chinese government purchased. Very suspicious. They probably purchased all those jars because they were cremating everybody and putting them in the jars. All their ashes. That's how we know. China's aging population combined with declining birth rate despite relaxed one-child policy regulations may indicate potential future labor shortages and economic slowdowns. I don't know. All I'm saying is centralized planning has its downsides because if you fuck up, if you make the wrong decision, you can actually have ginormous issues. But it also has its upsides in the sense that if you are focused on ensuring development, if you're focused on ensuring that even development exists, and if you're focused on Chinese prosperity, is the term that they use, then it's truly very beneficial. The Cato Institute said my basement is actually Chinese police station. Now I don't know what to do. I wore your merch to Field of Screams and no one complimented it. You fell off. Sag. Damn. I don't know how you immigrate to China. This is misleading. The vast majority of their prosperity comes from how they turn rural villages into mid-sized cities. The democratic state is completely necessary to deal with big societal issues, something that becomes very clear when you see our neoliberal government is absolutely incapable of doing anything these days. Yeah. You know who's in China right now? It's good that we're fucking glazing it. My king, Governor Gruesome Gavin Newsom. That's right. U.S. airstrike on Iranian proxies? Wait, what? Certain subreddits called you a tanky, and now I know why. Yeah. But once again, I want you to understand something. This doesn't mean that China is perfect, okay? I'm not saying that at all. They are I mean, if China was perfect, I'd live there. Straight up. I have the capacity to, at this point, to live wherever the fuck I want on the planet. I love America. I want to stay here. U.S. military carried out airstrikes on Iranian proxy forces in Syria moments ago in response to recent attacks on U.S. bases since October 17th. Sources tell Fox News. Oh, my God.
Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again. My resolution?
I don't think these people understand what that means for them. Like, don't get it. What's Hasan's view on the son of Hamas founder talking on the Pierce show? Did I miss it? No, I don't give a shit what the fucking... I barely give a shit of what the Hamas founder has to say, let alone his son. I don't give a shit. Let me guess. He's saying that Hamas is evil and Israel is good. Is that what he's saying? He said, Hamas is evil. My dad is the villain. He's the one who's oppressing all the Palestinians. And he's the one who's actually put Gaza under a blockade. And not Israel. Oh boy. The United States conducted self-defense airstrikes on 2 facilities in eastern Syria that are being used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And affiliated groups. Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin, the third statement on U.S. military strikes in eastern Syria. Wait. Wait, no. These precision self-defense strikes are a response to a series of ongoing and mostly unsuccessful attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria by Iranian-backed militia groups that began on October 17th. Hold on. As a result of these attacks, one U.S. citizen contractor died from a cardiac incident while sheltering in place. No! Bro, don't write that. That's so embarrassing. Why did you put that in the statement, dog? No. Bro, you literally did not have to say that. Just lie and be like he bravely and valiantly fought back against the IRGC and died in the process or something. Oh, no, dude. Dude, no. You can't. Oh, no. Like, why did they... In that situation, it's 100% better to lie. The American military has literally lied, okay? They lie all the fucking time. They lied about Pat Tillman for worse reasons, for obviously bad reasons. They could have at least lied about this guy for good reason and made it seem like he died heroically in a valiant effort. Not because he not because he died of a heart attack. Come on. Just say the strikes killed him. Like literally, say the strikes killed him. It's probably nothing major. They've conducted countless similar strikes on Iranian Shia militias in that area in years gone by after rockets and drone attacks. I guess the only major difference now is that we have 2 aircraft carriers in the region, no? And the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy. And also, tensions are a bit high. Hamas co-founder's son is actually speaking negatively on them. Yeah, I know. I already called it. You misheard me, I think. I was making fun of that. Anyway. Fucked up that this they just straight up butchered our boy right here, and they said he suffered from a cardiac incident while sheltering in place. Like they didn't mix words. They straight up were like, yeah, this guy fucking died while he was like sitting in a bomb shelter because his blood pressure was too high. That's fucked up. Lie, please. Anyway, while sheltering in place, 21 U.S. personnel suffer from minor injuries, but all have since returned to duty. The president has no higher priority than the safety of the U.S. personnel. He directed today's actions to make clear the United States will not tolerate such attacks. The United States does not seek conflict and has no intention nor desire to engage in further hostilities. I cap. But these Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. forces are unacceptable and must stop. Iran wants to hide its hand and deny its role in these attacks against our forces. We will not let them. If attacks by Iran's proxies against the U.S. forces continue, we will not hesitate to take further necessary measures to protect our people. What are they going to do? Fucking make sure that they can't get medicine vials harder? Like, what more escalation can occur? I guess it's just like... The main attacks on U.S. forces will likely come when the Israeli ground offensive starts. That's why the U.S. air defenses are being flooded to the region. Yeah. Oh God, this is so bad. It's like, because Israel has to do a fucking ethnic cleansing. They have to do ethnic cleansing. So now we have to do World War III. Fucking sick. I mean, you got to put that $1 trillion to use. You know what I mean? You can't just have it sit there. The United States does not seek conflict and has no intention. These narrowly tailored strikes in self-defense were intended solely to protect and defend U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. They are separate and distinct from the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, and do not constitute a shift in our approach to the Israel-Hamas conflict. We continue to urge all state and non-state entities not to take action that would escalate into a broader regional conflict. I think China might get involved if the U.S. starts a war with Iran. Bro, whose side do you think China would get involved in? Yeah, China would get into the war and defend Israel, okay? Like, a lot of the people don't understand the relationship that China has with Israel, okay? Anyway. Yes, defend Israel. You heard me. People think like China is this ideologically consistent socialist safe haven or some shit, and not simply a superpower that just wants to cut in and take as much market share of power as possible. These strikes are absolutely not completely separate and distinct from the conflict in Gaza. The Iranian proxies are attacking as a part of the Al-Aqsa flood. I mean, I think it's I think that overall, I think that they are I don't know, maybe they would have done something beforehand, and the fact that they haven't thus far implies that they are worried. from Elint, still pretty early, but another thing that happened earlier. The United States conducted self-defense airstrikes. Wait, we're literally looking at that. What are you talking about? That's what we're looking at right now. That's the tweet in question. Here's the thing. Russia, Turkey are talking a big game against Israel. But they're doing it because they're regional power players and they see the writing on the wall. They have a long history and relationship with Israel themselves. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Near the Israeli port of Eilat, concerning given recent attempts by the Houthis to launch nearly likely Quds 4 land attack cruise missiles and Shahed 136 Samad 4 explosive one-way drones. Missile hits building in Egypt's Taba near the border with Israel, injuring at least 5 people. Chinese media has been pushing a very anti-Israel sentiment. Anyone that defends Palestinians in that region is usually doing it specifically because they want to undermine Israel and America's interest in the region and America's influence in the region. That's it. Or they're doing it because they recognize that America's influence is waning in comparison to what it once was, maybe 20 years ago. And that's it. They still maintain a trade relationship with Israel. All of these countries do. Anyway, I'm really fucking tired. I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break here. And I am going to hope that World War III does not start while we're... Yeah, sorry to the gaming Andes. I apologize that I couldn't muster up the power. I used my gaming gaming allocation to glaze China today. So hot. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully World War III will not have been broken out. All right? Peace. Be kind to one another. Love you.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded up. update the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming.